Hello everyone and welcome to This Nintendo Life episode 200. My name is MBZ and I'm recording this with the same monitor that I had at the very beginning when we first started this show many years ago. And it's almost, I guess, emblematic. I don't know, what's the poetic that this monitor finally has taken a blemish. I was in the car today, moving my computer to a different place, and the monitor was on the back seat, and we were just starting the journey off. I put it at an angle, and I thought it was going to be safe, and it fell forward and hit itself onto the PC. And I thought, oh shit, that's probably broken everything. It hadn't, thankfully. The screen looked fine until I booted it up today, and there is one dead black pixel bang in the center of this monitor. So yeah,
just one pixel.
Hey, it's one pixel, man. I played 4 hours of Assassin's Creed this afternoon and barely noticed it, which was fine. But I am one of those people who is very, very OCD about that type of thing. And it annoys me and it drives me insane. I'll constantly look at it and stare at it. And I'm looking at it right now. But the fact that this monitor has survived that long, Bally, 200 whole episodes, has been a testament. So, and I do have, my main monitor is now actually changed. So I do have a nice big fancy one, which I would be much more careful with. I think I was just being a bit more cavalier with this one, because there's my second monitor now. Who cares? It's not a big deal anymore. But anyway, I'm of course joined by Bally, who I have yet to introduce for this 200th episode. Bally, how are you doing?
MBZ. What do these names mean to you? Hear me out here. We got Bradman, Sangakkara, Lara, Hammond, Jayawardena, Kohli, Ponting, Yunus Khan, Sehwag, Tendulkar. What do these names mean to you?
I mean, they're all massive lads, is one category. The other category is they hit some big runs, those batsmen they do.
They are all double centurions because we are now joining their crew. We are now double centurions along with all these people that most of our American listeners have never heard of in their life.
Never heard any of those names. They're just listening. They're like, what the fuck are you talking about? Where's a baseball? Give me a baseball, man. Where's those names? I'm sure, Bally, you could probably rattle off some baseball names, to be honest, because you do have some familiarity there.
You're Derek Jeters of this world.
Yes,
I'm running out after that. I struggle to keep up with the Blue Jay squad.
You have watched baseball. You've been to a baseball game, right?
I've been to 5 baseball games, 3 in Toronto, 1 in Arizona, and 1 in Tokyo.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's cool stuff. I would love to go see one. I think my sister saw one when she was living in America, but
it's great.
Yeah,
I love it.
I've yet to go.
We should say that the people we're referring to are cricket players.
Cricket players, yes. Double century means that you've scored 200 runs.
200 runs, and then like a single innings.
Which is massive, man. 200
innings is
runs
like a chunk of a test match. Yeah, so these players have scored the most double centuries out of all test match cricket batsmen.
I mean, scoring more than 1 double century to me is an achievement, I think. But,
right. Don Bradman got 12 in 52 matches.
That's why they named a game after him.
That's why he gets his own cricket game.
That's why Don Bradman's cricket, everybody's favourite franchise. Oh, good stuff. Well, everyone, hello, welcome. We're here for the 200th episode. We're here to talk about video games, and a lot of discussion and debate will happen as part of this show, and that will be in a little bit, but we'll get things kicked off here with our usual stuff. Bally, what are we going to be talking about for the rest of the show?
We are going to do a 2-segment show today. Our first segment is going to be the games that we have been playing, and our second segment, we are going back again. It's our top 50 games of all time on Nintendo systems. We are redoing the entire list, so we're not building the old list. We're starting from scratch. We're mixing in a ton of games that we've played since episode 150, which I believe was in August 2019. So we're rolling in a ton of games we've played since then. And we're going to hash it out, top 50 joint list games of all time.
Yeah, absolutely. It's maybe deceiving to say a 2-segment show because that second segment will probably be extremely long. I'm sure that you're looking at the length on your podcast feed right now and thinking, this is definitely going to be a bit beefier than usual. Even though, I don't know, we get quite beefy around here from time to time. So, yes, look forward to that. We'll be diving on into it. But we're going to kick things off with video games, what we've been playing, Bally. You've been playing as a little dog with paintbrush, just running around someplace.
Little dog with a
doing some
paintbrush.
stuff.
I have been playing Chicory, A Colourful Tale, which is developed by Greg Lobanov and published by Finji.
Oh yes, Finji, who are supposedly they're polishing Tunic as well, I believe. So
right,
yeah.
yes. And Greg Lobanov also worked on Wonder Song. Did you play that?
Yeah, I know Wonder Song. It's one of those indie games that is always like on sales and stuff, and I own it like 3 different ways on PC and that type of thing. I've not got round to playing it yet, but it's one of those unique games that I was like, oh yeah, this looks like you're doing something different with kind of, I guess, the platformer / puzzle game in some senses. So yeah.
But Chicory is I should say it's on PlayStation 5, PlayStation 4, and PC at the moment. PlayStation seem to have some sort of exclusive, but I'm pretty confident this will come to Switch at some point. It
feels like a Switch-ass Switch game to me.
Switch-esque game. And that's because this is like a bit of a Zelda-like, where you use a paintbrush to paint an entirely black and white world. And then like the paint is a very important mechanic within this world in solving puzzles. And you'll gain the ability to go through the paint a bit like an inkling from Splatoon. You can like paint anywhere in this black and white world. You can full on just dump a whole bucket of paint and just like fill a whole area that you can then just swim across at high speed. And
so you're telling me they've gamified Photoshop is what's happened here.
Exactly. And all the paint that you drop in this world stays there from the start till the end of the game. And like when it's useful on certain parts of the world that you're constantly traveling through to paint the entire square, because you can then zoom through the paint and get from point A to B much faster. And I will say, without spoiling, the game does something very cool that links all this together at the end of the game. I won't spoil it, but and you basically play as a character who is called, you name them after your favorite food. So I decided I was going to call my character Ramen, and I just thought it was actually a really good food that never, like all the characters in the world are also called after their favorite foods. And Chicory is actually the name of the paintbrush wielder of the world, is Chicory, which is bizarre because Chicory, or like an endive, I think we call it, or certainly in Belgium we called it an endive, is like this horrible... Do you know what this is? Like a chicory or not?
I don't think I do. No. Yeah, when I heard the word chicory, I didn't really know what it was referring to.
It's like a horrible, bitter vegetable, and they absolutely love it in Belgium. They absolutely love it because they served it all the time when I worked in the European Parliament. Like, they absolutely loved it, and it is disgusting. It's so bitter. And
were you like egged on to try it, and people were like, yeah, this is great, you should eat this, and then you tried it once and you were like, what the fuck is this garbage?
I mean, I definitely tried it once because it ended up on my plate all the time, but like it's not good. But anyway, the main character in this, one of the main characters in this game, Chicory, is a rabbit, and they are the paintbrush wielder, and the paintbrush wielder is almost treated like a celebrity, like a knight of the realm kind of person. Like they're this big shot with the paintbrush, and that's where it kind of links a lot into the story, because Chicory, like the player you play as, is the janitor of Chicory, and basically you find out, not going into spoilers here, but you find out that like not everything is quite as it seems, where Chicory is not necessarily like this big, great do-gooding hero, perfect celebrity idol. And I think the game does a really good job of like talking about themes around idols, celebrity, pressure, mental health, like depression, and these things that all link together, and tells a really powerful story, actually, that I really enjoyed in this very zany fantasy world. I will say that stuff like the music, which is done by Lena Raine, who obviously did Celeste, is absolutely kick-ass and is top tier. And I think the music in Celeste is awesome and it works so well for that game. But for me, the most powerful aspects of Celeste are still the platforming and some of the meaning of that story. I actually think the music in this game does an even bigger job than Celeste of bringing the whole game up. Like, I think there's like a level of production behind the soundtrack of this game that just really makes it feel top tier AAA style kind of production quality that is just there in this game. And I listened to an interview with Lena Raine on Game Maker's Notebook, and she basically talked about how she wanted to use a lot more instrumentation in this game and less synth. That's not to say there's still a lot of synth in there. And
Celeste was very synth heavy.
Very
though,
synthy,
right?
yeah.
So.
And like one of my highlights of this game is like the boss fights, and some of the music in the boss fights is truly phenomenal and really gets you in the mood for those boss fights. And I think the music in the boss fights actually sounds the most synthy and the most like Celeste. That's not to say there's a hell of a lot of music outside the boss fights that is just awesome, and I've been listening to the soundtrack quite a lot like since beating the game, and it's like I can't emphasize how much the soundtrack brings up this game. It might be the most out of, there are some great games with great soundtracks. I think this game is fantastic, but the way that the soundtrack lifts the whole thing is just, I've never really felt that about a game as strongly as this, in a way. And yeah, I should say, just going back to the boss fights, they're almost like these kind of Undertale boss fights, because there's not really any enemies in this game. All the paintbrush stuff.
I was going to ask, I kind of don't really have a sense of what you're doing necessarily moment to moment in this game.
You're basically just going point A to B. It's like Paper Mario, but replace RPG battles with puzzles, and those puzzles like Zelda-like puzzles.
Okay, so it is very puzzle focused with the paintbrush then.
Yeah, very puzzle focused with the paintbrush, and then the one time you're fighting things are these boss fights, and there's more or less one boss fight per chapter, and there's like 10 chapters.
Are the boss fights then puzzle focused as well?
No, see, they're action based, and then I think they're actually kind of similar to a game like Undertale, where one stick is moving around your player character and the other stick is moving around the paintbrush. And I should say this is the same in the overworld. Like, you're moving a character with one stick and you're moving the paintbrush with the other. I think obviously keyboard and mouse is different for PC, but that dual stick thing, the only time you're using it in really an action kind of way more than a puzzle way is during the boss fight. And it actually feels a bit like an Undertale boss fight in a way, because you're moving your character away from the boss coming towards you with the left stick, and then the right stick you're basically using the paintbrush to attack the boss, and you're doing this kind of Brothers-esque dual stick kind of two parts of your brain doing two different kind of things, moving one versus the other kind of thing. That works really well and feels quite a lot like an Undertale boss fight in that sense. You're kind of just moving around, and that's kind of the only proper action kind of thing you're doing in the game. A lot of the other puzzles are just kind of put this paint onto this area to open this door, or put this paint onto this area in order to make this bush fall down, and then you need to get back on the bush, take the paint away, and the bush will spring you to another thing. And there's some really cool puzzles. I mean, that wasn't selling the puzzles well. They are much more
tends to be the case that when you try and explain something that's really clever, it's like telling a joke, trying to retell someone else's joke. It's like, it's just not going to happen the same way.
Yeah, it's actually really simple, but does some really cool things. And I think the puzzles are really good and really fun, but for me the two highlights are kind of like the core story and kind of like the messages of this world in this game, and it's got this real RPG Paper Mario or some Earthbound kind of charm to like the characters in the world and the writing. Like, it's all really just kind of zany. But so, for example, there's like one area that's like some sort of bug kingdom, and the bugs react to your character like a person would stereotypically react to a bug, where they're like, whoa, there's a bug there, kind of like, I'm scared by that bug. They kind of are scared by you because you're like, it's just a silly thing that they treat you like we would treat a bug because they're a bug. Right. Silly joke, but there's some really nice writing in that, and there's different towns to visit, and the whole world just comes together in a really cool way. And I don't really love the fact that the whole world is black and white and that you're coloring it in. Like, that is obviously a core part of the game.
Reminds me a lot of The Unfinished Swan, which is a game that I ironically was unfinished for me because it made me too motion sick, and I had to lie down, and I could never get through the whole thing. But that game is, I guess, the first person version equivalent of this, where you are throwing it's kind of black ink splotches onto the world as opposed to painting it fully. But it's kind of revealing spaces, and in that game it's much more about the world. Because it's all white, you can't really tell what anything is. Whereas I guess would you say this is more like a colouring book where things are drawn in but they need to be coloured, or is it different?
Yeah, it's very much black defined lines, and then you're adding colour and painting over those lines and doing your own thing. Yeah. And that's not to say the animation is really strong and brings this game up again, but it makes you realize how important color is to like an animated game in this sense. And it's hard to normally in a game like this, any RPG, you reach a new area and like, whoa, this area is fresh and new and spectacular. And I honestly never got that with this game, because every time you visit a new area, it's black and white. And it just feels very flat. And that's obviously what the game is going for. But there's something about that, and it's so core to the mechanic and the message of the story that it's the right decision for the game overall. It's just very much in that moment, you're kind of like, man, the animation in this game is so good. Imagine what they could do if there was color. And if there was color in this game, the level of animation would feel as high as something like a Spiritfarer or something. Like, it's really like impressive stuff going on. But there's something about the fact it's black and white that really knocks a lot of that energy out of it. And yes, you are now then painting and coloring in a lot of these areas. It's not compulsory by any means to even paint much of the world in at all. It's just painting in the world can help you traverse it and, do things within the world. It's not like it's a fundamental thing you have to do.
I guess it's like necessary for certain puzzles, but then if you want to, you can go and color it into your heart's content as a kind of creative book.
And there will be people who are like painting every minute detail in the entire world in the absolute perfect way that they want to, and they will probably be getting frustrated by the fact you have to splash paint around a bit in order to do some of the puzzles, and they will go back to those areas and paint them specifically.
I'm sure there's a bunch of people on Twitter though who have posted like images of like, here's my perfectly painted this section of the world that
right.
I'm sure that's the kind of thing that will do well on social media. So
yeah, totally. But yeah, I just think this game is really innovative, has a really powerful, strong message, feels like an RPG in a lot of its pacing, but in a kind of Zelda-y way, because there's no actual battles or anything. There's no leveling up.
And it's not like that long, right? It's about 10 hours or so.
Yeah, it's only 10 hours. It's about 10 chapters. Like, it's just a really nicely... I beat it in like 3 nights, I think, and it's just really a really lovely game. It's just a real surprise of the year, and like... its reviews were crazy. They're like 89s and things on OpenCritic. Like, I really love this game. I wouldn't say it's like an 89. I'd go a little lower than that, but like, it's still, I'm so glad I played it, and like, it's just a really awesome surprise of the year kind of. Here's an indie game I didn't really know anything about, and it's come along and everyone loves it.
There's always one, right? There's always one like darling that will stand out and comes out at some point, and then at the end of the year everyone's like, oh, you got to play this because this is going to be talked about in Game of the Year conversations.
Like, this is a real indie darling for sure. It's not ain't no Celeste or Hades, but like, it's a very...
feels like kind of Spiritfarer level.
Yeah, definitely Spiritfarer level. I definitely prefer Spiritfarer, but this game is like... there's an audience who are just absolutely in love with this game in a kind of Earthboundy Undertale way, which I think is a lot of what this game is going for, and that's really cool. And I actually think the story delivers in a way that those other 2 games didn't for me personally in the same way. Earthbound is a unique story unto itself that is awesome. I'm sure we'll talk about that next segment. I way preferred this game to like an Undertale and like some of the stuff it was talking about, and it's nice.
Earthbound's also a game from the mid-90s where writing in video games was not at the place it is now, right?
Right, exactly. This is playing on themes that no one would have played on in a video game in the 90s, as you say. When this comes to Switch, listeners need to play it. If you do have access to like PC, PS4, PS5, would definitely recommend. It was on the cheaper end as well. I think it was like 15, 16 quid, which I kind of consider in the cheaper end of indie video games.
Yeah, I mean, indie game prices are going up, man.
They are.
It's one of those things which I think in many senses is a good thing, because I think there are a lot of people out there who should get paid for the good work they do. But yes, it's... things are changing.
But we'll see how long that PlayStation exclusivity is, and the second it's not exclusive.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? Because there was this whole thing going around recently about how PlayStation are terrible to work with for indies and that type of thing, which I thought was kind of interesting and made sense for the way that PlayStation had positioned themselves in recent times. They really are a AAA machine, and that's kind of what they focus on, and to the kind of detriment of everything else. So it's curious because this was presented, I think, during the Summer Game Fest show. Shuhei Yoshida came on and was like, hey, because he's doing indies at PlayStation now. And he was like, hey, this game's coming out. It's cool. And he presented it. And I thought, it kind of looks neat. But then the reviews dropped. And I was like, oh, holy shit, this people really like this thing. So yeah, it's curious because we haven't had a I'd say PlayStation indie darling for a long time. And, you know, they really got on it at the start of the PS4 era, but since then, you know, as soon as stuff like God of War started to happen, they were like, nah, let's just do this instead.
Yeah.
So.
And it's a shame because it does feel like it's been a long time since last time I kind of played an indie day one on PlayStation that was kind of a big deal for them. I can't remember the last one, honestly. Like but this really came out of the blue in that sense, and they've done really well to have it. You know, like it's a really, really cool game, and I hope it runs well on Switch when it comes eventually.
Seems like the type of game that would have no problem. So
should do, because it is a black and white game after all.
Yeah. You're the one who's going to cause the frame rate drops. You put too much color in the world, man. It's all down to you. It's all your fault.
Exactly.
Fantastic. Well, from one colorful game to another in a different way. Question. It's a terrible segue, man. It's not like I've got that much better at segues during 200 episodes of this show, but
is this game even that colorful? Is that a big deal of the game you're about to talk about?
I think it is. Like when you talk about like shooters, right? We think about Call of Duty from the mid 2000s.
Very
to,
colorful game
now. It's just bursting. I just think about like the grey-brown era of the 360 and PS3 era of shooters, where I was like, yeah, let's be gritty, and I hated all those fucking games visually. Like I could not get into any of those. Was not my jam. But Doom has always been a franchise that, there's a lot of red in there, but I think there's a lot of color in the enemies and the areas and stuff like that, and definitely a lot more popping than other kind of military shooters, let's say. Because Doom has always been a series that is very fantastical, right? Like you're killing demons, you're running around, you're using shotguns, all that kind of stuff. And a while ago, I bought the original Doom on Switch. It was on sale for like £2. All the Doom games are on that. And this is another thing I kind of get annoyed about, but it's companies like Nintendo who... and Square Enix, oh my god, fucking Square Enix. They put up these pixel remasters Final Fantasy on Steam store, and they're all like £8.50 each for like Final Fantasy the original. Like, it's a nightmare.
So Final Fantasy 1 on like Nintendo Entertainment System is £8.50.
Basically, it's a pixel remaster of it, but that's how much they're charging. It's like Nintendo levels of, we think these games are worth this much. With Doom, those games are $3.99, just regular price, and on sale, $1.99. They are so cheap. Doom 64 is on there super cheap, which is like, I appreciate that those companies value that these are old games. People have seen them a million times. We do not need to charge over the nose for them, and I'm sure they sell a great deal more as a result. At least I hope they do, because I picked it up, and it'd been sitting on my Switch for a while, and obviously
And what system was it originally on?
PC, man.
This one's PC, okay.
This is like a, I guess, DOS, right? Like MS-DOS back in the day, or like...
this is pre-Half-Life.
Yeah, I mean, Half-Life's a 3D game. Doom is, and, Wolfenstein, the original Wolfenstein 3D and original Doom, they are essentially spoofing 3D in the sense that the levels seem to have geometry to them, but your player character, the gun model that you're holding, is a sprite. All the enemies are sprites, but they are...
It's like F-Zero on Super Nintendo, but a first-person shooter.
Yeah, no, and here's the interesting thing, Bally. I'm kind of curious because... So I have a bit of nostalgia for this type of game. As a result of the Game Boy Advance, my flashpoint for this is X versus Sever on the GBA,
oh my God,
which I believe one of our friends
that,
owned on GBA. I can't remember who it was, but someone had X versus Sever on GBA. And I remember like that era when we were doing the school play and I was playing Metroid Fusion, people brought their GBAs in and were playing like during rehearsal time and that type of thing. And someone had X versus Sever. And so I remember seeing this style of first-person shooter on the GBA because it was practically a Super Nintendo, right? And
Doom was on GBA as well.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, they re-released this Doom on GBA. Right. The meme about the original game, Bally, is that it runs on anything, right? Like Doom, it runs on a fridge. It runs on... I think there's a video of someone with a Tesla who has it on their Tesla screen, and they made it run so that when they went forward in the game, the character would move forward. They basically wired up to this crazy situation, and when they would honk their horn, they would shoot. And so they set up this situation where they drove around this area and like completed the first level of Doom by like driving their their car. It's insane. But that's the meme, basically. The original Doom runs on anything. It was ported to so many things, Super Nintendo included, I believe. So I think it was on Super Nintendo at some point in time. But this version, I guess, I'm not sure what port or version this is, but it is a really nice looking one, and it runs on Switch. It has all of the chapters. There are 4 chapters, but the thing is, every time you beat one, it does roll credits. But the third one is kind of like the original run. So you have the first 3 chapters. I think that's because back in the day with shareware and stuff, people had different discs. And so you get one disc that had one, and then another would have another. Don't quote me on this, I'm not sure about it, but that's kind of my guess of how this worked. And it's one of those projects that I think was kind of built on over time. And someone on Twitter told me that the 4th chapter is it was done later and wasn't like part of the original project, but is just a much more hard kind of set of levels to go through. So yeah, me finishing it was just doing the first 3 chapters. I've started the 4th chapter and I was like, oh Jesus Christ, this is way more difficult than just chucking demons at you nonstop. And so it's pretty frenetic. But I think this game is fantastic. I think this holds up so incredibly well. And I've had a great time with it, honestly. Like it's one of those things at the moment, still playing Mario Golf and haven't finished it yet. Mario Golf is a game where I'm like, kind of don't want to pick it up and play. Doom was a game where I'm like, I'm picking up my Switch, I'm playing it now. I'm doing 5 minutes here, I'm going to play a level and get through it, because the level design actually is a really interesting thing, right? Because I think what has happened and had happened throughout the era of kind of those mid-2000s shooters, stuff like Call of Duty, everything had become very linear and everything had become very story-focused, and they're trying to do all these like cinematic things. And original first-person shooters were far more level design oriented, in the sense that here is a space. It's large. You can go around it and find different secrets. You need to get through this door, but you need a card key to get through it. And so you have to navigate through the level to find where the key is, and then go all the way back to that spot and open the door, and that'll let you through to the elevator to go up to the next place, and that type of thing. So there is an overhead map that you can go to, and interestingly, you can actually move your character while looking at the map. And because when you kill demons, they stay dead, there are points in the level where I was, at the end, I'm trying to find where the exit is and trying to look at the map, where I'm like moving at the same time, but like just seeing my little arrow guy on the map screen as I'm moving him around, not actually looking at myself moving in the game, which was interesting. And it's kind of cool that the game allowed you to do that back then. It helps quite a bit, because... And
so it was still fine working out once a room is cleared.
Yeah.
Where to go next? Is it clear, or
I think so. Generally, early on,
it ain't no Halo 1.
No, yeah, definitely not. And that's really interesting to me, because there is a lot of, I wouldn't say homogeneity in the look of the thing, but there are certain asset reuses, as you always get with kind of sprite-based things and that type of thing. But the way the levels are designed, they are so distinctive and memorable, and these areas, you really come to understand them. Like spending 10 minutes in a level, you will really get to know where you are going and where everything is, to the point where I found it actually satisfying to navigate, not frustrating. Even when I wasn't sure exactly where to go, I was like, okay, well, I think I can figure this out. And it seems like if I eventually end up going everywhere, I'll find the key I need. I will find the last kind of few enemies and take them out. And you can finish a level not killing all the enemies. Like, it gives you at the end of the level, it gives you a percentage, which is percentage of enemies killed, percentage of secrets found. And then there's another one I can't quite remember. But it is, I just think, so much fun. And one of the interesting things about it, right? Back in the day, mouse wasn't really used for movement, and so it was basically a keyboard game. You just used keyboard, the arrow keys to like move your guy left. You had WASD going forward and stuff like that. Even then, actually, I'm not even sure if you used WASD to move your guy forward. Maybe it was just the arrow keys. But left and right is how you orient your gun. There's no up and down. There is no y-axis for aiming, which means that if a demon is above, like on a platform, all you need to do is just line it up and shoot, and you will hit that demon automatically. There's no aiming upwards. There's only aiming left and right. And there is a reticle that they add to this version that glows red when they're in your sight, which I don't believe was in the original, which helps quite a bit because it means you know when something is on target, and back then you didn't. But it's such a interesting thing because it it removes the need for fine aiming. And so it means that this game, as it is, like, you are running through, you are shotgunning demons, you are kind of, a lot of it is about movement and making sure, as they're coming towards you, crowd controlling, focusing in on the big guys, making sure you're getting their health down while still dodging out of the way the fireballs that are being thrown at you by the smaller dudes. And it feels like there's a navigational aspect, a movement aspect to avoiding and shooting, and the satisfaction of the gun. The shotgun in particular, it's so good. Even today, like the sound it makes, the kind of reload animation and the sound of all those things, just so satisfying. It's one of those unique games that I think, even today, as someone who has never played Doom before, as someone who is not even played the current iteration of the franchise, I instantly now have a fondness for it and an understanding of why it was so beloved and why it kind of holds up to this day. And I didn't think that would necessarily be the case. I kind of, again, I bought this more on historical curiosity, like going back to it and thinking, yeah, I wonder how this holds up. But like the way that kind of your head bob goes and sways, it didn't make me motion sick at all. I think it's really, really cool. And there's some clever, like, almost puzzle stuff that goes on where right at the end there's this kind of really large area you're in, and there's kind of acid and there's fire, and you pick up these radiation suits which let you take no damage from those, and so you have to manage your health as well as that to get to different doors, and you're opening switches, you're pulling switches to open certain areas so that you can unlock the final part of the level. And it took me a long time. I think that last level took me like 20 minutes of like going around, figuring out where everything is. And I feel like some people could maybe find it frustrating, but for me, I thought it was just a cool mental exercise in navigational design, and because you're so fast and you move through areas at such a pace, and again, the levels are not massive, it feels navigable and understandable in a real tangible way and satisfying to just kill people. It's just a really cool thing, and it maybe has my favorite end credits of all time. The way it shows those end credits, I posted a few screenshots to Twitter when I finished the game, but yeah, it takes like all these sprites and
third person view, right, or something weird.
Yeah, it is. It's like a camera kind of rotates around these different situations where the Doom guy is, and the monsters throwing stuff at him, and you can kind of see the sprites like perspective on each other. It's awesome. It's so good, and I would highly recommend people check out the original Doom if they have not, because yeah, it's one of those games that holds up, and I think people should check it out. So
nice.
Yeah, there you go.
Play it on your Teslas. Play it on your fridge.
Honestly, you can play it everywhere. You can find it as many places as possible, and it's cheap. It's on Game Pass as well. All of that stuff is, all the Bethesda stuff is now, so play every version of it. Yeah, and I'm probably going to play Doom 2 at some point, because I really enjoyed it. It's just one of those games where I'll just take more of that, please. Yep, second serving, straight there. So, well, that is going to close us for the first part of the show. Don't go anywhere, however, because after the break, we will be talking about the top 50 games of all time as decided by us. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. All right, everyone, welcome back to the second part of the show. It is time to finally do it. We're here. It's been a long time coming. 200 episodes, Bally. Can you believe it? We're once again in a place where we are pitted against each other, arguing to the death to figure out what are the best video games ever made. And this it's not our opinion. This is just a definitive list. These are the best games ever made. And there is, this goes in the Video Game Hall of Fame, of course. Everybody knows about it. It's important. And we're going to talk about it. And the way we do this is that we will build a list of 50 games in an ordered 50 list. Sounds insane? You're correct. It is insane. And that's what we like to put ourselves through over here. I, however, don't really know the rules because I leave that to Bally to figure out, and then he tells me what to do, and I complain about it, and then he says, no, we did it this way last time, and I'm like, did we? And then I'm not going to go back and listen to last time because that's 4 hours. So anyway, Bally, how you doing? And,
I'm good.
Are you ready for this trial?
I'm feeling ready. There will be a lot of disagreement, I'm sure about that, but there's also going to be a lot of agreement, and that's what we always work towards.
Yeah, absolutely.
Some ground rules, right? How does the game qualify? It has to have come out on a Nintendo system. We'll also caveat that with it has to run fairly well on the Nintendo system. Now, there's a lot of grey area here, and there's a lot of games on this list that have been ported to the Switch predominantly, and some of those ports run better than others. And I think we just have to have a really good discussion about, do we think the port on Switch merits this game being in this discussion, or is the port so bad that we think, regardless of the fact this is a very good game on other systems, it just doesn't quite feel right to put on this list. So this happened with a few games last time, but I'm sure there's more games we'll get to this time with that stipulation. So it's a bit of a grey area, but we'll get there. But we have a list of 107 games. So this list was compiled of our top 50 from last time in episode 150, which came out on August 19th, 2019. That was the YouTube version, I believe. And 107 games. We will go through all 107 games, top to bottom. They're in alphabetical order currently. And we have to decide whether a game is worthy of vague at the start, being in the top 25 of our top 50, the bottom 25 of our top 50, or not in the top 50 at all. And then we will accordingly move a game up to the top 25, bottom 25, or turn it red on our Google Docs list that we're going through here, which means that it's not made it. Now, that list is not a hard rule. Everything can always come back, because after that, we'll probably end up with more than 50 games in the top 50, and it's a case of going to that bottom 25 and discussing what doesn't make the cut. And that number, so everything below number 50 will obviously turn red at a point, and we'll have to make a cut. And then once we have a top 50, we'll go back through the whole list and shuffle everything, pushing stuff up, moving stuff down, until we're satisfied we have a brand new episode 200 in 2021, top 50 games of all time on Nintendo systems.
Fantastic. And if you didn't understand any of that, I don't either. It's great. It's fine. Bally will lead me by the hand through all of it, and it'll work out in the end. But yes, again, this is an audio show, and so sometimes visualizing where things are can be tricky. So we will do our best as we go through to do that, and make sure that you are abreast of the situation and what is going where and where things are, and that type of thing. So I think, Bally, without further ado, should we just get into it? Should we just start at the beginning?
Let's do this.
And go down the list. Let's do it. Bally, what are we starting with?
We're starting with a short hike. So I think this game was ported to the Nintendo Switch between last episode 150 and today.
I think it actually came out, didn't it? In the period? Maybe it didn't. Maybe
Did it come out in that period? I think, yeah, no, you're right. I think it came out on PC initially, and then I think a year and a half later, it came to Switch. But you played it on PC when it came out, absolutely loved it. I waited until the Switch version, played it like last year. I'm really hot on this game. I
like it a lot.
I really like this game. I think this is a very early contender to get in that top 25 for now.
So I like where you're at. I love this game a lot. It's a really hard top 25, and I would say for me, so the reason I would say bottom 25 is A Short Hike is brilliant. It is also a pastiche of homages, is the best way I can put it, in terms of it is very much doing the Zelda thing, it's doing the DS aesthetic thing, it's doing the Animal Crossing thing, and it does create something wholly unique. Would I say it's fully innovative in and of itself? I don't necessarily think so. I definitely think there are ways in which, as a mini open world, it is innovative, in that it kind of creates a space that is explorable without a map, that is really understandable, and even from that isometric perspective, you kind of... Although I did get lost quite a few times, to be honest with you, so maybe that's not the case. Maybe a little map would have helped.
It is possible to get lost, but the decision to make the whole game based on a mountain and getting to the top of that mountain, if you're making a small open world game, is maybe the most perfect kind of idea to take and turn into something small that becomes like a 2-3 hour experience. Like I absolutely love it for that reason, and the fact that there are still a healthy number of side quests, and those side quests all still link.
They're all meaningful, right? You want to do them because they aren't checklisty. They're all little things that are unique. Like the volleyball mini game is a totally unique thing, and
everything links back to that core of gaining more feathers, and gaining more feathers is how you get up that mountain, which is ultimately the core reason you're here and playing this game. So like I love that the synergy of everything is coming back together, and it is taking. I agree, it's almost innovative in the way that it is taking elements from other games rather than doing something new, rather than just doing something new.
And I don't want to say that like something can't be in the top 25 because it's not doing something innovative, because I think iteration can be and is just as important. And some of my favorite games are just like iterations on a genre that make it, something quite special. So I personally, I can see it being in the top 25. I think I just lean at the moment a little more to the bottom, but if you feel very passionately about it,
I really do.
Yeah.
I really do.
Okay.
Yeah, we're top 25 for now.
Yeah, let's put it there for now.
Okay, that's our
again
first game.
non-binding, nothing binding yet, so it can go there.
Okay.
Fine with that.
Abzu.
Next up, Abzu. Abzu's a cool game. I think it's cool. I don't think it's a top 50 game for me personally.
I like it a lot. I don't feel strongly enough that it is doing anything that is incredibly enjoyable, incredibly innovative, incredibly new, incredibly, it does a lot of things I like, and it's a very cool experience, and I'm glad I played it, but yeah, I'm not feeling it for top 50.
I think it has one of my favorite moments in a game, that giant cluster of fish that you swim through, and is insane. It's just, but I should also caveat, I played this on PC like years ago, and the Switch version, I don't know if I would have the same experience with that, because that was so much a technical thing of like, holy shit, this is just like rendering stuff at a crazy level. And if that's the kind of awe and wonder I get, I guess like talking about this as a Switch version that neither of us have played, frankly, is probably also disingenuous. So I would say, yeah, that's probably another reason to bump it off. But I'm going
to turn it red, and I'm also going to move it to the bottom so it's out of our...
Sounds good to me. Bye-bye, Abzu.
Advance Wars.
Advance Wars. It's an interesting one because I think that...
This was number 41 last time.
Okay. Wargroove definitely has kind of taken the place of Advance Wars, as much as you said. And I have played the first Advance Wars, and I like it. I think it's good. I think I'm bad at it, which is a fact, and I'm interested in the remake, but I think for me, I've just never been able to get my head around this style of strategy game, and so I'm not really going to push for it necessarily. I think that it's important, but maybe there's more passion for other Advance Wars games / Wargroove from your side. So I don't know how you feel. Do you think that, like, because this is one of those things with these lists, I feel like a lot of times when it comes to stuff like IGN's best games of all time, they always choose like the first game in the series, like the original Super Mario Brothers is the best game. And it's like, well, is it really this year right now? And I think Advance Wars is probably the most streamlined, I guess, the most kind of approachable of the games, because it hadn't kind of branched off. But is it the one that we want to put on here? And I don't know.
I will obviously be fighting much harder for Wargroove. I think that game improves on a number of aspects of Advance Wars. I like Advance Wars 1 and 2 fairly similarly. I don't think you would enjoy 2 at all. I think that it's much harder. So back to that kind of IGN idea of, the first one is kind of a cleaner, more full experience. I do kind of agree with that for Advance Wars between the first and second game, at least.
Yeah.
Not that I've played the third and fourth in great detail.
So here's the thing, right? I remember you coming off Advance Wars 2 being like, I loved that way more, that was better. And it was a similar like Fire Emblem Conquest thing with me, where I'm like, that was super fucking hard and I loved it.
Yes.
Have you cooled on Advance Wars 2 since then and like kept it more an even keel with the first one?
It's kind of horses for courses. If I'm like, right, I just
Okay.
want something comfortable, and I'm sure I'll find this out later this year when I play those games again with the remaster, the remake. But one is like this comfortable, I'm just blowing up tanks, going through units. You know, this is fun. But and 2 is like, I need to focus. I need to make sure this is like that. And, like, both are fun in their own way. 1 is higher on this list than 2 for the main reason that you've played it, and I think it's a more full experience for a beginner, and I think that's more appropriate for this list. I know it was 41 last time. I can see this sliding off the bottom at some point potentially in this process, but for now I would personally like to get it in the bottom 25.
Okay.
And then obviously I'm probably going to push fairly hard for Wargroove a bit later, but for now I'd be happy putting this bottom 25, but I can appreciate later in this conversation it might slide off.
There is no series I respect more but hate at the same time as Advance Wars. It is like, oftentimes I'll be like, that game's trash, that game's garbage, and I'm sure I'll bring out those conversations later in this episode. But Advance Wars is like, this is not for me. I respect it tremendously, though. I think it's excellent, and it's excellently designed, and it's smart. I'm just an idiot, is basically how I come down on Advance Wars. So yes, I'm fine with it being in the bottom 25. That's perfectly okay with me. Cool.
Animal Crossing New Horizons.
This is the best Animal Crossing for my money, personally. I know we have a lot of nostalgia for Wild World, but if you go back and play Wild World now, I feel like you would miss some of the stuff that New Horizons does. I also come at this from a perspective of somebody who, quite frankly, not that into talking to the villagers, and I think that's one of the things for most people who are disappointed with New Horizons were like, oh, but New Leaf had so much conversation and chat with the villagers, and like, I find all that stuff fun and interesting and whatever, but for me, Animal Crossing was mainly about getting a bigger house and filling it with cool stuff. And for New Horizons to take that to a whole new level with an entire island that is customizable, that was so much cooler in my eyes, and it gave me a long-term goal and a project. I made a restaurant like that was so sick, and I had like a stage with like instruments on top, like with a backboard. It was like this entire big grand plan I had, and it took me a while to like buy everything and get all the money for it and set it up exactly how I wanted it to, go online, finding custom patterns. But when I had it, it was like an incredibly satisfying moment, and it's one of those games where, and we tend to not like these experiences generally, which is you don't really have a goal, it's more like your own satisfaction. But Animal Crossing is one of those for me that really works with it, and I did it, and I can see myself going back to this one if only to be like, oh, I had an idea for a project that I want to work on. Now they've added all this other stuff. There's a whole Mario section of stuff now they've added that I can go in and add and find like an area of my island, because there's still a good chunk of land. Like, your island is large enough to where you can have big sections of it that are distinctive and have loads of different things, and you can just customize it in a way that I think is super cool. And I honestly had a fantastic time. I have great feelings when I think about this game. Those 3 months last year of waking up every day playing Animal Crossing, it was a ritual, it was comfort, it was familiar, and I think it's fantastic, and I would love to see it in this list. I'm not going to say it's top 25 necessarily, but I do think it should be on the list, and if I strongly feel we should represent Animal Crossing, I really love this game, and I think it should be on. Bally, time for your opinion.
I had a really good time with this game. I played this game religiously every day from it coming out to the day The Last of Us Part 2 came out, and I had a great time with it then. And then I'd played Last of Us Part 2, enjoyed that game obviously, and then came back to this, and I was like, wow, I've really just lost all my focus and energy and vigor that I had for like all the creations I wanted to do. And I was kind of like halfway through a lot of these creations when I dropped off. And maybe I would have feel more satisfied about the whole thing if I just kind of stuck with it and pushed through and kind of gone on with my creations and and done things. And I'm always that way with the games that expect a level of creativity from me as the user. Like
you always tell me you're like sitting there with Mario Maker, you're like, I don't know what to do. I just sitting there, just like
with Mario Maker. Then I'll suddenly be like, right, I'm gonna make a level, and I make a level, and I put so much energy into one level that is like, it's fine, it's decent, it's pretty good for me. And then I'm like, God, I just don't have that energy again. And I feel that way about New Horizons, where I agree with you. I get more satisfaction out of building projects, doing things. The chatting with the villagers is fine. I never played New Leaf, and I appreciate a lot of fans like that one more for those aspects. But this isn't really a fault of Animal Crossing as much as it's just me. It's not the game, it's me. It's just
it's not you.
You've been very generous with the short hike and Advance Wars so far. I'm happy to put this in the bottom 25 for now. And
I think it deserves it, honestly. I really love this game. It's the most played game on my Switch, unsurprisingly. It's like 140 hours I think I've got, which is a drop in the puddle, drop in the ocean for most people who played this game. But when you do a show like this and you're playing as many games as we are, to put that much time into a single game is it's not regular. So yeah, I appreciate that we can have it on here because I think it's very special. Next up, what do we
controversial
have?
Apex Legends.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think the Switch version of Apex Legends is really good. If I'm really honest, I think it's.
Let's discuss like the Switch port before we say how good Apex Legends is, because they're kind of two different discussions. And
totally.
The phrase "a game runs well" is obviously very subjective, and my feeling of Apex Legends, and this will probably slide into like a Will of the Wisps and Overwatch discussion later on, and I think each game should be discussed on its own merit and individually rather than lumping them all together, but I can see the arguments in favor of lumping them together. What I mean by that is, if a game runs a little bit blurry but very smoothly on Switch, does it run well?
I mean, that's just kind of a personal preference, right? I think I go on a game-by-game basis. For me, when I played Apex Legends on Switch, I thought it was fine. I thought it was totally playable. And in some cases, like the first night I played it, I got like 19 kills. And I was like, oh, yeah, this is good. Because when you're playing on a system that is, I guess, less responsive in a way, it means that you don't have to be as good in order to get hits off and that type of thing. So maybe that's a detriment in some senses for some people, but I found myself doing quite well at it. Now, the caveat is, if I was to play Apex Legends today, would I play it on Switch? Probably not. No, I would probably just play it on PC because that's where the game is much better and looks nicer and runs smoothly, and that's frankly where I enjoy it the most. You know, I didn't buy a 144 hertz monitor for nothing, Bally. You know, like I want to use that thing. So,
and it is free to play on console.
Yeah,
as well. Obviously free to play on PC, but it's like it's more easily approachable on these other systems and runs better. And it's where we've both sunk so much. So
I think we need to come down to is the spirit of it, right? What is the spirit of this game? Is this in spirit a Nintendo game? And
it doesn't feel it for me.
I don't think so for Apex Legends. Now, Apex Legends as a game, hell yeah, it's a top 50 fucking game. Absolutely, that game fucking rules. But with that said, I don't think we can, in good conscience, put it on this list.
No.
So
no.
The other thing is, it takes up fucking like 20 gigs on my SD card, and I needed to download other stuff, for God's sake, Respawn. So, yes, I had to delete it. So I did delete it off my Switch, which is unfortunate, but nevertheless, yeah. So Apex Legends, I'm afraid, is not going to make it, as much as it is a good version, and I would recommend, if you don't have any other way to play it, still download it on Switch and play it there, because it's a great game still, and I think people should check it out, so...
Axiom Verge.
Battle Royale I like. So, Axiom Verge. Second one coming out this year, hopefully. Looking forward to that. I like...
Didn't quite make our top 50 in episode 150.
Yeah. Have I changed my thoughts on it? I think Axiom Verge is a great game. I feel like its issues that I had at the time... And not that they faded away in my mind necessarily, but I think of it a bit more positively overall. I think it has great boss fights. I think it has really creative mechanics. it's fun, and yeah, I think it hews a lot closer to Metroid than a lot of other indie games in this sphere, which is cool. The only thing is that it doesn't feel as good to move about as Metroid does. I think like the guns feel great and all that stuff. I don't think the movement for Axiom Verge, maybe that's the reason why I never like put it up on the top tier for myself.
Yeah, I mean, it's the game that feels the most like Super Metroid that's not Super Metroid that I've ever played. Even more so, arguably, than even Zero Mission or Fusion.
Oh, 100%, yeah.
But what it does have over Super Metroid is improved controls, even if those controls aren't as good as Fusion and Zero Mission. You know, like it still feels better than Super Metroid. So I do like it for that. And it's not gone up in my estimations enough since last time to say I think this now warrants being in the top 50. And there are a whole bunch of great Metroidvanias to come on this list that I don't see it quite cutting it.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's good, but I don't think good is enough at this point, unfortunately.
I think that there are great games that won't get in this top 50, and many of them.
Yes, that's true.
I mean, we've already got Abzu, Apex Legends, Axiom Verge in our bottom three. Right. Box Boy.
Box Boy. I love Box Boy. Still do. Played.
This game crept in at 45 last time.
I think it still deserves to be there, man. Honestly, I think Box Boy, and this is like, I think this is a spiritual pick for me in terms of, this is a TNL-ass game, right? This is a game that takes such a it's the most Nintendo game possible, because as we know, all they do is they come up with an idea and then they do characters after that, right? The famous Splatoon tofu block. We all know it. We all love it. Box Boy is what if that happened, where they just decided what we're not going to do an art style. We're not going to do a character. We're just going to have a square block guy, and that's going to be the whole thing. So in many ways, it is the purest video game that Nintendo has made. And you know, I feel like even though I've played a ton of these games, I've played 4 of them. Every time I go back to it, it always gives me a sense of, I love this mechanic. I love the new different weird twists they put on it. I think that it's always showing ideas that you didn't think of with this one notion. This one notion of you put blocks outside your body and you can pop them down. And that's it. Like, there's so much you can do with it. And it speaks to the flexibility of Nintendo's game design. It speaks to just the cleverness of their puzzle design. I adore Box Boy still. I think it deserves to be on this list. I think it should be in the bottom 25. I love this little guy. QB for Smash. That's the last Smash character. Come on, guys. QB for Smash. Where is he? He needs to make it.
I like Box Boy a lot. I'm not like, wouldn't be in my top 50, but you know, I'm happy to put it bottom 25 for now.
Bally, think back to when you bought Box Boy. Think back to your first experience with that game, when you were like, got back from a run, bought it, and then just fucking blitzed that game, right?
Yeah.
Think about how passionate you were about that game. And I appreciate that you have not played the others as much, and you're like, because you didn't want to do the same thing again.
I've played a lot of puzzle games since that I like more. I don't think I've gone necessarily more negative on Box Boy. It's just stuff surpasses it. And
interesting. And again, this is one of our friction points of we have very different opinions on puzzle games and what we like and what works for us.
Yeah. Puzzle games are going to be an interesting mix on this list.
I strongly feel this is still a good pick for the top 50, and I think it should be. Even if it is still low down, I think I want it on the bottom 25 personally. So
I can see ourselves saying there's a lot at the bottom of the 50 that just have to be on the list that is going to be very interesting later, but we'll
see.
Right, Brothers: A Tale of Two Sons. This game was number 13 last time. Very high.
Very high.
What date? So this was August 2019. So I had already played this again with Caroline. And I really like Brothers. I think
this is one of my favorite games ever. Honestly, I think it's a phenomenal experience. Again, I don't know how much we talked about the Switch version last time, but I don't know how good it is, unfortunately, because we've neither of us played that version.
We sort of assumed it would run fine and went off of that. And
I think one of the drawbacks potentially with it is that this is a when I played it, at least, it was a gorgeous, like the fantasy setting and some of those vistas you see. Like there's obviously the benches that you can sit at and look out at some of the stuff. And I don't know if that stuff lands as well on a portable version, but I remember like the Valley of the Giants, like that moment. It's like, holy shit, dude, this is amazing. And that giant castle, and you're swinging on the ropes, and just the clever ways in which it takes cooperative mechanics and makes you really think about it differently. And it's not like overly complicated. It's just such a streamlined design. And again, like this is one of the most sublime endings to a video game I think I've ever played. Like the way in which it captures that sense of mechanic through narrative is stunning. And I don't know that any game has really gotten to the same place since then.
I think Joseph Fares has made an even stronger game in It Takes Two. I must say that. I do think
potentially
they're very different games, but like
they're very different games. Yeah, for sure. I think as a singular like piece of art, I think Brothers is stronger because I think It Takes Two has a garbage story and terrible characters. But I can appreciate what you're saying. Like it's a...
There aren't really bad aspects of Brothers. It's very lean. It's very short. It's very...
No, I think it is so singular and so understanding of exactly what it wants to be, and it nails it. And that is the thing that elevates it for me, why I think it is so special. So I still think it's very good. Is it top 25? I'm not sure. I think thinking about it on Switch, maybe we weren't thinking about that as much last time. Maybe that drops it somewhat, because if I was to recommend a version of this game, it probably wouldn't be that one. So maybe in the spirit of it, maybe we put it bottom 25 for now. But
I'd be more keen on bottom personally. I think there are going to be a good number of games that are going to edge it that way in any case, and we could preempt that.
Cool. Sounds good to me.
Bug Fables.
Bug Fables is really good.
Just came to Game Pass. Put it on my play later list.
Yes, it's a great game. It really takes a lot of the Paper Mario stuff and does some cool stuff with it. Great characters, cool world. I personally wasn't a big fan of the art style when I first started playing it, but I kind of got used to it. Music is actually excellent in Bug Fables. I think the music is really, really good, and one of the things that sticks with me from it. But I think I've realized over playing a bunch of games that are similar to this, like doing the original Paper Mario, playing Origami King, and playing this. I like Paper Mario. I don't think I'm over the moon for it in the way that a lot of people on the internet are. It seems to be one of those series that the YouTube crowd in particular are like passionate about Paper Mario and how amazing it is, and it's one of Nintendo's best franchises. And I don't think I come down on that kind of opinion personally. I think they're fine games. I think they're really well made and they're very enjoyable. And I think Bug Fables is that. And if you're a certain type of person, this will be a top 10 game for you. Kind of like how something like Wargroove for you is, Bally, right? Like, I think this is speaking to that audience. It is the indie version of what Paper Mario is. And it's great. Only I've played it, and I don't feel that passionately about it, so I'm not going to push for it. So we can leave it off the list.
We'll go red.
We can leave Bug Fables, but go listen to that soundtrack on YouTube if you haven't. It's some great stuff. It's really really nice. So,
Carrion. It's a really cool Metroidvania that kind of just flips a bit of the genre on its head. I really enjoyed this game. It didn't feature overly. I don't think it made even my top 10 last. Did it? I can't remember.
No, I think it probably was potential to get in there.
Yeah, I don't think it's anywhere near top 50. Just worth a shout out.
Yeah, shout out to Carrion. You play as a weird goop monster. I think the movement in this game feels phenomenal. It's one of the biggest, I think, instances of a singular game having the best movement and the worst movement at the same time. Like, controlling the beast is fucking incredible. And then controlling the weird, like, soldier guys walking around, or even, like, the narrative parts where you're moving a guy, feels like trash. And I don't understand how the same team who made that incredible monster also made this terrible feeling.
Well, the thing with the movement is, if you break down the monster you're moving around as into like a hitbox that's moving, it's literally just a block that is levitating and flowing through space. And then the great job they've done is in the animation of the tentacles linking to the sides. It's really impressive. That gives that illusion that you're actually the propulsion forward.
If this was top 50 technical achievements in a video game, Carrion definitely, I would say, has a space in there. Yeah, I like it a lot. Yes, I agree with you. I don't think it makes it, but it's great. It's a great game where you're a weird goop monster with your weird legs going all over the place, doing stuff.
Yeah.
What do we got up next?
Carto, it's more or less the same as Carrion. I really
Yes.
enjoyed this game. I don't even think this made my top 10 last year either, but...
You walked too slow, Bally. That's why you didn't put it in there. That was the main reason. Is because little Carto girl.
It's a really innovative mechanic to just use those, like Carcassonne style blocks to puzzle solve. It's just a very cool.
You spin them around, you plop them down.
Exactly, it's cool, and I would highly recommend people who like kind of story driven puzzle games to check out Carto. It's a good one.
Yeah, good stuff. Next up, we have
Castlevania 3.
Castlevania 3. It's great. It's really, really good. It's very hard. For this list, I'm going to say this is the Japanese version of Castlevania 3 because that's the one I played. And it's definitely a lot more forgiving. It had a lot of changes in the West because of the rental market that made that game unfair. And I wouldn't say Castlevania 3 Japanese version is necessarily that. I think it definitely has a lot of high qualities to it. I think if I'm going to argue for a Castlevania game on here, it has the potential to be the one, but I don't know if I will go to the bat for it. I think Castlevania 1...
A Castlevania didn't make our last list.
The original Castlevania.
No, it didn't. It didn't.
Yeah. I think, yes... I can't see myself getting it on this list personally, just because you hate Castlevania. So it's a hard argument, especially that this is an NES game. And
I've played 4. I thought it was okay. I played Bloodstained, did not have a good time. So I've not actually really played a traditional Castlevania that is a Castlevania yet, and I still want to do that. I'm just not hopeful.
I'm gonna tell you, Bally, your opinion on NES Castlevania games is gonna be, I hate this, take it away from me. That's, I can tell you right now.
If I'm gonna try one, it's not gonna be Castlevania 3. I can tell you that much.
Yes, yeah. I think the original is probably the best one to go with, but I guarantee you'll play that for like 20 minutes and be like, I hate this. I'm never playing this again. That's my Bally impression for the future. So we'll see if that comes true. But unfortunately, I don't think I'll make Castlevania 3 get this list. But it's a classic game, has multiple characters, the branching paths. I just love the stonk-ass feel of just like, you're just a big brick. The Belmonts, they're just big hunking bricks. They just move along with no momentum. They're slow, they're unwieldy, and it's fucking perfect, man. Like, it's so good. I love it. So, Castlevania 3. Not going to make it.
Now we got a little game called Celeste.
Celeste.
This only came at number 2 last time.
Wow, that's high.
So, yeah, it was above Stardew Valley and below Breath of the Wild, so
not on the list?
We'll talk about it later, but it's top 25.
It's top 25, yeah. Celeste, obviously. Of course. No need to go in depth on that game.
No.
Yeah.
Chrono Trigger. MBZ.
Oh, boy.
I've done my homework on quite a number of games on this list since last time. You've said, Bally, there's so many great games on this list you've not played yet. It'd be easier to talk about them next time when you've played them. I've played Chrono Trigger. I had a really good time with Chrono Trigger. Where was it last time? It was number 14 last time. I like Chrono Trigger a lot, but for me, it's sort of in and amongst a game like Final Fantasy VI. Aspects of it are more streamlined than Final Fantasy VI, but I think there's something about Final Fantasy VI that really resonated with me. And then comparing these two games to then a game like Earthbound, I'd probably side much more with Earthbound, but Chrono Trigger did do a lot of cool stuff and was just a very easy game to play, which I always appreciate in a longish JRPG. I mean, this is a very short one in comparison. I think it's like, what, 20?
It's 20-ish hours, yeah. It's perfect.
Which was good. It does a lot of great stuff. I feel I can't back this for like as high as number 14 this time, and I apologize.
I am going to I need to call out somebody in particular.
Who are you calling out?
I'm calling out Phil Spencer, because this motherfucker made Xbox so appealing, so appealing to little Bally here, that Bally he started Chrono Trigger. He's like, I'm going to play this. I'm going to give my whole attention to this classic, revered game, one of the greatest of all time, Chrono Trigger. And Phil Spencer thought, what if Bally wanted to buy an Xbox? How about that? And then Bally bought an Xbox, and he played some other games. And I'm like, Bally, you haven't played Chrono Trigger? Yeah, I'll get back to it. I'm playing Forza, it's much better. And you know...
I'm playing big boy games now, MBZ.
And then, playing other stuff. And I'm like, all right, Chrono Trigger? This is one of the best games ever made by humans. Ever created, like a seminal masterpiece that defined the industry, nay the genre, nay life, Chrono Trigger. My opinion is that had you not been derailed by Chrono Trigger, you would like this game a lot more. I do think the circumstances of you playing it threw you off in a way, and I'm not, maybe I'm just making this up, maybe it's all a delusion, but it
might have affected me a bit, but maybe not as much as you're suggesting. There might be some truth, but not wholly. I think you might be halfway there. It's Chrono Trigger does cool stuff. Like, I love the fact that you battles are just in. There's no black screen before going into a battle. No, you just
go straight into it.
And that is so refreshing, especially for such an old game. It's like, this is just awesome. This feels like Final Fantasy VII Remake. We're going straight into the battle. No black screen. Yeah. We're fighting, and I love that. And yeah, you are bigger into JRPGs than me. My niches for JRPGs have to be like, I need the battle system to be just right. I need the difficulty to be just right. I need the right investment in this world. And Chrono Trigger does well in loads of those categories. Games like, and we'll talk about them later, but Earthbound, Octopath Traveler, these are like a couple of my favorites. And it's not up there with them, but I still love Chrono Trigger. Like, I'm up for it being on this list. I can't quite get it up to 14 in my mind.
It's going to be in the top 25. Here's my personal mission, Bally. Okay. I will not live in a world where Chrono Trigger is below Octopath Traveler on a list. I am sorry, but that will never happen, and I will fight with all my fucking teeth.
Octopath Traveler last time was 21, and Chrono Trigger was 14.
Yes.
So, there's still a lot of space in between the two. Don't you worry. Mm-hmm. We can go top 25. It's there.
Yeah, I think this is one of the great disappointments of the podcast is not doing like a backlog club on Chrono Trigger. Here's my opinion: if we had done Chrono Trigger instead of Earthbound, I think you would be with me in terms of where I am with Chrono Trigger, right? Like, I think the space and time, the place and time when you played it and that type of thing, I feel like Earthbound, this is one of those things, if you played Earthbound with that Xbox thing happening, I think you would have had the exact same opinion, is what it is. It's a time and place thing. It's a mood thing, I feel.
Honestly, between Final Fantasy VI, Earthbound, and Chrono Trigger, I think to some extent a lot of them are much of a muchness for me in my mind. But you're right, a lot of it is based on the time and place, and there is almost nothing more fulfilling than playing a JRPG at a decent pace with a listener community and talking through a game in depth. Like, that is a really great way to appreciate a JRPG, and I agree that Earthbound and Final Fantasy VI, it was fantastic to do that with both those games. And I agree, it was a shame I couldn't do that with Chrono Trigger, and I did play it in stops and starts. So I agree with you on those sentiments, but fundamentally, I think you just also love it quite a deal more than me.
Yeah, potentially. I don't know. I think this is the best Super Nintendo JRPG. I feel like maybe personally, like as a personal investment, I'm more invested in Earthbound, just like liking that world and those characters on a personal level, and maybe that is again because we did it as a backlog club and we really dove deep into it, and it was one of our earlier ones. That's one of my favorite episodes we've done on the show, is Earthbound. I think it's really good.
I'll tell you something about Chrono Trigger.
Yes,
it does time travel. And I didn't hate it. I didn't hate what it did with time travel. I liked the different worlds. And
that was one of my worries, to be honest with
you. It holds together as a world and a story in a way that I didn't think it would for a JRPG focusing on time travel, which was just like a cold bucket of sick of a story for me to get invested in. So it was way better than that, and I like it a lot for that.
The music is incredible. One of the best soundtracks of all time. Just stunning stuff. I always say this, but there are no perfect video games. Chrono Trigger is as close as a JRPG can get to perfect in my mind. Like, pacing, mechanics, smoothness of gameplay, locations, characters, art, everything. Everything is a 10. Top 25 for sure. We'll have a chat about it later. But let's move on to the next game, which is Contra 3, The Alien Wars. Look, I love playing, co-op stuff when we get the chance to be in the same room and do it. It's rare, even rarer in the last year or so. But I still love Contra 3, and I still had a great time with it. For me, it represents something on this list, which is a type of game that I think if we had played growing up, we would have done loads more of. But we kind of grew up in an era after this game had fallen out of popular fashion. It wasn't.
We weren't big on the co-op growing up, which was always a shame.
Nintendo didn't really support
thing.
much co-op stuff on the systems we had, right? So it was rare for us to do that. And again, when other consoles started to do co-op and do it online, Nintendo obviously way behind on that as well. So yeah, it was really rare that we had any co-op experiences to do. So yeah, I think that this game, for me, I still think it's really fun, and I had a great time playing it. And I would like to see it on the list. I'd like to put it on the bottom.
It scraped in at 49 last time. I'm happy to put it bottom 25 for now. I really love this game. I think I had a great time playing it with you. We'll see how things shake up, but it could be difficult to try and squeeze it in the bottom. But we can go bottom 25 for now.
Yeah, that's fine. That works. Cool. Cuphead. It's fantastic. It's an all-timer, I think.
Number 16 last time.
I'm waiting for that second the DLC.
This game came out in 2017. We're in 2021 now. Wow.
I wonder if they are just doing a whole sequel, right? Like maybe they're doing the Silk Song thing where it starts out as.
I would like a sequel versus DLC.
Yeah,
I'm a big fan of that. I don't play this game with Joy-Con drift. That's what I did.
No,
it's not great, especially.
It's a game that is so good that Bally decided he had to change his Joy-Cons for it, which is what happened to me with Animal Crossing. Frankly, I got annoyed at like fucking using the mining tools and like accidentally knocking things down, and it was trying to build a town in Animal Crossing with Joy-Con drift was infuriating. So that's what tipped me off. But Cuphead was your entry, worth it, I would say, right?
Yeah, totally. This game is definitely top 25, especially for now. We'll see if it slides. I don't see it sliding too much, but
you can play this co-op as well, right? I believe you can.
Yeah.
Cuphead
not
co-op,
online, obviously, but
no,
locally.
Yeah,
we'll talk about Cuphead a lot more in time to come. Cyber Shadow this year.
Yeah, it's a this year game, which I think is why you put it on there. I don't think it would get on any list, maybe even this year. So I don't, I
have positive memories of this game, but the overwhelming memory is just feeling battered and bruised by it, honestly. I just feel it just slightly overstepped the mark of like the fun difficulty spectrum, It's like, just, for me, it went slightly too far on the difficult. And we just said how much I love Cuphead, but like this game maybe isn't harder than Cuphead. Maybe it is. I think it probably was, to be honest. Like I found this game very hard, and I
feel like stuff like Celeste and Cuphead have difficulty that is well balanced. I don't think the difficulty is well balanced in Cyber Shadow, and part of that
Cyber Shadow is a little bit retro at times in its difficulty.
Yeah, part of that is it is really going for the NES style of difficulty, which, as we have mentioned many times on the show, is not our thing necessarily. And look, it has checkpoints, like it has that stuff, it has infinite lives, but some sections are just like, fucking hell, man, really? Like it has a lot of fuck you moments, which I'm not a fan of generally. No. And yeah, I think even in a modern game, it can't work for me. So
too hard.
So it's not going to make it.
I wanted that Shovel Knight level of difficulty, and it was anything but.
Yeah. It has like the Shovel Knight level of polish in terms of the aesthetic and all that stuff, and the music is really good as well. But yeah, Shovel Knight knew exactly how to make something challenging while not being overly punishing. And I don't think Cyber Shadow gets there, unfortunately. So.
MBZ, you have prematurely put Danganronpa on this list.
I have.
Very naughty indeed.
I mean, very cheeky because it's not out on the Switch.
You'll be penalised with the position of a favourite game later.
Oh no! I was going to delete this earlier, but I just put it on there for fun. Yes, Bally, come episode 250. Hell hath wrought no fury than a Danganronpa fan spurned. So
I will play that game. I want to give it a go. Maybe not when it comes out, but it's definitely one I want to check out on Switch when it comes.
Cool. We'll have a chat about it in 2 years. How's that sound?
Yeah.
Sound good? Good. Okay.
Hey, there's a lot
Great.
of games. You said that to me last time that I have definitely fulfilled your wish. So here we
Yeah,
go.
some breaking my heart, such as
some,
Chrono Trigger, but
some are more positive. We'll get there. But
we'll see.
one I have not managed to play is Dead
yeah.
Cells.
Dead Cells.
This
What a journey this game has been on.
Yeah.
For me especially, like, because I played it around the end of the year that it came out of early access, and everyone was raving about Dead Cells. And I was trying to play it before Game of the Year, and I liked it, but I thought it was really punishing and quite difficult, and I could never get past, like, after the first boss, I could really not get that far in the game, and I kind of just put it down and was like, yeah, okay, well, maybe I'll come back to this at some point. And then randomly I came back to it and just picked it up on a whim, started playing it. And what I hadn't realized is they had patched it in the meantime to make it much more approachable, like a game that difficulty-wise, much closer to something that appealed to me. And within 3 runs, I had beaten the game for the first time. So I finished it within 3 runs. And then I was like, well, okay, let's go to the races with this because it's a roguelike and you've got a bunch of stuff. And there are abilities that you can unlock by going through different paths, and so I went through and I unlocked all of those. I upped the difficulty to 1 boss cell, which is, that's a jump, man. Like, thinking the original version of the game, I think it, like, they took the original version of the game, they split it 2 ways. The bottom half was what they came to for the base run, which was much easier, and then they took, like, the hardest aspects and made that the boss cell 1 run, which I still have not yet beaten. I still haven't beaten the game on boss cells 1 because it's fucking ridiculously difficult. I have gotten to the final boss, but my god, he kicks my ass, and it is just snappy. It feels fantastic. It is variety abundant, like so many different types of weapons you can use, and all of them feel viable. Like, it's not one of those games where you lock into something and you're like, oh, well, I didn't really want to use this, I'm just going to not. All of them feel viable, even if you do have your favorites. And they've added to it, they've got loads of new areas. I bought the Bad Seeds DLC, which added a whole new boss and a whole new area, and I haven't been back for it for a little while, but it is one of those games that if I want something quick and snappy and just feels good to play, I'll jump into Dead Cells and have a great time. It has a great loop of collecting those cells, putting them into your upgrade tree and figuring out what blueprints do you want to buy to unlock what weapons. There's just so much stuff to do in that game. Incredibly fun, incredibly polished. An excellent experience overall.
I've got a bunch of games on Game Pass added to my play later list now that I've got a Series X, and I was planning on using the switcher functionality,
kind of suspend resume
feature, and I was going to actually start like 3-4 games later today, and one of those games is going to be Dead Cells. So I wanted to swap I wanted to start Control. I want to start Crosscode. I want to start Dead Cells. I want to start Psychonauts 1. Like, I want to play these 4 games in tandem on my Series X and swap between them. So I've missed the boat on Dead Cells for this list. But I really want to play it for next time. I think it's probably better to turn it red and talk about it next time. I don't think it's gonna.
I don't. This
Really?
is one of those where only I have played it, but this should fucking be on the list, and I do not want it to not be on the list.
Let's go bottom 25 then.
Okay, we'll do that. That's fine.
If you're gonna push top 25 without me playing it,
Bally, Dead Cells is fucking incredible. This game is fucking incredible. It's so good.
I'll let you go top 25, but I'm gonna want some help with something later.
Well, I mean, it can drop down to bottom 25. That's
okay,
fine.
let's do that.
Let's put it top 25 for now. This is a top 25 game. Absolutely it is. It's fucking incredible. Phenomenal game.
You're going top or bottom?
Put it top. Fuck it.
Let's go top.
Fuck it. Goes top 25. I love it. I think it's amazing. Dead Cells is so good. So good.
Don't know what happened with my system when I had turned these into alphabetical order.
Yeah, somehow Spyro the Dragon is here after Dead Cells. Not sure alphabetically that was. Maybe you were going by D Dragon, right? We have to put it by Dragons.
Yeah,
that's his title.
Don't know what happened. I like Spyro. It aged well. I enjoyed playing the first game remade on Switch. I don't think it's anywhere near this top 50.
For me, it is nostalgically, but that's a nostalgia thing talking. I love it. I think it's, 100% it got the platinum, all that stuff. I think it's an awesome game. Again, it's kind of not in the spirit of Nintendo because it's a PlayStation game. So there's kind of like, well, now it's on a Nintendo console, so we can technically put it on there. But yes, I don't think it's in the spirit. And also it's much more a personal nostalgia thing for me. So that's totally okay. I think it's all right to leave it off. All right, Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze. Still probably the best platformer Nintendo has made in the last decade.
This was number 11 last time. 11.
Yeah, I think it still deserves to be in the top 25. It's one of those games that for ages I didn't understand why you liked it so much. I was like, you're weird. Why do you like this particular game? And then I played it and I was like, oh, this is like one of the best designed platformers ever. So yeah, that probably makes sense.
It's a good game. We'll talk about it a lot later, but definitely top 25.
Yeah. Have you played much of the Switch version? Because I know you got that.
No, I'm so bad for not going back to games, but it's something I want to do is just like play through that game again on Switch. I'm not a big fan of the whole like let's add Funky Kong and make it easy mode. It's like, come on, give me my vanilla Tropical Freeze. I don't need this.
It's an option, man. It's not like they're making you play as Funky Kong. They're not holding you at gunpoint to play as Funky Kong.
I don't want baby mode shoved in my face, I want
Bally, you should love Funky Kong. I made a lovingly crafted emoticon of you as Funky Kong,
yes.
okay? So, that's how this works.
Yeah. I should play that game again. And just as a general thing, I think a lot of the top 10 we're about to craft here, I should play again because these are incredible, phenomenal games.
Absolutely.
That are largely on Switch, and I should be doing that.
Yes.
Too many games. Too many games.
Doom. I just talked about it this episode, the original Doom. I think it's fantastic. I think it's amazing. Is it going to make it? Probably not, but I would want it to be in the bottom 25. Yeah. I think it's a phenomenal game, and maybe I haven't had enough removed from it. Sometimes you play something straight away and it's like, I need a bit of time to stew on this, even though I do feel like quite strongly about it. I think it's one of those that we can revisit in the future.
Sure.
But it is a classic, and I think it holds up. Then we have the aptly named Dragon Quest XI-S Echoes of an Elusive Age Definitive Edition for the Nintendo Switch, now available on Xbox Game Pass, previously available on the Nintendo 3DS, which is a joke from a podcast I listened to, Into the Aether, who love Dragon Quest.
It wasn't actually on 3DS, was it?
Yes, it was, Bal. Come on. Do you know your Dragon Quest history? They released 2 versions of this game in Japan, one of which was the big boy HD version, the other of which was a chipified version on 3DS that is the same game.
It was the big boy one on PlayStation.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's a chipified, it's the exact same game, but it's chipified like the Dragon Quest IX style of character design, and it looks really cool. And also on the bottom screen is the 2D version, which they added back in for the definitive edition that is on Nintendo Switch, which they then put onto Game Pass. So this game has had a journey to get where it is, that is. And I think this is the best entry point for the Dragon Quest series. I think it's an excellent game. It's gorgeous. It has all the kind of modern conveniences that you want from an RPG, while also being staunchly traditional in the way that it does its combat. And it has the best characters in the series. It's an absolutely stunning visual display of what you can do with Toriyama-style artwork. I think it's an excellent entry in the Dragon Quest series. I'd like to see it in the bottom 25 for now. It's one of those that I could see dropping off, but I think I really do love Dragon Quest 11 and think I'm going to
shorten the name to get it in the list.
Yes, I'll do that. Don't worry about it. We'll just cut off the rest of that nonsense.
There we go.
It's a bit too much. Earthbound.
Just a time warning. We're almost an hour in and we're on the letter E.
That's fine, man. This will go.
All right, we're getting there. Earthbound. This was number 5 last time.
Yes. I think this is top 25, and we don't need to talk about it until then.
We'll talk about it later.
Earthbound continues to be special game for special boys, and we are special boys.
Final Fantasy VI.
I think this is bottom 25. For me, of the 3 Super Nintendo JRPGs, this is my least favorite. That's not to say it's bad. It's fucking phenomenal. It does artistry, and I think the way in which it tells a narrative, the way in which it uses music is just it's one of the best soundtracks of all time. Terra's theme, maybe my favorite track in a JRPG, if Xenoblade didn't exist, of course.
This was number 31 last time. I'm happy putting it bottom 25 for now.
Yeah, I think it should be bottom 25. It definitely deserves to be there. And then we have Final Fantasy VII, which I think is personally maybe... I always struggle between the two. I think 6 and 7 for me are like tied neck and neck for how good they are. I might actually put 7 higher than 6 because I think mechanically and streamline wise it is a better game overall. I appreciate you haven't played it, but you have played the remake, so you have some context now.
I love the remake, but that ain't this game, and I've not played this game.
No.
I would like to play this game before remake part 2 comes out, just to catch up on some story stuff and just enjoy that game. I'm not that keen on getting this in bottom 25 right now, because I've not played it, but I do think this is worth revisiting.
Yeah, I think it's worth revisiting. That's fine. We can leave it for now, because it will get dangerous up here at the top. And again, I don't know. We could get down to this list and not have enough games, and we can bring stuff back. So we'll see. I don't know how it's going to go.
But sorry, we'll get to the bottom and not have enough games.
I don't know.
That will never happen. I guarantee it.
Look, I'm trying to be optimistic here, all right? Fire Emblem 7, just whap it in the top 25. I think that's just a conversation for later.
Okay.
I think it's still my favorite Fire Emblem.
It came number 8 last time.
Sorry?
It came number 8 last time.
Yeah, I think it deserves to be there. Awakening. Awakening. I think Awakening...
This was number 32 last time.
I think it deserves to be here somewhere because I think you like it. Is this your favorite Fire Emblem? Would you say Awakening is your favorite? Out of the ones you played? How do you come down? I need your Fire Emblem thoughts here, Bally.
My two favorites are 7 and Awakening.
Yeah. Do you have a preference, one over the other? I
don't feel strongly between the two. I think Awakening... It's a bit like Advance Wars 1, Advance Wars 2. For me, Advance Wars 1 is like Awakening, where it's considerably easier. It's just a good time, but I did enjoy the challenge of 7 in a way. In a way, I enjoyed the challenge of Advance Wars 2.
Interesting. Okay.
And then Conquest was just like way too fucking hard, and I liked Birthright a lot, but I thought Awakening was better, and obviously burned out like hell on 3 Houses, and I mean, I personally put 7 and Awakening in the bottom 25. Obviously, you feel very strong about 7, and I'm happy for that to be in the top 25. But I'd go Awakening bottom 25, as you've just done. You've put it at the bottom, not the top. So when they go at the top, and then everything shuffles.
Well, it doesn't matter. Okay, it's all much of a muchness. Fire Emblem Fates Conquest. I'm gonna get rid of that because I think it's my personal pick. It is not a show pick necessarily, and I know you found it really hard and didn't have a good time with it and were crying, so we're not going to put it on there. I just want to say has the best map design in the series. I think it everything else about it is really cool, and I like it a lot. But I'm willing to let it go this time. I think I was much more passionate about it, closer to having played it, and I think removing myself from it a bit more. I still love it dearly, but I'm not gonna fight for it. Same with 3 Houses. I think 3 Houses is an excellent entry, but you burned out on it and didn't like it that much, and I don't think I'm gonna have a good time trying to get that in. So I will I'll remove that down as well.
Cool.
Cool. Florence. I think this is a wonderful little game. It takes maybe 45 minutes to play, and the fact you haven't played it, unfortunately, means that I don't think it will make it in here.
Again, a bit like Dead Cells, I plan on starting this game very, very soon. It's on.
Yeah, when you say starting it, Bally, you could literally do it over a lunch break. So, like, start and finish it in one session. Really, it's not.
I'll play it for the
really
next segment. But I'll get to this. Apologies, I've not played it. I don't think it should be top 50 for now.
To be honest with you, I don't think, for me personally, I would put Florence in like a list of my own top 100 games. I think it's a really cool, emotional little thing, and I think it's really well made.
A cool, emotional little thing. I love that description.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's great. It's great, man. Golf Story.
Oh, one of my babies. And having just come off of Mario Golf, I'm like, give me my Golf Story back. Give me my real true child back. Like, that is the bee's knees of golf games. And yeah, it scraped in at 47 last time. I'm gonna fight like death to get this up there, but
also having played Mario Golf makes me think, where's Sports Story? Where's that fucking game?
I need that game in my life.
So I'm with you. Let's put it bottom 25. Let's fucking do it. I believe in the beautiful baby that is Golf Story. Let's do that.
Let's do it.
Gorogoa, the best puzzle game ever made, bar none. Like, genius design. Like, I think back on that game now, and I am in awe of how seminally brilliant this game is. I don't know that anything as genius will be made by humans. Now, I know I get very, very over the top with this segment and passionate, but
Scraped in
I
at
adore
48
this game.
last time.
I'm going to put it bottom 25 for now.
We can go bottom 25.
It should be a top 25. But
you're breaking the system. You're breaking.
Bally, none of this matters. We're going to reshuffle it at the end anyway. None of this matters at all.
It will.
Okay, all right.
Stick to the system. It's all good.
All right.
Don't break
Just never, guys. Just don't mess with Bally's systems. He loves them.
Don't mess with my Google Docs. All right.
Grindstone. Ooh, baby, this is a good one. This is a fucking good game. I really love for this to make it. I really would. I know I'm going to have a hard time convincing you that a match 3 puzzle game should be in a TNL top 50 games of all time.
Look, you're going to be able to fight for your select babies getting in this bottom 25, and that's fine. It's just at some point something's going to slip.
That's fine, and then we can keep putting stuff in. That's fine.
You can have it bottom 25 for now.
Yes,
totally
Grindstone. I don't want to make like a big argument about it now. I might do later. This is going to be in my top 10 games of the year that didn't come out this year easily. So yes, I think it is fantastic. Guacamelee.
Poor old Guacamelee keeps sliding in my mind as like an incredibly high quality Metroidvania, and I've played Guacamelee 2 last year. It was fine. It was good. I don't think it made my top 10 games that didn't come out.
I think it was my most disappointing Drinkbox game, right? The thing I love that Drinkbox do is they move on to new ideas, and I'm really looking forward to Nobody Saves the World. It looks really weird and different. But yes, I think Guacamelee is great. It's still great. I don't think it's top 50 great anymore, unfortunately.
It already slid a long way last time and came in at 46. I'd be prepared to even call it right now that let's just make it red and...
Yeah, it's a sad casualty. It is a sad casualty, but I do deeply respect that game, you know.
Like, what games on the show have gone from Game of the Year contender, top Metroidvanias, to sliding off our top 50 more so than Guacamelee? It's a sad story, but I think our thoughts are justified, and yeah. Sorry, Guacamelee.
Fuck you, Javier Jaguar. Fuck you.
Thank you for becoming easier for the version I played.
Yeah. Guitar Hero 3, baby! Here we go. Where was this last time? I don't know, but it should be high. It should be in the top 10.
It slid a bit last time, but only to 27. So like,
I mean, yeah. Let's put it in. Still the greatest.
I'll give it to you bottom 25.
Yeah.
Let's do that. I like Guitar Hero 3
It's still
a
the
lot.
best one. Man, all I think about, every time I think about Guitar Hero 3, is going to your house and watching you play Knights of Sidonia on medium. On medium. And being like, how are his fingers moving that fast? How does he move his fingers like that? This is crazy. And then...
4 years later, you visit me in Aberdeen and you're a drunken lady just doing...
Yeah. All of us just like wasted
Dragon
and I'm just
Force
like
on
nailing
hard.
Dragon Quest on hard. And I'm like, well, the student has become the master, yes.
You did just call Dragon Force Dragon Quest, and I appreciate that.
Oh, sorry. Well, yes. You know what? They're much of a muchness. They're all the same. Hades. I mean, this is top 25. Let's talk about it later. But if there is one game that is blasting its way into like the top 10, Hades is it with a bullet for me. So yeah, that has to be.
I think there's another one or two, but
potentially. But Hades is a golden bullet that I will save for later. Haven. I think this is one of the most excellently written relationships I've played in a video game. It's really well done. I don't think anything else about it is super special. I like the movement. I like the way it looks. Again, this is one of those situations where I haven't played the Switch version, and I imagine, unfortunately, Switch version might not run that well. So not in the spirit, but I do think it's worth playing. It's another one for next time you can check out. But
it's another one on my play later list on Game Pass.
We were talking about recently how you've played most things that I say you should play, and then we get to this list and it's like, well, okay, here's another one for Bally to play and another one. So the list never ends.
Things I need to play, I swear, is getting smaller, not longer. That's all I can do.
Yeah, exactly. Perfect. Hellblade. Now here's an opposite one where you've played it and I haven't.
Yes.
And
we have both heard good things about the Switch port of this game. Is another important thing to say.
That is true.
I would love for this to sneak in the bottom 50, and then for next time you to have said, I've played it, Bally, and it deserves to be higher. That is my dream right now. So I think this game is fantastic. Obviously, I'm a right sucker for the third person story driven kind of action adventure games, and this is like a shorter version of that with some really dark themes and a really cool world. And hey, you get to play as a Scottish lady. How great is that?
There you go. There's the bias creeping in.
The bias. So I'd really love this to be bottom 25 for now. And yeah, I hope you have a great time when you eventually play this on your whiz bang PC. And
my only caveat for it not getting on the list is it doesn't feel in the spirit of a Nintendo list. It's one of those games where you didn't play it on Switch. I haven't played it, and we just don't know. And it doesn't feel, I don't know, it just doesn't feel like the type of game that we would put on the list like this.
It's rare that games of this style come out on Switch and then multiple reviews say it runs really well. It's normally like I got stuck in this wall or this then happened, and that's what's egging me on to say it should be on this list.
Put it there for now. I can see it slipping off, but
okay,
put it there for
let's
now.
do
that. Hollow Knight, a baby, beloved by many, rightfully so. I think Hollow Knight continues to be excellent, and should be in top 25. I think that game.
This was number 19 last time.
Yeah, should
I'd
be
be
up
up for it, top 25 for now at least. Yeah.
Hyper Light Drifter. Oh, I love this game. I think this game is fantastic. You still haven't played it, unfortunately.
You didn't play it that long ago, though.
I played it a couple of years ago, I think.
Was it?
Yeah,
God,
it was
time.
2019. Yeah, I mean, 2020 didn't exist, man. So, Hyper Light Drifter is an excellent game that feels like it could be a Zelda-like game, but is more action-y, and I think the action and the style is so impeccable. Like, it feels phenomenal to play. There's some great boss fights, amazing world design, just a wonderful little game that I think deserves more respect, should get more respect. But yeah, I don't know, this list is getting big, and I don't know that I can fight for it with my heart, unfortunately. So
I will play it.
So
we will then have a proper discussion about this game in the future.
Yeah. Inside. I mean, it's just, again, like when I earlier said Chrono Trigger is a perfect game, Inside is also one of those where, without caveats, I'm like, this is a perfect video game. Literally nothing wrong with it. Is impeccable in every
Aside from the game itself, why is this so much more appropriate for this list than a game like Hellblade?
So that's what I was actually going to get to, is I don't know about the Switch version, so I was going to have an argument about whether we should even put it on the list because of that.
It came very high last time.
It did, and neither of us...
It came 28 last time.
Right, neither of us had played the Switch version again, and I think that's something we're taking a bit more into consideration this time, which we didn't as much last time.
We can go bottom 25 for now, but
yeah,
I'll admit I'll feel a bit funny if Hellblade gets disqualified and this doesn't.
No, that's exactly where I'm coming from with it. I think it's the same thing personally, and I think
separate to how good or bad the games are themselves. And
yeah, exactly. And I think that's it's just a hard thing with this list. I almost, in some senses, think that we should disqualify certain things just outright from the beginning, but then it gets weird because some games
it's about where you draw that line on the grey area, and the grey area keeps shifting and changing.
I feel like we should maybe have had a rule of if neither of us had played it on the system Switch, then we shouldn't even consider it, right? Like, I think that could be for the future what we do, but for this, I do think that is honestly, like, this is a Nintendo list, right? So I think that makes the most sense, but for now we'll just be wishy-washy about it.
Okay.
With this is very similar to Brothers for me, in that this is for me a top 25 game, but I don't know with this version if we're going to do that. So
I like Inside a lot. I've said my thoughts on the ending. It just kind of left a really bitter, sour taste in my mouth, where I thought it was building to something that
it's genius.
It wasn't.
It's artistic genius. Into the Breach. I think this should be on the list. I think probably high.
This was number 50 last time, so...
Oh, was it really?
Yeah, if this
Wow.
does get in the list, it's going to take a lot of other stuff falling.
Because I was thinking, like, this is one of those games that's aged sublimely in my mind. When I think of a perfect strategy game, I think it is The Breach. I was thinking this is, like, higher end of the bottom 25, but I guess... that's what we came down at last time. That's the thing. Time changes your kind of thoughts on games. And for me, I've stewed on Into the Breach a lot, and I've thought about it a lot, and I do think it is just brilliant. It is a fantastic game. But I don't know. How do you feel about it now? Do you see that it doesn't make it? What are your thoughts
I
on
liked
Into the Breach?
Into the Breach an awful lot, actually. There are other turn-based strategies I way prefer, but that's not to say this game shouldn't be on the list. I'd probably feel most comfortable about it being bottom 25 for now, and we're going to have a discussion later.
Oh, yeah. Oh, no, it's a mess. It's a nightmare, yeah. I think my dream of not having enough games is well and truly
Well, I don't know where that crazy idea came from, because that has
Look.
never been a thing.
It came from the point of me being like, well, I'm going to cut Fire Emblem Conquest. I'm going to cut 3 houses. So
I'm being a good boy, cutting all
that
these
leaves
things I
loads
know
of
won't make it,
spaces.
therefore it will be too short.
Yeah.
He says with like 80 games to go. Right, Katana
all right.
Zero.
Yes.
This game didn't make it last time. I hadn't played it.
And now you have.
I really like Katana Zero. Really like it. Did you play it on Switch?
I did, yeah. It's
Okay.
an amazing version. It runs fantastically. It's beautiful.
I think some of the deflection mechanics in a
So
pixel
fucking
art
cool,
game
man.
are insane. Like
Hit those bullets back at those people. Watch the replay.
oh my god, it's
sick stuff.
I knew it was like that kind of like Ape Out style. What's the Hotline Miami game? Yeah,
Yes,
it's that
yeah.
style. But like, I've not played Hotline Miami. I really liked Ape Out. I enjoyed this considerably more than even Ape Out. And
This is the best one of those for me,
it's-
personally.
Yeah, I agree. And
The pixel art as well. It's some of the best pixel art I've ever seen. Like, it is stunningly good. The animation. Oh. Amazing.
I see this as, I think we have more agreement on this game than almost everything in that bottom 25.
I think so,
And
yeah.
that's making me want to put it in the top 25.
Let's do it, man. Let's put
Let's
fucking
do it.
Katana Zero in the
Let's
top
do it.
25. Hot damn. Hot damn.
Because if you look at that bottom 25, and I just think there's a lot of disagreement about like our opinions and how they've aged, and is it on the right system, and like so we'll get there. But
Yeah.
right, talk about a sleeping. I can never get this phrase right. Sleeping giant, sleeping tiger, crouching tiger, hidden dragon. What am I saying? Killer
Sleeper
Queen
hit.
Black.
Killer Queen Black. This is like one of the best multiplayer games ever made.
Yes,
Maybe?
yes, honestly,
Isn't it
and
fucking phenomenal?
we are playing this in the context that we have been in a global pandemic. We have been playing
Yes.
online games with our community. This has been head and shoulders above the rest. Like this is the most fun I've had doing anything remotely in lockdown. You know, like it's that kind of. I'm always going to be like, all right, remember the global pandemic in 2020? Well, at least we had some really great games of Killer Queen Black, you know, like it's that kind of just so positive in my mind. People who have it, it's very hard to get in a situation where you can have the right group to play this game
100%.
effectively. And I tell everyone who's not tried it to at least try and get a group together with this game locally or online, because it is just phenomenal. And this is definitely top 25 for me.
I agree. I think it is. Yeah, it's one of those games that is impossible to explain and takes a few rounds for you to really understand what's going on. But like, once you know what's going on and you're like, oh shit, he's on the snail, and like there's other shit going on. You got one life left as the queen. Someone's dashing, people are killing each other. Someone's transforming into one of the kind of guys with a gun, and then the gun goes across the screen and you get shot. And it's chaos, but pure chaos in an amazing way. And like swing moments, man, when someone like wins by collecting all the fucking berries and they just peek out the hole at the end and no one realized, what a moment that is in a game. It's so good. Incredible stuff. Kirby Canvas Curse, I love it. I think it's a nostalgia game.
This one where we've kind of taken back from the dead, because we're just like, that's a really good game, should we talk about it? And I really like.
Now
Kirby
that we're
Canvas
here, I don't know. Now that we're here, maybe we should have left it. I love Canvas Curse. Can it break through to make it onto a list now? I'm unsure. How do you feel? I know you love it. I love it as well. I think it's great.
It's borderline. It's borderline whether it's bottom 25 or out. And I think by the time we get to the end of this list, it'll be very obvious that it just doesn't quite cut it. But it's still a great game. It's probably like the DS game I look back on the most fondly that utilized DS functionality, even more so than the likes of Nintendogs, which has soured in my mind massively since.
Oh my god, holy shit! Like I look back at my top 100 list and I put Nintendogs on there, and now I'm like, should that be on there now? After playing Plus Cats, I'm like, it's really made
that first game is categorically better, and it hit us at a time where we were like, this is fantastic. But Chicory Canvas Curse, going red for me.
Unfortunately. Lonely Mountains Downhill. It's a fun game. I like it a good amount. I think you like it more than I do. Again, it's a case where we haven't played the Switch version. We both played it on other platforms, and I'm not that passionate about it. I think it's fine. I like it. I think it's got some really cool moments. It's got some cool like voxely, like when you slide with the bike and the little voxely mud bits come up. I think that's great.
Yeah. I absolutely love this game. It does feel a bit weird fighting for it, as you say. We've not played on Switch, and it's not the art styles of its type where you can't just guarantee it will run that well on Switch. There could be big issues, and ran great on my Xbox One, and I'm sure it will on my Series X. But and you're not quite as hot on it as me, and I'd love this on the list, but I'm gonna go red.
Yeah, I think that's fair for now because it just. Yeah, I don't think it meets the criteria, let's say, that well. Luigi's Mansion 3. Ooh, this came out right after we did our list because it was the October.
This was September, November?
It was October. It was October, man. It's Luigi's Mansion, scary, spooky month, of course. 31st, I believe. I think it came out on Halloween. So
this game just kind of took me like completely out of the blue. I cannot believe how much Nintendo love and polish is in this game. Like when you talk about like a really great 12 hours of Nintendo gaming and you think of like Mario Odyssey, like this in its own unique kind of storytelling, character driven way is, and not like an action platformer kind of way, is up there with that game in terms of like a solid 12 hours.
I was just about to say this is on par with Odyssey for me. Yeah. That's how quality Luigi's Mansion 3 is.
This is insanely good, and like Mario Odyssey made it all the way up to number 6 last time. Like I think this game is definitely top 25.
Yeah, I agree. I think it definitely goes there. I think we can talk about where it lands, but I think it deserves.
God, this top 25 is looking absolutely dynamite. Right, okay.
There we go. Mario 3D Land. This is one that I always make my stand on, and I'm like, throwing my toys out the pram. I won't do that today. I think that
this is number 38 last time.
Yeah, I'll take it to my grave. I love 3D Land, and I categorically, personally think it's the best 3D Mario. But I think that there are a lot of good games on this list that we want to represent, and I don't want to be the one standing here being like, "This is the best one, put it on there." So yeah, I save that for my own list. Save 3D Land for my own list.
Happy at dropping off?
That's fine. Okay, it's okay. I know you're not gonna care, so
I like this game a lot. It's just that this is already a crazy.
We're not even talking about 3D World, which I know you like a lot more, and I don't like that much.
Yeah.
Didn't play Bowser's Fury this year either,
no.
Which could have been a consideration, but
no.
Mario Galaxy 2.
God, my whole views on Mario 3D Mario are.
Should we just add Mario 64 to this list? Is that what's happening right now?
Mario Galaxy 2 was number 17 last time.
Very high. Very high.
So my views on playing the trilogy was I was expecting Mario 64 to be not much fun at all. Why does everyone love this game? It's aged so poorly. I was expecting Sunshine to be a great time, and I look back so fondly on that game, and I knew that it had some duff levels, but overall I would really enjoy that experience and it would hold up. And then I was thinking, and Mario Galaxy was going to be, oh my goodness, look how much they've ironed out all the kinks with 64 and Sunshine. This is now like the semi-perfect kind of Mario 3D platformer. And I said at the time, but like my views on Super Mario 64 were much more positive than I thought they would be. And then Sunshine was about just where I thought it would be. Like I really enjoyed it. It kind of like it was on my expectations, didn't exceed. And then Mario Galaxy was actually a little bit of a disappointment. That is not quite as clean of a game as I had in my mind. And I don't want to group Galaxy 1 with 2, because I know 2 does some really cool stuff, and for a long time was my favorite 3D platformer. For me, Mario Odyssey has completely surpassed the 4 of these games if you include Galaxy 2, and obviously Odyssey got all the way up to 6 last time. It feels right that Mario Galaxy 2 is on the list, but I don't think it will get anywhere like as high as 17.
I'd love to replay it. Would be nice if Nintendo acknowledged the game existed.
Exactly.
I think we could have a much more interesting
We did our bloody
conversation.
homework and played those 3 Mario games, and Nintendo didn't even have the courtesy to include Mario Galaxy 2.
To include the one we're actually talking about, God damn it.
Yes.
Fucking hell. I mean, I think Galaxy 2, and I thought this at the time, is better than the first one. I also think going into Galaxy, this is the 3rd time I'd played Galaxy because I did my Let's Play. Having done that playthrough, I think I was more negative on Galaxy 1 overall because of that Let's Play, and I didn't know whether that was the curse of doing a Let's Play, which always like affects the way you think about a game, or whether it was the game itself. And I think it is the game itself. I don't think Galaxy 1 holds up in the same masterpiece territory that we talked about it back then. I think Galaxy 2 definitely is closer to that from my recollection of it. And I know you played it much more recently than I did. You played it during the era of us recording stuff.
Yeah, I think I played it 2014, I want to say. And it holds up well in my mind, but Galaxy 1's just making me think like, I don't know. I
don't know. There's some really amazing, I think the streamlining of like going different levels, I know people don't like that, but like honestly, Rosalina's hub is like a hollow shell anyway, so I think it was much more streamlined to do the weird Mario Galaxy head, and you go to level by level.
Yeah,
more variety, like less stars. I think this is bottom 25 at least. I think we definitely put it in there.
I agree.
Yeah. It's still an excellent video game. It has Yoshi with those fire peppers, and you do those weird running things up those giant like wood blocks. Looks awesome. Awesome game. All right, we've got a Mario Kart in here.
Another one back from the dead, because we're just like, there was no Mario Kart last time. Is that how we feel? And
Bally, you are Mr. Mario Kart. So to have a top 50 games without any Mario Kart, to me felt a bit weird.
How am I meant to be a Mario Kart fan when Mario Kart a new game never comes out? You know, like it's like, I'm sure I'm an F-Zero fan, but that's the old Bally. I'm not. How can I claim to be an F-Zero fan anymore if there's no F-Zero games coming out? Like
that's true. Yeah,
I've kind of Mario Kart's almost in that category for me.
Yeah, I mean, it was 24. It's been 7 years since a Mario Kart, a new one, man. It's dire situation.
All those people who didn't buy Wii U and bought a Switch, good on you. Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, I'm sure it's a fantastic game. I've played it at like friends' houses or whatever. I've never played it myself. Don't own it. Would love to own it. Mario Kart 8, played it on Wii U. Best Mario Kart in my view. Obviously, I've got a lot to say about Double Dash, but we won't rehash Double Dash. That's not going to make this list. But I think it feels right. Mario Kart 8 is in the bottom 25. Maybe it'll slip out later, but it feels like it should be there. I do really like Mario Kart 8. We have had great times playing that game. It's a tragic state of affairs that it is sold so well that now we don't have a new one, and it's just this weird, annoying situation to be in as a Mario Kart fan.
Do we put out there the fact that we haven't rebought it, or is that in its benefit? I don't know. The fact that we don't own it on Switch.
I don't want. It's a bit like I've had my fill of Mario Golf now that I've played the new one. I've had my fill of Animal Crossing. If a golf game comes out in 3 years, I don't want to play it. If an Animal Crossing comes out in 3 years, I don't want to play it. If I buy Deluxe and get back into Mario Kart, I'm gonna be more lukewarm on the next Mario Kart. The more I don't touch Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, the hotter I will be on the new one.
Because I remember you went back to play a bunch of Mario Kart with Caroline a few years ago, and deliberately didn't buy it on Switch. You were like, we already got this at home.
Yeah. Well, I just thought, we've got a Wii U, we've got the game. Let's just play that game. Why? It's not going to be that much better on Switch, so why not? And yeah, we had a great time. I've got my Wii U not plugged in anymore, but like it's ready to go if someone wants to play some Mario Kart. But like, yeah, I feel very weird about this game. I think it can sit bottom 25 for now, but I can see it dropping off.
Yeah, that's fine. Again, it's not an amazing Mario Kart for me mechanically. It's not quite the smoothness of 7, as we all know, the best Mario Kart. But Let's not get into 7.
I'm tempted to just cut it then if that's your view, because it's just
I mean, I'm not that hot on Mario Kart 8. Like, I think it's the best one. It's the best one, like, from a content standpoint and from a, like, track standpoint. There's so many awesome tracks in there, but yeah, I mean, I love DS and 7. I'm not that fussed about 8.
Yeah, okay.
Personally, but I'm weird. We all know that. I'm very, like, anal about fucking controls in Mario Kart.
Where is the audience online who are like, yes, Mario Kart 7 is the best Mario
Nobody. It's me. It's me shouting in a void. That's it. There's no one else. Maybe Ferris and Nick.
Yeah.
And that's it.
I think 7's aged fantastically well. I do not think the DS game has aged well at all.
Yeah.
But yeah.
I mean, the mission mode is cool.
Mission mode is great.
Bring it
Mission
back.
mode is great.
Mario
Maker.
I think we decided on Mario Maker 1 last time because of 2's disappointment.
Yes, 2. No.
Yeah.
No. Mario Maker got number 20 last time.
I feel like Mario Maker has dropped because of my lukewarm feelings towards 2, unfortunately. I think this is still a genius thing. I think Nintendo did incredible work here to make something that is so streamlined and easy to work with, and you can be so creative with it. I still think it's amazing. I think it's maybe a bottom 25 at this point. I'm not sure it makes the top, but
yeah, I can see that.
Yeah. I just should go back and play more Mario Maker 2, but they don't give me a reason to.
Don't scratch your screen.
Yeah.
Get your fill in before the Switch Pro comes out, because there's no way you're going to want to touch that 100%. Thing with that pen.
Yes, you know what? I'll just fucking make a bunch of levels on my original Switch before that comes out, and then I won't have to care anymore about scratching it a bunch.
Right.
Super Mario Odyssey. Let's put it top 25 and talk about it later.
Yes.
Yeah, sounds good to me. Oh, baby, here we go. Mark of the Ninja.
I've done my homework.
Is this a Katana Zero situation, Bally? Do we agree on this game enough to put it into the top 25? Because I'm hot on this game. I think this is the best stealth game ever
I
made.
have very similar views on this game to Katana Zero. I forgot the name for a second. Yeah, I was incredibly impressed, because I kept thinking, right, I'm going to play this game. It's a very old indie game in the grand scheme of things. Like, we're talking 2012, right? 2011.
Yeah.
So I was thinking, I'm sure it's going to be good, but like, it's kind of an old indie game. Indie games have come on a long way since 2011. Like, I'm not so sure. And it really held up. Like, I don't play a ton of stealth things. I more play games that have stealth in them. Like, I guess everyone does these days, because stealth is in everything. But
yes, yeah, like RPGs are in everything.
I was really, really impressed with this game. I'm maybe ever so slightly hotter on Katana Zero, but that's not to say I can just about see this in the top 25.
Yeah, let's do it. It might slip a little bit lower, but yeah, this is one of those that I feel quite strongly about, and I think is impeccably designed. So, Mextermination Force. There was a time when Gum and Clive was on this list, and I don't think it is there anymore. But I do think this is Bertel Hallberg's best game, Mextermination Force. I think it is.
When did this game come out? I've forgotten now.
I don't know. I can't remember. But I like it a lot. I think it is a this podcast game, right? I can see a list where this is number 50 on the list, you know? Because we both really like this, and we both really love his games, and I think he is doing unique stuff with the similar art style, but making some cool choices. And Extermination Force is, Shadow of the Colossus meets Mega Man meets, any kind of boss rush style game, and I think it's unique and different, and a lot of fun, and just mechanically sound, and a great time.
It came out April 2019. Yeah, I don't think it made it on last time. I
don't think it did. I feel
this is like I can't think of many more perfect number 50s, to be honest. Yeah. If we can try for that, but we'll see how it goes.
I love having a symbolic number 50. Yeah, it's kind of like
the one that you just dredge up from the
yeah. It might not like make the list if it wasn't 50, but it could be 50. That's the weird maths of this situation. I think that's a good call. Mega Man 2, still the best game, still so good.
Slid to 36 last time.
I still want to have it on this list. I have played Mega Man 2 more than any other game aside from Metroid Fusion in my life. I have, and part of that is it's much easier to play through. It's like a short thing where you can just play through it. Before Ali T's wedding, I was playing it. I've played it like since then. I've played it, wherever. I just boot up Mega Man 2 on my Switch. It's there. It's in the collection. And I have all these other Mega Man games to play. I still got to play 6, but I just keep coming back to 2. And maybe that's familiarity, maybe that's something else. But I think it speaks as somebody who generally is not a big fan of NES games, that I still love this game. And I still think it is so, so good. And if there is any Mega Man on this list, for me, it has to be Mega Man 2. I've put Mega Man 5 on here just because I played it, and I think it's my second favorite, but I'm not going to get that on the list. That doesn't make any sense. So let's just put Mega Man 2 on the bottom 25, and let's get rid of Mega Man 5, and I think that probably makes sense. But yeah, if you really liked Mega Man 2, I would say 5 is the next best one for me personally. It adds a lot of stuff, like it's a more streamlined game, has a better charge shot, has the slide, loads of good stuff about that. But yeah. All right, Metroid Fusion. Get that up top, baby. Let's put that back where it belongs, in that top 25.
And Metroid Prime.
Okay, I guess so. I guess so. I don't know. So here's the thing: is I play Fusion all the time. I've played it very recently. I'm very much.
Here we go. Bally's not a real Metroid Prime fan.
Yeah, not a real Metroid Prime fan. I only played it once years ago. Your taste has changed a lot since then. I don't know how. I won't
deny. You have not tried Metroid Prime.
Uh-huh.
I appreciate. If you did play Metroid Prime,
it's a misnomer. I have tried Metroid Prime. I decided I don't like it. Is where we are at with. No, Metroid Prime 1.
So you
remember?
Have tried Prime 1. Okay.
Yeah, well, you were there with me. We were playing it a bit. Remember? Okay. I think you came over to my house and we were playing the Prime trilogy, and I was getting annoyed by the motion controls. Mainly, is what the thing was.
Right. So I do have to accept I enjoy Fusion more than you enjoy Prime. I'll give you that.
We'll talk about it. We'll get there.
I do think it's worth having that discussion, but yeah.
What about Samus Returns and Zero Mission? I think Zero Mission is the better game. I had fun with Samus Returns a lot. I think they're both really great, and I don't know what to do about them. This is my opinion right now.
Zero Mission was 33 last time, and Returns didn't make it.
Yeah.
I don't know why. I just prefer Returns. I don't even know
Weird.
why. I just really like that game.
You think it's recency bias or
potentially? I see that I played Zero Mission so far after it came out. I've played them in the grand scheme of things. I played them fairly close together, even if it was like 3 years apart, whatever, 4 years apart.
Yes. But, yeah. I mean, that final boss of Samus Returns just comes back and haunts me, and that's kind of one of those things that makes me not want to replay the game because it was at Ball Lake, and I don't really want to do it again.
Yeah, that is like, wow, this is a Nintendo boss. Like, Nintendo bosses aren't normally this ridiculously brutal, and my fingers are sore. And
yes.
Am I playing Cyber Shadow right now, or like?
Yeah, 100%. That's kind of like I really do like the rest of Samus Returns. I think Metroid 2 is a little bit flawed in the way that it is designed generally, which makes it, I think, a lesser game than Zero Mission overall. Like the way it's structured and
very
all
segmented.
The Metroids you have to kill and that type of stuff is a lot of fighting the same types of enemies and that type of thing. And I do think the beginning of the game is weak with, you have to use the melee counter. They almost force you into it. And Dread looks like it is fixing those issues, which is great. But yeah, I don't know.
I'm happy to stick Zero Mission up there and drop Returns. I think you've convinced me.
I mean, the question is, do both of them not make it potentially? I mean, I think Zero Mission is fantastic still, but again, I haven't played it in a long time, and I do want to replay. I've got the itch, Bally, to replay all the 2D Metroids before Dread comes out. It's kind of that bug is hitting me right now, and I'm like, maybe that's what I should do.
Here's the weird thing: is that like everyone is discussing 2D Metroid right now because of Dread.
Yeah.
I'm just one of these Nintendo fans who doesn't have an overly strong opinion between the 2D Metroid games, where between Returns, Fusion, Zero Mission, even Super Metroid, I'm kind of like, they're all really good, and not one of them is like my stand head and shoulders above as favorite kind of situation. And that kind of results in all four of them being lower for me on this list. Not by any intention, just by accident kind of thing. So
yeah, I see what you mean.
I don't have like my baby to push up the list is what I'm getting at. And and
I don't either with both of these games. I think they're both fan-fucking-tastic, and I love 2D Metroid, and it's my favorite series that Nintendo makes pretty much. So
it's probably healthier for the list to drop both of them. We
All
do
right,
have
we'll
2D
do it.
Metroid represented on the list, and it is
We
your
can-
favorite 2D Metroid that you feel very strongly about, and I think
Yeah.
that is fair for this joint list that we are making.
We can bring him back from the dead if needed.
If needed.
Yeah. R.I.P. What a twist, man. Zero mission, dead. Come on. New Pokemon Snap. I don't think it makes the list, personally.
It doesn't, but I liked it a lot.
I know you liked it, yeah,
I really
yeah.
liked New Pokemon Snap. I was
That's the sound of resignated, like, understanding.
but it's
like,
just,
yeah.
it really, all I ever wanted was that format for a game, Pokemon Snap on the N64, but I just wanted it with HD graphics and a new array of Pokemon and some new locations, and that game delivered on that idea in a way I never thought the Pokemon Company was ever going to do. So well done to them, and I had a really good time with it. And it's not like top game of all time, but it's like big tick box for well done for making a nostalgic game that I really enjoyed, sort of thing.
Yeah. Good stuff. Nidhogg 2. This is one of those games that, you know, I love and I think is amazing online, but it's one of those where I'm like, when next time we're in person, we've got to sit down and play some Nidhogg 2. You know, like it feels like a in-the-room multiplayer game that is so much fun.
Yeah, we've played a criminally small amount of this game.
Yes, for how good it is.
For how good it is, totally. And I'm happy going bottom 25. I can see it dropping off, but like it's...
I think it's a strong contender. Like alongside Killer Queen Black, this is one of those like Switch online multiplayer games that, I mean, you can't find anyone to play with, but if you have a group of people or another person to play with.
The advantage is it's so good, just 2-player, 1 versus 1,
Yes.
me playing you, and that's really good that we know we can always do that regardless of whether the online community is still in
I think this is like, honestly, in terms of fun, up there with Smash Brothers for me versus you and Nidhogg 2. Like it's so good, and the swings you can have and like the wild things that can happen of like someone throwing things across the screen and like respawning and getting them instantly. Like it's a great time. I'd love to see it on the list, but I understand if it drops off at some point.
Bottom 25 for now?
Bottom 25 for now, yeah.
Let's do that.
I think that game needs more love. And I think one of the things was people didn't like the art style. I love the fucked up art style of Nidhogg 2, man. It's so weird, that weird worm.
It
at
works
the end,
for that
like,
game. I don't love it, but
works.
I can't deny it works for that game.
It's perfect. All right, here we go. Night in the Woods. This is a top 25, man. I've played this since last time.
You did your homework. I'm so happy. Like this is like my number one game that I played before you that you have then played and really liked. Like I don't think there's any game where I played it before you, but you have then played and enjoyed as much as this. And
the level of
that makes me happy.
Writing, social commentary, everything in this game is just impeccable. Alongside, it's fun to jump, man. Like, what? They didn't need to do that, but they made like an enjoyable platformer alongside like cutting commentary. Like, oh, amazing stuff. This, we'll talk about it later. This is going to be quite high, I think.
100%. Very happy.
Yeah. All right, here we go. Time for some controversy. The O's bring the controversy. Let's kick it off. Octopath Traveler, Bally.
One of these I think deserves to be high, and the other I'm happy to slide. You can guess which way around.
I actually can't
Octopath
guess.
Traveler and Okami.
And Okami, yeah, both back to back here. Octopath Traveler, I don't think should even be on the list personally. I think the one reason you keep it on the list is that its soundtrack is top 10 of all time soundtrack.
Like like that battle system. That is a very
it
good
is.
battle
It's
system.
good. You're right. Okay, I'm being mean. Yes. Okay, the battle system is excellent as well. It is also a top 10 soundtrack of all time. Everything else about...
And it's a fantastic art style that the rest of
And
the
it's
industry
gorgeous.
has fallen in line behind.
Fucking goddamn it. I think it's bottom 25. That's what I'm saying. I don't think it deserves to be top 25 anymore. I think you've had your time in the sun with Octopath Traveler. We can all appreciate that. But now let's be a bit more realistic. It should be bottom 25, right? Right? Are you with me?
Yeah, I mean, it's still my favorite JRPG of all time. I absolutely love the battle system, the music. I agree that the story is strange and weird and segmented in a way that doesn't stack up in the best way.
It commits the biggest sin of all, which is it is grindy as fuck. And the thing that would change my opinion on this game is if all your characters gained experience even if they weren't in battle. I think this,
they have to be in your
my
party,
opinion, might turn around completely on this game, quite frankly, because I think that is one of the biggest sins you can commit, and to me was a big frustration with Octopath Traveler.
I am still convinced the direct sequel to this game, of which I'm confident one will come out after Project Triangle
Strategy.
Great name.
You know what? Like, Octopath Traveler, great and all. I am so excited for Triangle Strategy. That demo was sick, man.
Oh yeah. I think that'll be a cool game. I still think that the JRPG successor to Octopath Traveler will be a top 10 lock eventually.
Well, here's the cool thing, man. They're remaking Dragon Quest 3 in this engine. That's so cool. I'm so excited to play that.
Yeah.
So
I'm happy going bottom 25 for Octopath Traveler.
Yeah.
Okami.
Okay, Okami. Let's talk about it.
I feel a lot more strongly about Octopath Traveler than Okami.
Okay, all right. That's fine.
I'll do a trade-off.
Okay.
Okami goes off the list entirely. But we slide Octopath top 25 for now.
Oh boy, that's a devil's bargain.
Octopath got 21 last time.
Yeah, and we've added a bunch of stuff. I don't see it staying in a top 25.
No, but for now, the trade-off is for now. It's not. It has to be top 25.
Just to reiterate this, Okami was number 12 last time, and only by force of.
I was on the high, and you hadn't played it, and.
Has your opinion changed since then? Like, do you think...
I still really like Okami, but I don't feel great about games that I love and you hate. Not hate. Hate's a strong word, but dislike quite a bit.
Okami, for me, I don't think it's a bad game. I think it's well made. I think it's good. A lot of stuff bothers me about it. I think Isun is the worst fucking character ever made in a video game. I despise him with a burning passion.
Yeah, I feel that about Fee, but okay.
Well, at least Fee isn't a misogynistic asshole, right? Like, at least Fee is just a robot. Isun actually has real fucking problems that are bad and really not, like, made me incredibly annoyed.
Annoyed, yes.
Again, it's a time and place, but, that stuff sucks. It fucking sucks. And it's such a talky game. It's way too talky. The opening of that game takes like an hour to get going, which was an issue I had when I first tried it on the Wii, on Ali T's Wii, and I was like, when do I play the game?
It's just trying to ape 3D Zelda at that point. Like it's like they have a lot of slow starts.
Yeah, I would argue it is way more talky than 3D Zelda, like way more, and is much more story focused, and it has a lot more characters going for it and that type of thing. And I just don't think the combat system's that interesting. I found I could just spam my way through most of it. Didn't have much of a challenge, and none of the puzzles, like, I think I pointed this out when I was streaming the game, but I'm like, this game doesn't trust the player at all. Like, it has no confidence in the player knows anything of what they're doing. It is like the most nth degree of Nintendo design with like Skyward Sword stuff of like, so go here, pick this thing up, do this exact thing, and then we're going to tell you to do this exact thing. It's like a path opened up in a dungeon, and I'm like, oh, that's where I should go. And the camera spends like 5 minutes like slowly panning. Like, okay, you go jump to this platform, and then this is the next platform, and then this is the next platform, as if it didn't have confidence that I could figure that out for myself. And this is like 15 hours into the game, right? There is a lot of that stuff. And overall, I don't think the quote-unquote dungeons are not really Zelda dungeons. They're not designed in the same way. The puzzles are not that interesting. For the most part, you just know what to do. There's maybe a couple that had me head-scratching slightly. But yeah, none of it worked for me, unfortunately. And I appreciate it is a beloved game by many people, and I will have angered a lot of people listening right now who adore Okami, and I appreciate that. I don't think it's great. Yeah, number 12 to me is an insult to this list, so certainly not there. I mean, I can see it going bottom 25 if you really want it on there.
I'm still up for the trade-off if you're up for it.
You know what? Octopath Traveler has a fucking sick soundtrack. I listened to a video the other day. I listened to a video the other day that broke down one of the tracks. I think it's Alex Milaka. I can't remember his last name, but I've been watching a lot of his stuff lately where he breaks down video game soundtracks, and he did it for Octopath Traveler, and I was like, yeah, man, this fucking kicks ass. This soundtrack rules. So let's kick it off the list. That might be the biggest fall possible of a game, going from 12 to just off the list dead.
I mean, there's a lot I want to fight for on this list, but I'm not feeling the energy to fight for Okami, especially when I know the battle I'm facing to get it. up there. It just doesn't feel right. Whereas, like you've said about this Octopath soundtrack, there's a lot I can go to that you do really like about that game. Very different to.
And you know what? The battle system is very good. You know, maybe I'm coming around on Octopath. Maybe Okami has given me perspective on Octopath Traveler. Cool. We got two Ori games.
Ori games.
I don't want to deal with this because I think I've played both on Switch. I haven't finished Will of the Wisps on Switch. I think they're both excellent versions. I think Blind Forest is probably a better version just because it's less sacrifices have to be made in terms of some of the blurriness that Will of the Wisps does. But like as an experience, as a playable experience, they still hold up to, you know, what you want from those games. I feel like Will of the Wisps maybe not as impactful on Switch because you don't have the stunning, gorgeous visuals. But then again, the version you played on Xbox One that I took a look at didn't seem like it was up to par, really, in that case either. And you still love that game, so...
Yeah, I mean, that's the interesting thing is, I think... that you said the Blind Forest version on Switch is like a very well-running look.
Yes.
Like Blind Forest, we agreed, definitely qualifies for this list.
Yes.
Will of the Wisps, I think I kind of need a little guidance where you're right. If the Switch version looks much of a muchness like the Xbox One version, then I personally am very keen to get it on this list. If it is noticeably worse than that, then I can see the argument for it not really qualifying, if you see what I mean. But at the same time,
I see what you mean, yeah.
You have played this game now on your whiz-bang PC, and like both the Switch version, Xbox One version, and arguably even the Series X version to you will look like not great. So
yes, I have a skewed perspective,
right?
For sure. So
my gut is saying, and obviously the style of this game, it is a Metroidvania. Like I do think it is a very appropriate game for this list generally.
Yes. I don't know if we want to do a weird combo thing where we just talk about both games as one. I don't know how you feel about that.
I want them separate because I personally prefer Will of the Wisps substantially more. For me, Will of the Wisps is easily top 10 contender. Like we're talking up there with the best of the best. And then I do think Blind Forest is like a top 20. Like for me personally, I know your difference between the two is closer than that.
Yeah, it is closer, but I do think that Will of the Wisp is the better game. Having played both of them multiple times now, I recently finished a hard mode playthrough of Blind Forest, and there are things in Blind Forest where I look at it and I go, yeah, like they didn't quite refine this as perfectly, but then I can nitpick that game to hell because I've played it so many times. Like it's one of the few games.
But then the Ginzo tree,
But then, yeah, the thing is, Blind Forest has higher highs for me than Will of the Wisps does. Like none of those boss fights, none of those escape sequences are even close to the level of how good the Ginzo tree is, let alone the final escape sequence of Blind Forest. Like, those are so brilliant to me, and I appreciate a lot of people bounced off Blind Forest because of them, but for me, they are like what makes that game so good. Yeah, they are like the centerpieces.
I agree. Ginzo Tree is like my favorite moment out of both games, even though I think Will of the Wisps is a substantially better game overall. I still think Ginzo Tree is the number one sequence in both of them. I'm not like overly hot about the final sequence in Blind Forest, and I think there's a lot of sequences in Will of the Wisps that are considerably easier, but were still very impactful for me personally, and I had an incredible time with. And I think Will of the Wisps, we've said before, it's much better on locations and distinct music for each location and stuff. I think there's just like a level of production and finesse that they really just nailed, obviously on top of the combat system in Will of the Wisps. That
you can really see it as well when you compare the two games side by side. Like, there is a level of craft in like the way the ground bounces under your feet when you move. Like the way in which the terrain is like tangible and alive almost is just such a level above. And Blind Forest for me as well is one of those weird things. I'm one of those weird people who liked the make your own save wherever you want type of deal.
Quite liked it as well, yeah.
Yeah, and I think for a lot of people it wasn't. Like, Will of the Wisps, I think, is a more refined game and is probably better overall. There are things I still prefer about the first one, but I mean,
I think for now we're in agreement. They're both top 25.
They're both, easily both top 25.
And we'll rehash this a bit.
Yeah,
later.
let's talk about the fine details later. Good point, because we don't want to spend too much time. Overwatch. Man, I've been talking about Overwatch for years, drumming that drum, and
I love
finally,
Overwatch. Overwatch is my online shooter. Like, I feel that more strongly than I've not played a lot of online shooters, but between this and Apex, this is so much up my street. Like,
and you haven't played much Overwatch since like you played it when we first got on the Switch version. But I guess that's just a case of you, as you've said before, you rarely go and pick things back up.
Yes, yes. No, it's one of my games. It's like the game on this list that I've not gone back to that deserves me going back to it. Probably the most out of anything.
It's cross-play, man. Pick it up. Let me know. Let's play sometime. Let's do a game.
How do we feel about the way it runs and its suitability for the list? Because I
like it. Honestly.
I like it a lot. It does feel a little strange disqualifying Apex and having this, but the difference is
I feel there's
all
a couple
the time
of
with Overwatch I've spent on Switch, not on another system, and maybe that's not. Both of them run well if they are still blurry, in my opinion.
So here's a couple of differences, and I agree some of these are semantic, but that's the whole fucking list, right? Overwatch feels like a Nintendo game, whereas Apex Legends doesn't. You know, like there's a level of photorealism distinction between the two for sure. It's like a colorful platformer, right? Like that's what it looks like. And so for me, it fits a Nintendo mantra. Blizzard has always been, for a lot of people, the quote unquote Nintendo of PC, right? And so
it looks like alternate universe Smash Brothers, you know?
Right, exactly. And you could, just imagine a world where they put like Link in Overwatch. There's some sick fucking.
I love that art.
There's some fan art stuff of like people making custom what if Nintendo characters were in Overwatch that looks so amazing, and I'm sure will never happen, but still I think it runs and looks better than Apex does, and it feels more Nintendo to me than Apex does, which is why I think it qualifies. And also the weird side factor of me playing this on Switch is I gravitated towards totally different characters versus PC. Like I was playing a bunch of Lucio on Switch, and I barely play Lucio on PC. So I think it's cool, and it like opened my mind to play some lesser played characters for me personally, which I thought was great fun.
I think this is a top 25 lock.
I think it's a top 25, yeah. I mean, Overwatch strong. Is... When I did my top 100 games, it was my number 5 game of all time, and I love it deeply. I still play it on a regular basis, always hopping in to get my loot boxes, all that stuff. It's great. All right, Paper Mario. We both played Paper Mario 64 quite recently, and I think it's great. I think it's really, really good, and one of those examples of Nintendo having an innovative idea that then they iterate on and change and stuff like that. And I just don't feel we get enough of that these days, unfortunately. Nintendo just doing weird stuff with their IP, and Paper Mario is a great example of it. And I definitely think there are some low points. There are some areas which are not amazing. And as I mentioned last time with Bug Fables, I don't think this is necessarily my hill to die on. I don't think Paper Mario N64 is like, I must have this in a best games of all time list. I respect it a huge amount. It'll probably be on my favorite games of the year list at the end of this year. But I don't know. How do you feel about it, Bally?
I like it a lot, but it's not like I've now played quite a few good JRPGs, and this is not at the top end of them. It's maybe I said something different when I actually played it.
It's very different though. Like I don't like comparing it to stuff like that, because I don't think it is comparable in a way. It feels more like an adventure game with battles. Although there is a good amount of, I mean, like I do think there is some really smart stuff this game does. Like the leveling up system is brilliant, and it works so sublimely. But yeah, I don't know. It's a tricky one. I think I need maybe a bit more time.
I like it a lot, but I don't have strong feelings. I could see it beyond the list. Equally, I could see it not be on the list, and I feel like everything that's going to end up at the bottom of this list will have been fought for, and I'm not sure I want to fight for this game.
I don't think either of us will. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah. So we can remove that. In the same way, let's take off Origami King, which I think is probably the best modern iteration of Paper Mario, doing something different. I wish it had a better battle system. It does not. Maybe Nintendo will pay attention next time and actually do something that is unique and interesting with it. All right, let's get this through this last stretch. Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney. You've played this now, Bally.
Mm-hmm.
How do you feel about it? Do you think we can get it on the list? I would love to have it on there. I adore this series, and with Danganronpa being eliminated / not allowed yet, I think it should be on here.
Yeah, I liked this game a lot. I'm so glad you eventually made me play it, and there's not really many other, if any, visual novels on style games on this list, and I need to play more in this series as well as Danganronpa, as well as other stuff like that, and that's something I need to work on. But for now, I really enjoyed Ace Attorney. I'd happily have it on this list, even if it is fairly near the bottom.
Yeah, I think it's one of my favorite series. I'm so excited that they are localizing the Great Ace Attorney, coming soon. It's this month. It's exciting stuff. So looking forward to it. Pikmin 3.
Wait a minute. Did we do the Octopath Traveler trade-off?
You didn't move it, I don't think. You can move it if you want. I agreed to it. So
I'm just doing that. I'm getting your permission before I just
That's
stick it
fine.
up,
Yeah, no. I mean, I gave you my permission already. It's not my fault if you forget. If you forget, that's fine. I'm totally okay with that. But yeah.
Pikmin 3. Sorry, here we go. Yes.
Pikmin 3. I like it a lot. I think it's great.
Where did
Bomb
it come
25?
last time?
Question
I'm just
mark?
having a little look.
Bomb 25?
It came 35. Yeah. I'd push pretty hard to get this in the bottom 25 again. I can't see it getting top 25 at this point, but
let's talk about it later. Let's put it on
bottom 25. Talk about it later.
Pokemon Gold and Silver. I love these games. Mainly nostalgia. They're really good. I like them. Do we feel the need to have that's the thing, is like, I kind of felt the need to have Pokemon games on here just to have Pokemon games on here.
Yeah, I really like the idea of having one, Pokemon game on here, and that it is Gold and Silver, because we kind of agree it's kind of the best of the best in a way.
Yeah, it's our favorite. It's the best one.
Best nostalgically, holds up very well, and I'd love to download this on 3DS and play it again, honestly.
Oh, yeah, I should. I really should replay these games.
I'd like to fight fairly hard to get this in the top 50, even if it is near the bottom, personally.
Okay, yeah, totally. Let's go for it.
Don't absolutely have to, but we can see how it pans out.
Let's go for it. Rayman Legends. Just a phenomenal platformer. Really, really refined and enjoyable. It has those music levels, which kick ass. I mean, looking at our current bottom 25, I would take it over. Maybe I wouldn't. I'm looking at this bottom 25. It's a good list. It's a good list, man. It's a good list. Maybe I'm unraveling my argument as I say it in real time.
We gotta admit, it didn't make it last time.
It didn't make it last time.
There's a lot
excellent.
to fight for in that bottom
Ubisoft
25.
should make a third one of these games. Fucking hell, Ubisoft.
Yeah, that's bad.
They never will. Oh well. Bye, Rayman. Rhythm Heaven Mega
Are we going
Mix.
by?
Yeah, we're going by. I can't justify it.
Let's go.
Rhythm Heaven Mega Mix. This is
done your
bottom
homework,
25 for sure.
MBZ.
Bottom 25 for sure. Don't know if it makes top, but it is an excellent fucking game. Rhythm Heaven is a really underappreciated franchise. I'm so glad I played it. I think it has, really fun and such variety, man. So much variety.
Are we definitely not top 25?
You know what? Fuck it. Put it in the top 25. This game's great. This game deserves more love. It's really good. One of the problems I have with it maybe is that it takes a while to get into, because it's like, here's tutorial, then you play it, and it lasts not that long. And I think the game gets really good in the back half, because a lot of the later mini games are riffs on one from earlier, but harder and longer. And especially when they do the montage ones at the end, where you're switching between games. And it's so much. It's like a real adrenaline rush just trying to nail all of those things. And so many weird fucking games, like the dough ball one, or the one where the monkeys throw golf balls at you and you have to hit them.
Oh, love that.
Or the one where the fucking dancing one where it's like, spin it, boys, spin it, boys.
Actually, yeah.
The fucking frogs, spin it, boys, spin it, boys. That's in my head. I love it. Spin it, boys. It's great.
It's fantastic. It's fantastic.
Oh, what a goofy ass game. I love it. Rocket League.
Oh, I love Rocket League. I've
does
gone
this
back
stay
to
on the
that
list?
with Caroline. It's
When was the recent time you played Rocket League? It feels like you haven't played it in ages.
like a few months ago.
Oh, really? Okay.
We have had a session in lockdown for sure.
Okay, that's cool.
It's really good. It got 29 last time. I think
Oh, that's so high.
that is really. I think it should be in and amongst the bottom 25.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't thought about Rocket League in like 3 years, so I don't know. I mean, I like it. It's good.
I can see it sliding totally,
Yeah.
but I think it is absolutely.
It's a passion
phenomenal.
pick for you. I was just curious because you haven't played it. I
Yeah.
thought anyway you hadn't played it in so long. So, yeah, it's one of those. I would love to have a game. We should play that online as well. You know, we need to have like a like pick out a day and do just like online multiplayer. You know, just go through
Yes.
some stuff.
Yeah, with a schedule of games. Here we go. Let's
Yeah,
play
of
them.
course.
Gotta have a list.
Yeah, love a list. Tick it off.
Let's go bottom 25.
Yeah, let's do it for now. Shovel Knight, a darling, still fantastic. We played the last campaign since last time, the King Knight one, which I had a great time with. Didn't play any of that card game because couldn't be bothered. But
Yeah.
reminded me, Shovel Knight is excellent and still a top tier video game. I don't think it's quite top 25.
It
But
got
I do
22
think,
last time.
yeah, that is quite high. I don't know. I think Shovel Knight is iconic. You know, that's what I think about when I think about Shovel Knight, and I'm very curious to see what that company does next.
For such a long time, it was the iconic indie 2D platformer, and I think that mantle's been taken by Celeste for me personally, and by potentially a lot of the industry. That's not to say it's gotten any worse, but I can't see it quite sticking in the top 25 this time, and I'd be more comfortable putting it bottom 25 for now.
Yeah, let's do bottom 25 for now.
Yeah.
Dun 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 dun. Well, they put Skyrim in Smash Brothers, so we should put it on the list, right? No. Yeah, we'll talk about this.
I need to play
another
Skyrim.
time. Yeah.
I don't think it makes it until I do.
It doesn't. It's great. Live in that world. Breathe in the air, man. Breathe in the air of
Can you believe I've
Skyrim.
still not played a Bethesda game?
I can believe it. I can believe it, frankly. None of those games speak to any of your sensibilities.
I know,
so I can believe
And
it.
Skyrim does the most, arguably, so
Yeah.
I'll get there.
Oh boy, here we fucking go. Slay the Spire. This is a top 25 game. With a bullet for me. This is one of the most brilliantly designed games I've ever played.
It's incredible.
Created a genre, like absolutely phenomenal on every front. Let's talk about it later. Top 25.
Yeah.
Slay the Spire. Smash Brothers Ultimate, top 25.
25 lock.
Smash Brothers is a lock. Absolutely is a lock. Spiritfarer. Here's an interesting one. I love Spiritfarer. It didn't make it like to the toppest tier of my my best games last year, but I think it's excellent and deserves a spot. I think bottom 25 is potentially where we put it. I don't think I can say top 25 for Spiritfarer, but I do love it.
It'd be on my personal top 25, but I totally appreciate. I like that game a lot. Not a lot, but a decent amount more than you. And
yeah,
I'd fight fairly hard for this to be high up on the bottom 25.
Potentially. We'll see where it goes. But yeah, I do think, for me, when I think about Spiritfarer, sometimes I'm like, oh, well, there was that whole sequence in the middle where I didn't know where to go and I got lost and I was just bumbling about and then it was good again. And then it got a little bit like, okay, I don't know what to do now. And I'm just kind of going around the sea, not knowing how to upgrade and that type of thing. And it was, as I said, like came in waves for me, my enjoyment of that game. And eventually, you know, it panned out, but I think, yeah, we'll have a chat about it. Splatoon 2.
This was 26 last time.
Yeah, bottom 25, I think.
I agree. Bottom 25.
Yeah. Splatoon 2 still needs to be represented. I think Splatoon is an excellent franchise. And I'm looking forward to that third game. I hope they do something weird and interesting with it and not just an iterative sequel.
I'm not so sure about that, but I hope so.
We'll see. Stardew Valley, top 25 motherfucker. Get it up there.
Number 3 last time.
Get up there, baby. Up there. Stardew Valley. Real good. Real good video game. Streets of Rage 4. I just want to say I hate beat 'em ups and I love this video game. I have said my piece. You can now remove it from the list.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
I think it's gorgeous. Fucking stunning video game. Love the way that the art was done in Streets of Rage 4. It's excellent. Really, really good. super hot. Super hot. I like super hot. I haven't played it on Switch. Probably not going to make it. It's just probably where I am.
Yeah, I've played it on Game Pass on Xbox since, and it's awesome. There's something about the VR game that stands above the regular game for me. That's not to say the regular game is still a more polished like game generally, because VR can be a bit jank at times. But I like this game a lot. I don't think it makes it.
Unfortunately.
Does it qualify? It kind of feels a bit strange as well.
Yeah, I agree. Tales from the Borderlands, the best Telltale game I've played. I actually looked up footage for this on Switch to see, like, should I even put this on the list? And it looks like it runs pretty nicely on Switch, so that's good. But you've not played it, and I don't think that we can have a good discussion about it, so it's probably best left on the table. I encourage you to play it, but that's all I can say.
Okay.
It's great. It's really great. All right, The Gardens Between. Now, this is a case of last time. I don't think this made it onto the list.
You'd played it, I hadn't.
And I love this game. I think it's phenomenal. I think it is one of the best designed puzzle games. Not quite Gorogoa, but I think when we talk about puzzle games we both vibed with, Gardens Between is on that list, right? Like,
this is my Gorogoa. This is like,
yes,
this is my perfect level of puzzle in terms of difficulty, but I just love what this game is doing. It's like a good length. It's just like, I felt tested at just the right amount, and it's so innovative, and I played it in like a single evening, and it's phenomenal. I'd go as high as top 25 on this, honestly.
Yeah, I can see it. Let's do it for now.
Okay,
let's do it for
let's
now.
do it.
I do like Gardens Between a whole bunch. It's really good. The Walking Dead Season 1. You have played this now, and finally played a Telltale game. I know you liked it, but...
I liked it a lot. I don't think it makes this list.
I think it's one of those situations where storytelling in games has changed so much in the time that this came out.
I think it was probably... like, I really enjoyed it in 2020, and I think I would have been absolutely blown away in, 2012, 2011?
Yeah, potentially, like, if we had both played this at that time, we would both be like, this should be on best lists ever, but it is incredibly good at what it does. It nails the characterization. It has great meaningful choices and some, like, divergent ways things can go, but things have been done better, potentially, and it can stay off the list, but it's great. The Witcher 3 Wild Hunt. Thought we'd be having a conversation about this by now. Sadly, Cyberpunk happened, and CD Projekt Red did not patch the PS5 version of The Witcher for Bally to play. So
I've not played it. I even own the Switch version now and have not played that. Caroline has played it and really enjoyed it. It looks like it runs really well. It's just lower. It's just lower textures, lower resolution, whatever you want to call it. And I don't know if it would qualify, but I think.
It's simply one of the best games ever made, ever. It's incredible.
Oh, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about, does it qualify?
Yes, yeah.
Because should we leave it off the list, and then when I've played it, we'll have a discussion, and part of me playing it, I can make sure I've played at least half an hour of the Switch version and make a judgment. How about that?
Yeah, that makes sense to me.
Let's do that.
That works, yeah. Witcher 3, Wild Hunt. I'm tempted to buy the Switch version, if I'm honest with you, sounds like a good handheld game to me. I put Toho Lunar Nights on here. I don't know if you remember what that is. It's a very good Metroidvania from...
It's on Game Pass. I might get to it at some point.
Yeah, from Team Ladybug. They make excellent stuff. I won't fight for it as a personal pick. I just wanted to shout it out and say, if you haven't played Toho Lunar Nights, play that video game. It's very good. It's very good. Trine 2. I still think this is excellent. I just bought Trine 4 on the Steam sale, so I'm looking forward to playing that. But Trine 2, a Wii U darling.
Came 43 last time.
Yeah. I really like Trine still. I feel like in the course of doing the podcast, it's become a guacamole, in that we haven't talked about it as much and it has fallen off. I still think its quality is still exceptional and up there, but I think like there's a bias here in terms of when we played it and when we talk about it. And I don't think I can push for it in a way that you will also be behind. So I'm fine leaving it off because I get the sense from you that you don't want to keep it on here.
No, I loved it at the time. It's not a lot of stuff is just better on this list for me. That's not to say anything against trying to. It's just...
I actually went back and listened to when you talked about this game, and it's funny, you're like, so I finally played an indie game. I'm like, oh my God, Jesus, Bally, you were a wee youngin' back in the day. I'm like, okay, well, yes, good job, well done. You played an indie game.
Yeah, when this
Good
is your
job.
first indie game, it's a great first indie game. It's like,
Yes,
my goodness.
Untitled Goose Game. I don't
liked it
feel
a
like
lot.
you
It's
have
not
a
gonna get on
passion.
this
But
list.
yeah, no, it's a Goose Game. I'll play it at some point.
I like what it did to like the industry. Like I love how everyone was talking about this. And
Yes.
there
was
were just
fun.
so many people who didn't play games who were like, I want to play Untitled Goose Game. Like
Yeah.
Caroline's brother was like, do you have Untitled Goose Game? I'm like, okay,
Really?
right. Yeah, and he's
Really
kind of like
broke
into
through, didn't it?
PlayStation and checks in with, I don't know what he's into. Is he into like FIFA and COD? Or, I don't know, but
Yeah.
yeah.
Valkyria Chronicles. This is a personal baby for me. I think it deserves to be on the list, even if it's bottom 25. I think it should be on there. I would like to have it on here.
This got to number 18 last time.
Yes, and I think that was because I had fervent, like I had just played it and was like, this is the greatest thing of all time.
Yeah. It's one of my... I've played Codename Steam now, but I've not played Valkyria Chronicles yet.
Yeah, where's Codename Steam on this list? That seems missing from here. I feel like
I
we should
don't
maybe
think
get
so.
that.
I don't think it's missing. I think... but Valkyria Chronicles, bottom 25 for now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Get it in there. Get in there, son. Get in there. VVV. I love this game. I think it's bottom 25 material. I think it's better than Super Meat Boy. I think...
It was 44 last time.
Yeah.
I like this game a lot. I can see it dropping off, but...
This also, alongside Octopath Traveler, if we're talking soundtracks, one of the best
Kick-ass,
soundtracks. This is a top 10
Crazy
soundtrack
good
for me.
soundtrack. Bottom 25 for now.
Yeah, if we're talking about games over the years, right, like Guacamelee, like Trying to, that have like, okay, that we're not as hot at them anymore. VVVV, I have a consistent burning passion for, and it does not waver. Like, I think about it all the time. I go and listen to music covers of it all the time on YouTube. So I think it deserves to be there just for how much it remains with me, stays with me. So Wargroove.
This got to number 15 last time. I still feel very hot on this game. This is like my favorite Advance Wars and I would push so hard for this to be top 25, but I appreciate it's just not quite your cup of tea, MBZ.
Put it there.
But
I'm fine with it.
One of my babies I want to push.
I think it deserves to be there because of your passion for it. Also, I think it looks gorgeous. Its pixel art is absolutely fantastic. I just hate playing it. I'm sorry. Yeah.
Shake Dimension, Wario Land. I was going to say WarioWare. Wario Land Shake Dimension. You think Shake Dimension would be like a subtitle for a WarioWare game, not necessarily a Wario Land game. But yeah.
Well, I mean, Shake It was like the US version, right?
Right.
So yeah, that also sounds very similar.
This got as high as 39 last time.
Okay.
I'd love for it to be on the list. I can totally see it dropping, but I definitely think it's worth being in there and discussing because...
When I think about a list like this, I look at like what could drop potentially. I think Wario Land is one that stays. Like, I think this deserves to be on the list more than stuff like Inside and Hellblade, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, and we can get to that conversation for sure. So let's...
Yeah. And just to spite Nintendo and get them to fucking make a new Wario Land, for fuck's sake. Yeah. God damn it, Nintendo. God damn it.
Well, WarioWare Twisted.
Yeah. It's
Didn't
the best
make
WarioWare.
it last time.
It didn't make it.
But we'd
Am
like
I still
to see
passionate? Yes, I like WarioWare. I think the thing that has happened is since I've played Rhythm Heaven, I think Rhythm Heaven is better than WarioWare. And I think we've got Rhythm Heaven high on this list. I think it will remain high. And I think for me, that kind of represents that type of Nintendo on this list. So I'm okay with letting WarioWare go.
I think this battle to squeeze in the top 50 is going to be hectic and difficult.
Yes.
And the fewer games we have there, the better in some ways. And yeah, It's games at that bottom are going to take real fight behind them, and I'm not sure WarioWare Twisted will get the same fight.
I agree.
Wave Race 64.
Yeah, it's good.
It's really good. I kind of feel the same like with WarioWare. Like I think this game is great, but I can't quite see it getting into this top 50.
Yeah, it holds up so much better than
you know.
I expected it to. I think that a game like this, N64 games especially, not aged that well, but like the physics in the water, like it's so cool, and it's a genre that I'm not that into, but I really got into Wave Race 64, and
which I think is awesome. Like I was so pleased when that won the poll, and it was just like right. I'm not sure what MZ's going to think of Wave Race, but let's try it, because my memory of you playing Wave Race when we were growing up is just, it's like on your marks, get set, go. Okay, MZ's going backwards, round the course backwards. Here we go. I'm just like, is he having a good time going backwards? I can tell we're going to play Mario Party in 20 minutes time.
Yeah.
Never mind, we'll play Wave Race another time.
Yeah.
So the fact you were like, this was great.
I think one of the benefits was that I had save states on the Wii U gamepad, right? Like that helps a tremendous amount.
Yes.
Especially when you're like in the middle of a big, long Grand Prix style thing.
That game is brutally difficult.
Very, very challenging. But satisfying, and it's fun to find those shortcuts.
I'm kind of talking myself into wanting it in the bottom of this top 50.
Nah, let's get rid of it. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I do love it, but I think it... I
prefer it more than quite a few games in this bottom 25, but I appreciate that might not be your take. But
yeah. We did once have Wave Race Blue Storm on this list, and I shouted at you to get rid of it, like because I thought you were being an idiot, and I still think you're being an idiot. But at least we've both played this game. I don't know. I like it a lot. I don't have a burning passion for it personally. Do you have a burning passion?
It's not burning.
No,
it's not burning quite enough.
Does the soul still burn? No,
it's not burning quite enough.
So that's fine.
Wide Ocean Big Jacket.
Yeah, really good narrative game. Encourage you to check this out at some point. But I don't think it's like special enough to be on this list.
Okay, I'll try and play it for next time.
Didn't want to mention it, but yeah. Wild Guns. Shout out to Businessman. MVP of last year. Love him. You love to hate him. This falls into the Contra 3 category for me.
Totally. Do we prefer it to Contra 3? And like
I don't know, man. I had a great time with Wild Guns. I think it's fantastic.
As simple as it sounds, I like the 2D scrolling left to right and shooting like that in Contra more than I do of Wild Guns. As much as that weird kind of third person behind the back thing still worked well, and I enjoyed it. It's just I enjoy the nature of Contra 3 more.
Took us a while to get the controls down on Wild Guns, right? Figuring out what was going on.
Yeah, a little bit.
But I do think, like, in terms of fairness and difficulty, Wild Guns is way better than Contra 3. Contra 3 is bullshit, right? The end of that game is absolute ass in terms of, like, what it expects of the player. And we only...
Yeah, like, we legitimately beat Wild Guns. Like,
Yes.
I don't think we've really done that with any of those games.
We use save states as like a quick restart thing.
I mean, we did it with what's the Contra like that came out in 2018?
Blazing Chrome.
We did that legitimately because we didn't save state, right?
Because it's a new game, so it doesn't have it. So yeah.
But I thought you played it on PC where it was possible to do that. Or
no. It's okay. I mean, there's no save stating on that. Contra 3 stays. This goes.
That's kind of where I'm siding.
Bearing
in mind, Contra 3 probably will make it, but might not make it in any case. Like, it's tight. I don't know.
Yeah. All right. Xenoblade Chronicles, put it in the top 25, baby. Let's go.
We'll talk about it later.
Yeah, absolutely. I have only increased my love and respect for that game. You just read. What the fuck did you just do? You just turned it red. You just turned Xenoblade Chronicles.
Oh no, I didn't
Chronicles.
Do that. I didn't.
Okay, I was about to have a fucking heart attack. You like agreeing to put it in and then slyly taking it off the list. I was like, oh dear, this is not going to go well. Yes, as I was saying, replayed it on the definitive edition, and it is a masterpiece. Remains a masterpiece. Ukulele and the Impossible Lair. I really like this game. I think it's really good. Is it like a special game? No. Is it a really good platformer? Yes. Will it be on my list at the end of this year? Maybe. Yeah, it's good. I like it a lot. I liked it a lot more than I thought I would, which is, I think, the main thing here. Is I came into this being like, well, I don't know. But it's a lot more Donkey Kong than I expected. And is well designed. And
this list has to be like, because obviously we play it this year and you said it might be on my list. It's like, I feel like this top 50, it's got to be, it'll definitely be near the top of my list for this year.
Right.
And I think if it's not quite getting into that category, it's kind of not justified to be in the top 50 of all time, as great as this game is.
Yeah, I think you maybe like it a bit more than me, but that impossible lair is kind of bullshit, if I'm honest.
It's just it's kind of over the top, but I enjoyed the difficulty in that a lot more than like a Cyber Shadow, for example. Like,
yeah,
I don't know.
Cool. The Legend of Zelda: Breath of the Wild. Off the list. We don't need to talk about that. We'll never play that again. Boring game.
Let's go lock top 25.
Yes, I think so. The Legend of Zelda: Link Between Worlds.
Okay, this one came in at 30 last time.
Okay.
I like this game quite a bit more than you.
Yeah, I still think it's bottom 25. When I look at this bottom 25, I think this is an excellent fucking game. It's above a lot of these, so I think it definitely gets there.
Bottom 25, but top of bottom 25.
Yeah, I think so. I think it probably
let's do that.
Sits in there. Need to replay Link Between Worlds. What game? Fantastic stuff. Skyward Sword. This is the point where I finally don't let Skyward Sword get on the list, just as we're about to get a fucking remake of it, so I can reassess it and evangelize it once more. Feels bad, man. Feels bad. I love this game. This is my favorite Zelda that isn't called Breath of the Wild.
This got number 25 last time.
Yes, because I fucking fought for it, man.
Have you lost a bit of that fight?
I haven't lost the fight. I think I'm just being a bit more rational this time and appreciating that you don't like it as much as I do. And that's fine.
Every Zelda game I've played is a great game. I
think part of it is like I did my own top 100 games, so I've like given shout outs to all my favorite things. So I don't feel this burning desire to like have Fire Emblem Conquest on this list or Skyward Sword on this list. It's like, I think this list definitely is better to be a more realistic representation of both our tastes, as opposed to me fighting for every baby to get on there somewhere. Like, I will still do that for some things, but I don't want to hold up the line. So
okay,
we
can go red.
We can go red with Skyward Sword.
Valiant.
It pains me. Everyone who doesn't like that game is wrong. That's a fact. But yeah, that's fine. It's fine.
And finally, the final game of our list of 107 games that we've talked about.
The game that caused some of the most debate on this show when we first did this top 50. It was Galaxy 2 and Wind Waker. Remember, that was took like a good 40 minutes of discussion, those two fucking games at the top.
I think our games have come out. We have played a lot more games. Our tastes have changed drastically since that time, and Wind Waker came in at 24 last time. I still love Wind Waker. It's so hard to distinguish the nostalgia versus the game itself. I can't deny that. I can't deny Breath of the Wild just completely usurps Wind Waker in my mind. All the joy I had with Wind Waker of the open sea, that open feeling, is completely usurped by the openness and just majesty of Breath of the Wild that I'm sure we're going to talk about later, and that makes it very hard for me to fight for this to be particularly high. I think it is important that this is on the list. I think we both do like this game an awful lot, and by and large is arguably jointly our second favorite 3D Zelda after Breath of the Wild. Just about. I'm not saying
maybe
that's definitive, but the fact is just about. I think this should be bottom 25.
I think so. Yeah.
Okay.
Let's keep it. Let's keep it around. Good old Wind Waker. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the list. We said we weren't going to do an actual break in the show here, but I think we should do one, to be honest, because we're going for like 2.5 hours, and we can put some nice music in the middle. So we're going to take a break. We'll be back to whip this fucking list into shape. So we'll see you. We'll see you in a bit. Okay, folks, welcome back to the last part of the show. It's time to tackle this fucking list into the ground, beat it up and punch it around, and end up at the end of the day with an ordered list of 50 games. Currently, Bally, we have how many games on the list?
We have 63 games.
Which is not too bad. We're only kind of 13 over the total.
Yeah, I was worried when we were going through the list, but it's turned out pretty well, I think. So, yeah. So the top 25 became a top 31. And then the bottom 25 became a top. I can't do the maths.
It doesn't matter. Yeah, it's numbers.
Yeah,
there
numbers.
are games.
But
yes.
the top 31 or the top 25 currently are in no particular order, or actually reverse alphabetical order, are Zelda Breath of the Wild, Xenoblade Chronicles, Wargroove, The Gardens Between, Stardew Valley, Smash Bros. Ultimate, Slay the Spire, Rhythm Heaven Megamix, Overwatch, Ori and the Blind Forest, Ori and the Will of the Wisps, Octopath Traveler, Night in the Woods, Metroid Fusion, Metroid Prime, Mark of the Ninja, Nintendogs plus Cat.
Sorry, I went in the middle of the show and while we took a break and put that into the list just as a joke. So there you go. I'll delete that now. Apologies. I wanted you to read out the list so that you got to that and got very confused and distressed.
Then, right.
But yes.
So after Metroid Prime, Mark of the Ninja, Mario Odyssey, Luigi's Mansion 3, Killer Queen Black, Katana Zero, Hollow Knight, Hades, Fire Emblem 7, Earthbound, Donkey Kong Country, Tropical Freeze, Dead Cells, Cuphead, Chrono Trigger, Celeste, and A Short Hike. And then the bottom 25, which is currently sitting in black right now, but this is all going to be shuffled, obviously, is Zelda Wind Waker, Zelda Link Between Worlds, Wario Land Shake Dimension, VVV, Valkyria Chronicles, Splatoon 2, Spiritfarer, Shovel Knight, Rocket League, Pokemon Gold and Silver, Pikmin 3, Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney, Nidhogg 2, Mega Man 2, Mech Extermination Force, Mario Maker, Mario Galaxy 2, Into the Breach, Inside, Hellblade Senua's Sacrifice, Guitar Hero 3, Grindstone, Gorogoa, Golf Story, Fire Emblem Awakening, Final Fantasy VI, Contra 3, Brothers The Tale of Two Sons, Box Boy, Animal Crossing New Horizons, Advance Wars, and Dragon Quest XI.
Phew, it's a list. It's a lot of video games. So what do we do now, Bally? Where do we chop? Where do we change? How's it going?
Because we have 30 equivalents of top 25 games, we have 20 slots to fill from 31 down to 50. And currently we are, how many slots above that? We are currently...
We basically just need to get rid of 12 games, it seems
12
like.
games.
Right? Just chopping off down to
games?
50.
There's 12
yes.
games.
I think it's 12. It would have been 13, but I
Right.
cheekily had Nintendo plus Cats in there as a joke and messed everything up. So
yeah, of that second list, we need to get rid of 12.
yeah.
I've got an opening gambit.
Mm-hmm.
Shall we just do that thing we thought we talked about maybe doing, which was get rid of Inside and Hellblade Senua's Sacrifice?
Yeah. I think so.
Make it
I think
a little easier.
stewing on it a bit, like thinking about it. Both are, I think, personally for us, favorite games, but neither of us played them on Switch, and I think they are games which the visuals and the technical aspects are quite important to the experience, and I don't think we can legitimately speak to that. I think Inside probably is a better candidate just because of the nature of it. It's a 2D game, it's slightly different. However, I feel like you're... not negative feelings, but you're not as passionate about it as I am. Yeah. And as passionate about it as I am, I do think you should play that on a different console and not Switch necessarily if you can. So in that sense, I agree that they should both go.
Sure.
Yeah. They're both great games, obviously.
Yeah.
Like, play
and
them.
I don't want this to be negative because we are trying to cut games to get to a 50.
Yes.
But it is at this stage easier to do this than to push stuff up. But we can do a bit of both, obviously.
You got to give things the nod, make sure that they have a good exit from the list.
Why don't we lock in a few then that are more positive?
Okay,
that we think
sure.
need to be in this top 50 that we both feel strongly about.
Yes, I think. This is tricky. Let's say one of the Zelda games should be locked in, either Wind Waker or Link Between Worlds. I think, you know what? I think Wind Waker should be locked in.
Okay.
I think you did say like favorite Zelda combined between us probably after Breath of the Wild is Wind Waker, and I think there's a lot of nostalgia tied up with that game as well, of course, for both of us for separate reasons. And I mean, I remember playing that game. You remember the 3-day blast of me just like Wind Waker. I just immersed myself in it, and I think it's legitimately still great and good fun. And the Wii U version's an excellent version. So yeah,
Bring
I
it
think
to
we should
Switch.
lock that in.
That'd be good.
Bring it to Switch. Where's Twilight Princess? Where's Wind Waker? Come on, guys.
Trying to think of something we both feel strongly should be.
Maybe we should cut in that case, because I'm feeling more cutty than I am.
Feeling more cutty. Let's do some
Lucky
cuts
right
then
now.
again first. Could we cut?
I'm looking at a few games on here.
Mario Galaxy 2.
Oh, it's dangerous. That's a dangerous territory you're getting into, Bally. Mario Galaxy 2. A legitimate...
Used to be like a solid top 10, obviously, but...
At one point, the first iteration of this list was number 2 on the list, Bally.
Yes.
Number 2. And I fought tooth and nail.
Is it a bigger faller than Guacamelee?
I don't... Potentially, over the history of this list, yeah. It is. I can't let go of it yet. I still think like it is genius level design.
Okay.
And when I think back on it, right, like even thinking back on Galaxy 1 before I did it for my Let's Play, I thought back and thought, oh yeah, some of that stuff wasn't great, you know, like some of the manta ray surfing with the motion controls and some of that stuff was I think the underwater, for me, going back to Galaxy 1, my most frustrating part of it was the underwater levels and like moving Mario underwater.
There are quite a lot of underwater levels actually in that game.
Yeah, there's a whole beach bowl galaxy and all that stuff. Like, there's a lot of it, and it looks really nice, as we talked about in our Game Dudes review back in the day. But Galaxy 2 I feel it has less of that. I feel it focuses more on the stuff that matters, that's important, that is legitimately good. And the Yoshi stuff is great, and I think there's some really unique Yoshi mechanics in that game. I think it deserves to be in a top 50. I really do. I think there are other games we can cut. That don't, but maybe we'll get to a point where we're like, well, we need to get rid of something, and it is Galaxy 2.
Yeah, this is already feeling very tough.
Oh, this is so hard. For me, if I'm just going to talk about ones that don't speak to me personally, stuff like Rocket League is there for me, but again, I know how much you love that game, so that's a hard one. I'm looking at Brothers, actually. Brothers is an interesting one. I think it's more similar to Inside and Hellblade than we want to say it is necessarily.
That you want to say it.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, I legitimately think it is a all-timer Hall of Fame video game. And I don't know. I feel like with this list especially, you, after a period of time, your opinion diverges quite a lot in terms of your feeling. Because I remember you playing this at the time. After playing, you were in a video game funk, and you played this game, and you're like, "I love video games again." Brothers has reignited.
Yeah. I love Brothers. Don't get me wrong. I love Brothers.
Yeah.
I'd be happy for it to be on this list, but
yeah. I think we can cut it. I think we can cut it just because neither of us played it on Switch. I can't speak to that version.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to do about it, honestly. It's another one of those like, hey, I've represented it on my own big list, so do I need to fight for it as hard here? I don't necessarily think so. I think people understand what a great game it is, and how important it is. But yeah, I won't go to the bat for it over a lot of this other stuff, which I think is more representative of the Nintendo stuff we like overall, generally.
Right.
I'll also cut Dragon Quest 11. I appreciate that you haven't played any Dragon Quest games, and 11 isn't even my favorite, but I wouldn't fight for my favorite on this list, because I think 7 is a weird game that I like just because of... I like 7 because I like Fire Emblem Sacred Stones, and I know that sounds weird, but like there is this... When I was younger and when I like got into Fire Emblem, I was obsessed with charts and classes and like looking at there's this big chart of like all the variations you can change your character into in Sacred Stones, of like, because you had choices between two different ones. I love that kind of thing, and like getting every class. And Dragon Quest 7 is the exact same thing for me, of like it has a bunch of different classes, and like the fun of the game for me was like unlocking all of those ones and getting to like the ultimate one with each character. And it helped with playing through that game and leveling up and all that stuff, and it made it enjoyable to me in a way that where it didn't feel grindy. But that game is extremely long. It's not for everybody, and I think 11 is a better game overall. I think you should play 11. I think that's the best one to play. And it's gorgeous. It's a great Switch version from all I've heard. It's got all the new like orchestrated soundtrack. It has the 2D stuff in there. I would love to replay Dragon Quest 11, frankly, on Switch, because it seems like a great way to get through a big meaty RPG. But yeah, it's not going to make this list, I don't think. I don't think it hangs, unfortunately, on here. We've got some tough stuff to get rid of. 8 more games we got to cut, so we got to be pretty brutal here.
I think we need to line up some babies and just see who's got more babies, and then whoever's got more needs to just cut one.
No, I don't think that's legitimate. I think that there has to be passion. I think there has to be strong passion, right? Because I think that for certain ones that we individually like, that for me is legitimately a thing, right? Like something like Dead Cells that I personally think needs to be high up, that I think deserves to be there because I have the passion behind it. I don't think we can do a numbers thing here.
I agree with you, but I think if you have that much passion, it might have already have made it into the top 25. Like a Dead Cells.
Potentially, but like I still think you can have passion for the lower half of this list, you know, and there's lots of good stuff here. And I don't want it to become a game of, only one of us has played it, therefore it goes out just for that reason. I just don't think that's legitimate.
No, but I do still want to celebrate stuff we both love.
I agree, but I just don't think that should be to the exclusion of stuff.
Yeah.
You know? So.
Could we cut Nidhogg 2?
We could. I love that game a lot. I think it's a brilliant multiplayer game. It's so much fun. We both really enjoy playing it. I feel like we've not played it enough, and maybe that's just because we don't play online stuff enough, and that's just our fault as opposed to the game's fault. But yeah, I can see it going. I do love that game. I think it's great, and I think it's it needs more love. It needs more people playing it. The original Nidhogg did way better than it. Unfortunately, I don't think that Nidhogg did too well. Unfortunately, so more people need to play it because it's excellent and it deserves to be there, but it doesn't because we don't have enough room on this fucking list. So, I'll remove one of mine, and this hurts a lot because I think. Maybe I won't. Maybe I'll fight for it. Okay, let me talk to you about Grindstone for a second, and maybe try and convince you to keep Grindstone on the list. Grindstone is the best podcast game I have ever played in my life. It is supremely good at keeping you engaged, and it is thoughtful. And when you say match 3, I think there's a lot of negative connotations that come along with that. There's mobile gaming, there's microtransactions, there's all this nonsense. Grindstone, it looks like that, but it isn't really. It really is a strategic game where you have to figure out the best route possible, chaining together all of these different kills to the point where you get these big rewards for it and feel super satisfied. And it has like multiple ways in which you can approach it. You can play levels and go for everything. You can just get through the level, but I think there is a real satisfaction in mastering it and understanding it, while also it being a game that uses such a different part of the brain where I can just play that and have anything else on in the background and enjoy it. And to me, that is really valuable. As a podcast, I feel like having a game that is a podcast game on this list is valuable, but in a weird, like, meta way, right? Like, because I think maybe me more so than you, because I listen to a lot of podcasts while I play video games. That to me is very important, that there is a type of game that I can play that I don't actually have to pay attention to a story, or I don't have to listen to the music all the time. Like, I love having something that is handheld, that is like I'm watching YouTube videos, but I'm playing this at the same time, so I'm getting satisfied in both ways, legitimately. Unlike something like Overwatch, where I always tell myself, oh yeah, I'll watch something on YouTube while I play Overwatch, and inevitably, because Overwatch requires so much of my brain, I end up not actually paying attention to the video and then like missing everything. Whereas this is a different thing for me with Grindstone. Yeah, I know it's not the best argument in the world, but that's kind of what I have. I think it's a legitimately fantastic game.
Okay.
And very rich mechanically, and just feels crunchy, like a real crunchy game that makes me satisfied in a kind of very visceral way.
Okay.
That all said, I can see you cutting it. So that was I just wanted to say my piece on the game. It will inevitably be very high on my list this year.
Okay.
So.
I think all those points are fair. I think, yeah, let's cut it, but I would like to play that game.
I love it. You listen to my impassioned speech and they're like, yep, let's get rid of it.
Because
Bye.
at the end you're like, yeah, we're good. Yeah, we're good.
No, I know.
I'll match you with something though.
All
and
right,
I
okay.
think there's a lot here I do want to defend, and I can't obviously defend everything, and we can probably drop Rocket League.
Okay, all right. I respect it.
Because there's a lot that I want to defend more so than
later
Rocket
on.
League.
Yeah.
As much as I love Rocket League.
Yeah, and I do I like this list as a time capsule in ways, right? It's our feeling at this period.
Like Rocket League is not gone forever, and none of these games are. Stuff has come back that we've been like, why is that not on this list? We need to talk about that again. And
exactly.
5 more games.
Everything will have its time in the sun at some point.
Ball's back in your court.
Ball's back in my court, and when it comes down to it, I think that one of the games we can let go of is Fire Emblem Awakening.
Okay.
I have my favorite Fire Emblem game on this list already. It's usually quite high on this list. I don't know how high it will get. Maybe me getting rid of this will make it go higher. Who knows? But I know you like Fire Emblem Awakening a lot, but you also like Fire Emblem 7. I think we're both kind of in the same place with this game.
Yeah. There's a whole lot of games below Fire Emblem Awakening currently that I like more than it, but I do.
And I think like there are special cases where multiple games in a franchise are represented on this total list, which is legitimate with stuff like Zelda. With Fire Emblem, in the past, I have fought for my very specific favorite Fire Emblems to be in there. I've already let go of Conquest. I can let go of Awakening. It's an incredible, like, I cannot tell you how happy it made me that Fire Emblem came back in a way that was so spectacular, right? It had been gone for so long. I remember buying Shadow Dragon on DS, and the disappointment I felt at that game, how bummed out I was by it, that it just wasn't what I was looking for from the series, and waiting for a new one, like having been such a fan of the GBA games, and it finally came out that week. Like, I had a 50-hour fever dream of like non-stop playing Fire Emblem Awakening. I like got all the kid units, I leveled them all up for no reason because I'd finished the story. It was back when I was just playing video games, just, you know, all the way through with no regard for, you know, moving on to things if I didn't need to, and had a very special time with Awakening. But yeah, I don't know. I'm looking forward to what Fire Emblem does next. We'll see.
More anime.
Yeah, that's you're onto something there,
money
Bally.
on it.
Onto something. All right.
What about dropping Into the Breach?
Yeah, it's a tricky one. I think the argument for dropping it is sound in the way that I haven't gone back and played more of it. And I should.
I mean, I could say that about 99% of games.
No,
on
I know
this
you
list,
can.
but
I know you
I
can, but I'm different in that way,
True.
in that I do legitimately go back to things all the time randomly, and I haven't. And I think part of it is that the normal difficulty in that game can be quite brutal. I beat it first time on easy, and then normal took me a while to get there. It does legitimately have some of the smartest level design or just scenario design I have ever seen in a tactical game.
It's an impressive evolution of an Advance Wars style tactics turn-based game. Like it's clever evolution.
It gives you so little to work with, theoretically, with your 3 units. That's it. That's all you have. And yet what you can pull off with those 3 units with moving people around the map and placing them, and there are so many examples. I saved videos on my Switch of that's a moment I am proud of thinking through. Like, sat here for 25 minutes on this one turn and I fucking nailed it, right? Like, that is such a high. And I think Into the Breach deserves to be recognized. And maybe in the future, I will fight for it to come back on the list. It's one of those games where there's so much left for me to do, like unlocking all of the different mech units and all that stuff. And I should do that. I really should. So I'll save you for 250 Into the Breach. Let's revisit you, and hopefully I'll have played more by then and will legitimately try and fight for it. But yeah, it's a sad one, but I think we can let it go, unfortunately. Let it go. Let it go.
Just need
something wind and snow. Also, did you see the meme, just as a random tangent here? There's an image of it's like the perfect couple or the perfect family doesn't exist, and then it shows an image of a family portrait with photoshopped on it Darth Maul's face and Elsa's face as the parents, and then the child is the fucking Night King from Game of Thrones because he's like the merge of Darth Maul and Frozen.
That's such a good idea.
Oh, it's the funniest thing I've ever seen. Anyway, yeah, there we go.
Oh, 3 more games.
3 more games.
I'm impressed we got here.
Yeah. I think these look good. I'm going to say Mario Maker. And I feel bad for saying that. I feel very bad for saying that because it is one of my most favorite gaming experiences I have had. I think Mario Maker 2 has soured me. And it shouldn't do, and I shouldn't let that happen. And I know that is wrong. I know that is a bad thing.
I know, I do it all the time where something sours me and the original good thing becomes not as good because it taints your memories of playing that.
Which is wrong.
Which is
wrong.
wrong.
It's wrong. It's wrong. Maybe we shouldn't get rid of it. Let's talk ourselves out of it.
Okay.
What else can we get rid of? What else can we get rid of? Okay.
Are we steering clear from Galaxy 2 for now?
I don't think so. I think it's on the table. I think it's on the table legitimately.
So Mario Maker's on the table. Mario Galaxy's on the table.
I think Guitar Hero is on the table. I'll be honest.
What?
I've done the dance, man. I've done the dance so many times, and do we just want to keep having the same argument again? You know, I think Guitar Hero 3 is like a defining video game for my personal life. But
this isn't MBZ's top defining video games of all time.
Yeah, I know, that's the thing. But let me make the argument though for Guitar Hero 3 for both of us though. For us, it shaped our entire music taste, right? Like that game is responsible for like my entire music taste, which by the way hasn't really changed since that game came out. So maybe it's a negative, but I don't think so. I learned an instrument because of that game. That's a powerful thing. For me, that ranks quite highly. However, I don't know. I feel like now more than ever, because we do this every couple of years and it is a kind of time capsule type of thing, I feel like our feeling like right now in the moment is important. And Guitar Hero 3, I will always hold close and will always be important. But I think like right now, maybe we reward stuff that we are much more currently passionate about potentially. So, yeah.
Why don't we drop Guitar Hero 3, Mario Galaxy 2, and Mario Maker right now?
Oh, spicy, hot spicy.
'Cause that way we're getting a whole lot of babies on the list.
Yeah.
Personal games that we're very keen on outside of those.
I don't think we can get rid of Mario Maker. That's the one actually I'm coming back to now and thinking, no, that game is legitimately like a genius idea that continues to...
If we kept one of those 3, I agree with you on Mario Maker, but it's finding a substitute.
Yeah. Okay, let's get rid of Guitar Hero 3 and Mario Galaxy 2.
Okay, one step at a
This
time.
feels like spring cleaning, man. You know, it feels like let's get the
I know, but this is a good example of how our tastes have changed and evolved, and we've played more games.
And that's not to say we don't like these games, because I still think they are amazing. But I think like as a current time period representation of our taste, I think that we can move on from them. They've had their time in the sun. These 2 games have been on this list for a long time, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they've had their time in the sun, and that's great. There are some new stuff that's come in, fresh blood, that we want to be passionate about. And maybe next time, that new blood, we won't care about anymore, right? And I think that's the kind of...
By that point, if we're like, you know what, Mario Odyssey or, the next 3D Mario isn't quite the same, we might be like, actually, Galaxy 2 got these aspects right, it's always in balance. It
is, yeah. Things can always come back and be important.
Right.
And I think that is important. All right. Well, we've got to get rid of one more game here. And
this is tough. This is really tough.
Yeah, this is hard. How are you feeling about Pokemon Gold and Silver?
I would really like it.
They are so fucking good. I love those games. They're so good.
They are really good. It would be the only Pokemon game on the whole list.
Yeah. It's true. We don't have to have a Pokemon game. Not necessary, but
I agree. We don't have to.
Could be there.
I would really like it, but it's definitely in the conversation of one to drop.
It's
Animal Crossing.
No, I can't. Like that game means too much to me. Like it was last year in lockdown. It was like that was my ritual, right? Because I was like doing job searching and like kind of aimless and like didn't have anything to ground me. And Animal Crossing was that, and it was for a lot of people, I think. And it was a very important game, and I think it legitimately, I had such a great time playing it, and I still really, and like, I don't know, maybe this doesn't count, but like I had external things from the game, like my video blew up on Animal Crossing, and then I had a viral tweet with Animal Crossing. It was like the universe was telling me, like, become an Animal Crossing influencer, and I didn't heed the warning. I probably should have done, to be honest. Could be a millionaire by now on YouTube, doing Animal Crossing content all day, and then maybe I would hate the game because I would have played it too much, and it would have ruined everything about it. But that didn't happen, and I have incredibly fond feelings towards it. And I think, as we talk about, this is a current time capsule. For me, New Horizons is still really special, and I would like to see it like a bit higher up the list, frankly, not even in the 50 to 40 range. So yeah, I can't let go of that one right now.
I would rather drop Mario Maker than this game. This is just a suggestion, but what about Phoenix Wright?
No.
I want to keep Phoenix Wright more
I
than
do.
Mario Maker. I'm just
more than Mario Maker. Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay. Huh.
Because it also represents something that's just not on this list generally, which is like that visual novel style of game.
And I'm just a massive fan of that franchise, just overall.
And I really want to play more before next time we do this and try and catch up a bit, because I really thought that was a really cool game and just so different from anything I'd really played before, which is always playing fresh stuff, fresh ideas. It just feels great.
The writing is so funny and really sharp good. And like
it's like building the descriptions of the locations and the art design. Oh, really nice.
Yeah, I love it. How do you feel about Advance Wars with Wargroove higher up? That's kind of my Fire Emblem situation that I got rid of Awakening. Is that a bridge too far? Is a top 50 list without Advance Wars in the year where we're getting more Advance Wars? Is that? I want
it. Okay, I want it to cling on just this time, because then next time I can stick in Reboot Camp in here.
That's what I was wondering. It's like, if that happened already, we could just get rid of the argument of 1 and 2 and just put that. But yes. I don't know. It may get to the point where you play Reboot Camp and you're like, I don't like how this looks. The pixel art was better, like I am with Fire Emblem.
That's also very possible. But I think either way that conversation goes, I would love Advance Wars here for now.
Okay. How about Shovel Knight? Deafening silence.
I'd be up for dropping Shovel Knight. I know we're defending a lot of babies in order to do that.
Yes.
But that's still a legitimate reason.
Yes. No, I agree. Shovel Knight, I still think is fantastic. It is like the indie game. It's like when you think of the way independent games came onto Nintendo platforms, Shovel Knight is like a banner holder. I've played that series across, you played it on Wii U, I played it on 3DS, we both played one of the campaigns on Switch.
It's like one of the most This Nintendo Life games possible. This is the way that it spanned across the life of the podcast. You're right. It has such a history. But that's not to say it should be on this list. Like, this is best Nintendo games. This isn't the most TNL games, this is...
I think, like, for me, the burning passion I had for it was the original campaign, and I have really enjoyed the other campaigns, but I don't think I have loved them in the same way that I loved that original one. And that's not to take anything away, because legitimately this could have just been that, right? Could have just been that original campaign, and they have added to it.
The highest high I've had with that game was the first campaign playing through. It was like, wow, this is fantastic.
Yeah. Oh. I think we can do it. I think we can drop Shovel Knight.
I think we can do it. I think, and the all these other games have not really left us with an option.
No.
It's
hard, man. It's really, really hard. But I think it is one that has to go. It has to fall on the sword, fall on the shovel, impale itself. Feels bad. But again, spring cleaning, man. It's just, just making room. We're making room.
It's a really good example of spring cleaning, because like when it came onto the scene, it was the indie game, the indie platformer, and like we said before, like that's now Celeste for many people, and it's just such a good example of the way the indie scene has changed and evolved.
Right. Yeah.
And like if say Yacht Club announced, they're making another Shovel Knight expansion, by this point I'm like, can you just make something else? Just
make a new game, do something else.
And that's not to speak to those campaigns aren't still incredibly high quality. I've had a great time with all of them, but it is like I'm looking forward to the next Celeste. What's that game called? It doesn't have a name, does it? Or
no, it doesn't.
That
it's
project,
the next,
I'm excited. What is that about? That's where the hype is. And that's not fair, because we're comparing the bottom of a top 50 versus Celeste, which will be top 10 most likely, but it's still just an example of taste changing, the industry evolving, and obviously we have a lot of recency bias, but also like we said, this list is very modern generally speaking, and that matches our tastes.
And the ones that aren't modern on here are ones that we have a personal strong buzzing investment in, right. So cool. Should we put Extermination Force at number 50 and leave that at the bottom of the list?
Yes, I should say we are now down to our final 50, and we are now going to shuffle through the whole 50. And I'm going to keep them black and green for now so that we have a reference.
Unless you want to have a quick look back and decide if anything should come back in that we have got rid of, if we want to do a vibe check on that.
Do we want to check now?
Yeah, let's look at it in our gut. In our gut, really. Do we want to let go of some of these games for other games?
I'm feeling good about what's in the black at the moment and what's in the red, to be honest.
Yeah.
I really am.
Yeah. I think it hurts, but
it does hurt, but
like
games keep coming out that we love, and our list doesn't get any longer. That's the painful reality of the situation.
Next time, top 100. There we go. We solve all the problems. 19-hour podcast.
God.
Yeah. That's the way to solve it. That's the way to.
It's one way to solve it. But
that's one way to solve it. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Right. We're getting into top number 50. I agree. I'd like Extermination Force to be number 50.
Yeah. It's funny because like Extermination Force, is that better than Into the Breach? No. Is it better than Fire Emblem Awakening? No. Is it better than Grindstone? Of course not. This is the number 50 game. It deserves it. It fucking deserves it. And I believe that strongly with my heart. Because that's what this podcast is. This podcast is a Bertel Horberg stan. So we stand a legend, and we stand him strong. And Extermination Force at number 50 feels good to me.
It does.
Feels nice.
I'm happy sticking Advance Wars 49. I know. I know that was low on this list anyway. I don't mind putting it there.
Yes. Yeah. I think that works. I think Advance Wars at 49 is good. In that similar vein, let's throw Box Boy in there at 48.
Let's do that.
I think that Box Boy is one of my faves. It's a podcast fave. It's kind of like Extermination Force, right? It's one of those early podcast games that I think represents an important type of game that we love to see, which Nintendo don't do enough, which is small eShop games, which does that even exist anymore with the Switch versus the 3DS? I don't know. But I still think it is a head scratcher and a great like it's one of those games where I would play one of those every year, and I still would continue to. I think it's just such a strong concept and formula.
Yeah. 47.
All right. 47. I'm looking at this list. How are we feeling about Shake Dimension, Wario Land. How are you feeling about Pikmin? How are you feeling about those types of games? Are you feeling?
I like Pikmin near the top. I don't mind Shake Dimension being lower down.
Yeah. I think.
I mean, Mario Maker could be around here. Gorogoa.
Maybe Mario Maker can be about there. No, Gorogoa is higher than that. I'm sorry. That game is legitimately like stunning. It deserves, and this is one of those things.
It's already improving on its rank last time with 48.
No, I think that's one of those things, right? And this is really interesting. Is when I talked about it last time, I don't think I've had enough time removed from it.
It hadn't been long, no.
And I was in a work meeting the other day and talking about Steam sales and what was on, and Gorogoa was something that I had a look at, and I was like, oh, if you've not played this, you have to play this. Like, I tell people, this is like the best puzzle game. It is genius. It is one of the best games I have played, period. And the further I get away from it, the stronger I feel about it. It is just immaculately designed. Like, it's the kind of way I feel about Inside and Chrono Trigger, right? Mm-hmm. I think Gorogoa is a perfect video game. There is, no other way around it for me. So I think that should be a bit higher up this list, personally.
47 Mario Maker?
Yeah, that sounds okay to me.
Or Wario Land Shake Dimension. I think Shake Dimension should be higher than Mario Maker.
Yeah, I think so. If only because make another one, Nintendo, you cowards. You goddamn cowards. Make a new fucking Wario Land.
Yeah.
Shake Dimension is so good, man. It's so good. It just...
Are we happy with it at 46?
Maybe it should be higher.
Let's leave it for now.
I feel like maybe Contra 3 comes in around here somewhere.
Yeah, let's do that.
I think Contra 3 comes in. Maybe Contra 3 goes below Mario Maker. I think that probably makes sense. Because when it comes down to it, look, we had a great time playing that game together. I love it. I think it's awesome. I think the end of that game is bullshit still. So we did, and the other annoying thing is the way we played it on the Super Nintendo Classic meant that you kept having to lean down, press the button, and reset it because we kept dying every time. So yeah. Contra 3 feels good there. Mario Maker 46.
45.
I think 45. Maybe let's talk about stuff like
Pokemon Gold Silver.
Pokemon Gold Silver, yeah, that's where I was feeling. That. I think 45 for that is good because it's more of a nostalgia pick, but legitimately great. Still legitimately great. I would love to return to it. It's one of those so this is a weird thing where I think a lot of the time we tend to skew more towards modern remakes of things and newer types of games. And I played Heart Gold Soul Silver, and it didn't have the heart. It didn't. Ironically, it didn't have the heart.
It didn't have the soul.
It didn't have heart or soul that I was looking for from those games. Like, I don't know, something about the DS aesthetic or like that original sprite work. I think it is like, if we talk about sequels, Gold and Silver, the best sequel ever made, right? I think
the sprite work upgrade from Red Blue in and of itself is very impressive. Some of those original sprites are like weird in Red and Blue. Oh
my god, Blastoise's sprite in Red and Blue is disgusting.
It's like he doesn't have a spine or something. You know, like some of them just look like they're made of jelly. You're like,
yeah, some of those sprites are just legitimately terrible in Red and Blue.
Yes.
And what they did to refine it in Gold and Silver, like, I look at my Baby for Alligator and I'm like, shit, dude, that pixel art holds up today. Looks awesome. Yeah. And I mean, like, you can't replace that feeling of going back to Kanto.
Yeah.
What a moment.
I look back so fondly on like Lugia, Ho-Oh, the whole like Pokemon 2000 film. Like that's like a really positive memory of Pokemon in my childhood. That's like a slight step up, an evolution, if you will, from the original memory of Pokemon of Red, Blue, and the original anime. There's like, it felt like Pokemon can be like fresh and different and is its own thing that is beyond just that original generation, and I loved that excitement. It was, and I'm linking it a bit too much to the anime here, but it is just like a really positive memory I have for like that. And that, maybe we're talking about nostalgia now, but I think that game holds up. I want to play it on 3DS, honestly. I really do.
Yeah, I mean, legitimately, that game is still fantastic and playable, right? And I think that's one of those things that holds up a lot of older games when people go back to them. Like when I was talking about Doom this episode, right? Like, Doom is a game, like Pokemon Gold and Silver, anyone can pick that up today and have fun with it, right? Like, there are no barriers to entry. There's no like bullshit level design and stuff like that. And the other thing about Doom that I didn't really mention is like I played it on one difficulty down from the regular just to make it a bit more of a streamlined experience, and that was great. And I like that they have that option in there that allow you to kind of tailor your experience. And Pokemon's always been an easy series, but you know, it's very good. I think 45 is a good place for it. I like it there. I think it's great. VVV. What do we think about that?
I'd be up for that at 44. Totally.
Yeah, I think that works there. I think there are, as we mentioned, some better action platformers on this list higher up that can be more impactful. But this one's a banger. It's just as great a banger. And I think this is one of those mainstays for me where, as many lists as we do, as things come and go, feels to me like one that is a constant that I will always fight for, because I think fundamentally it's a really smart mechanic that is simple, easy to understand, has really great challenges. I mean, Veni Vidi Vici, Bally, that room. Oh my God. Talk about like...
That was the moment that Caroline realized I was like...
a rage
very
gamer?
into my games and a bit crazy. and like... the energy I put into that one goddamn level. But yeah,
it was worth it though, right? Like that level's awesome. It's so good.
It's interesting you say that like VVV is such a constant, because in episode 150 VVV was also number 44.
Wow. We are just like on a level with it. So there we go. It feels like it deserves to be there. So there you go. Final Fantasy VI to me feels like it kind of slots in around here. I don't know how you feel about that. Maybe there's another one you want to propose, but I think it's like an excellent video game. I think for me there are problems with it, mainly in the end game where you have to have like 3 full party of characters, and so that caused a bunch of grinding, I think, for both of us at the end, and we had to go find a place to grind to get them up levels. But the rest of that game, I think I personally prefer the first half more. That's a bit more linear, that is more story driven.
I agree. When it opened up, it was quite overwhelming, but also it was interesting plot wise. 43 does feel a bit low for me for this game.
Okay. No, that's fine.
I do really like it. I'm thinking of other options in that slot. Is this where Warrior Land could go?
I think so. Yeah, I think so. That's definitely possible. And Warrior Land will continue to be in our hearts. Is such an excellent game. And I don't know. I think if I replayed this game, maybe I would think it should be even higher, because I love Shake It. I love Shake Dimension. It's artwork like that you don't see in video games in the same way. Maybe more so nowadays, now that we have stuff like Cuphead coming out and that type of thing, and Ori in a different way. But there is a like living cartoon vibe to Warrior Land that makes it super special. I still think it's the best looking good feel game, despite all their weird like artsy projects they've done since. It's still the best good feel game. They haven't made a better one since. So it casts a long shadow, and it's a long shadow that I think still deserves recognition. So 43 sounds good for me.
How about Animal Crossing at 42?
It's sitting there already. I personally would take Animal Crossing above Spiritfarer, but I understand why you wouldn't.
If we go Animal Crossing now, I'll give you Spiritfarer at 41.
Okay, yeah, that sounds good to me, because I think Spiritfarer, I enjoyed playing Animal Crossing more than I enjoyed playing Spiritfarer. And that's like, I don't know, maybe that's just a personal preference vibe thing at the time. I think Spiritfarer is beautiful. Animation off the charts. I wouldn't say I connected super strongly with it narratively. I think the characters are well written, but I don't think I came away from, like, I can't really name maybe one Astrid, I think, is that lion. I think I can't name characters that well from Spiritfarer anymore. Though I legitimately think it's a beautiful game. It's it's a combination of a bunch of different things that work super nicely together. But I do think
I agree. As much as I can't really remember the characters either, I agree the writing was great.
Is it different in your case because you can't remember the name of anything? So.
It's different in my case also, but that it's that gameplay loop and just the location and the music and the animation. It's like, this is just fantastic.
I think part of it is at some point the gameplay loop became, why am I collecting all these resources?
Because at a certain point.
There's not much to do with them anymore, if you know what I mean. That kind of got, by the end of the game, I was like, okay, let's wrap it up. But
right.
I appreciate it, and I think it is... Yeah, I mean, 20 minutes into playing that game.
What I love the most about it is actually that it takes like the kind of Harvest Moon style loop and then puts like a clear narrative through those points. And I agree that some parts of that gaming loop are slower and feel a little more not worth it compared to like at the high points of that game. But I love that it does still have like this through narrative and an ending point, a conclusion. And I love that in a game where so many of these open-ended collecting games are very much open-ended, and Harvest Moon, Stardew Valley, as much as I love those games, I love that this game managed to tie in a narrative that ended and was like a satisfying close. You know, I love that.
That's true. Yeah, for sure.
41 Spiritfarer. Number 40. We got 10 games left.
Yes,
that we got
I could see Mega Man 2 going here at 40.
Okay, we can do that.
Because I know that you don't really like it that much, and I love it.
I like it. It's fine, but like it wouldn't make my personal top 50. But
well, no, it probably wouldn't make your top 150 to be honest.
Not, yeah,
so yeah, it's I wouldn't say I'm crazy for liking Mega Man 2 because it's like legitimately.
Yeah, it was 36
great.
last time, so it's only full in 4 spots, which
and I think that's fine.
It's fairly healthy
totally
for a game
makes
like
sense. It's one of those games that I will play for the rest of my life. I'll play it a couple of times every few years and will continue to love it. So, So we've got 50 to 40 locked in. Are we locked in? We happy with that? 50 to 40? I don't know if you want to read through those or what.
Let's get to 31 and then I'll read back through them all.
Okay. All right. So let's do 39 down to 31. We're down to 30.
Shall I say these games just so listeners are aware?
Yes,
so we're talking about Final Fantasy VI, Golf Story, Gorogoa, Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney, Pikmin 3, Splatoon 2, Valkyria Chronicles, Zelda Link Between Worlds, and Zelda Wind Waker. And this is slot 39. How do you feel about like Valkyria Chronicles?
One of the best games ever made, simply put. Just phenomenal. Just utterly enriching. Beautiful. It's high. It's high.
To be fair, it was 18 last time.
It's not 39. It certainly isn't. It's on the high end.
What about Phoenix Wright at 39? Or yeah.
Yeah. I mean, maybe Splatoon 2.
I could do Splatoon 2.
Yeah.
Let's do Splatoon 2.
I think so. I think we both equally like Splatoon.
Yes.
I don't think we have a burning, passionate love of like we're into esports for Splatoon.
I'm giving myself some space so I have that hype again for Splatoon 3, you know. And like,
yeah, I think so. I would like to go back and just hop in online and play Splatoon 2.
Yeah, definitely.
But when
Not
I think
a ton,
about it,
just so I get that taste again. But if I overdo it, then I'll be like, oh, by the time Splatoon 3's out, I'm like, I don't know. But
yeah, you won't feel as excited by it. I get that. I also think there are some problems with Salmon Run was only available between certain times, and Nintendo's online stuff continues.
Yeah.
And also, here's the other thing. I legitimately strongly dislike the single player of Splatoon 2. I think it's bad. I think the live system and the way it's designed is just bad. So when they announced...
Other than the live system, which is indefensible, I do really like the design itself.
See, I got frustrated by a lot of the design. I found some areas where it was just awkward and not enjoyable in the way that I feel. Splatoon is one of those examples where a lot of people want like a really big single player different Splatoon game, and I'm like, the good thing about this is the multiplayer. It's similar to how I feel about Titanfall. Like, everyone loves the campaign of Titanfall 2, and I think it's really good, but for me, multiplayer is where I really care about these types of games, and that I think will always be the case. When it comes to first-person shooters, I always care about multiplayer more than single-player. Maybe that's just because the way I didn't grow up with single-player shooter campaigns, and so I've always gravitated more towards the multiplayer side of them. But yeah. It's why with Overwatch 2 is as cool as like they're talking about, oh yeah, the single-player stuff. I'm like, okay, yeah, I'll play that, but I care much more about the multiplayer.
Yeah, definitely. Right, 30. 8.
I could see Phoenix Wright going at 38.
Let's do that.
Yeah, that feels good. That feels nice. The first Phoenix Wright game, I wouldn't say is the best one. I think we've had Phoenix Wright 3 on this podcast before, back when you hadn't played any of them, and that was, for me, higher. I think you've just put it, Final Fantasy 6 should be above it.
Got you, yeah.
Let me just redo that.
Nice
but now that we've both played the first one, or now that you've played the first one, I think overall, this stands in here as a representation of the series for me. And even if you play more down the line, I think it's probably likely that the first one will just stay on the list. Because it's kind of a symbol almost, because there are so many of them.
Yeah, I mean, if I play one that I like substantially more, then I'm happy for that one to replace it.
Man, if you play Layton versus Wright and you like that game, I would put that on this list, because I love Layton versus Wright. I love that game. That is one of my favorite 3DS games. So yeah.
37.
I can see Pikmin 3 here? Question mark?
Yeah, I want Final Fantasy 6 to be like quite near the top of this bottom chunk, to be honest. And I'm happy to put Pikmin 3 at 37.
Okay, cool. That's interesting to me that you were gunning for Final Fantasy 6 a bit more.
It's more the reality that, like, and we had this discussion earlier a bit, but like games like Earthbound, Chrono Trigger, and Final Fantasy 6 are much closer together in my mind than perhaps the list suggests. And I just think that perhaps Final Fantasy deserves to be a bit closer to those games.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. I think, honestly, I would listen to Terra's theme on loop for like 10 days in a row and not get bored of it. I think it is one of the best music tracks of all time. And the whole game, so brilliantly designed. The locations, the opera scene, all of it.
And Pikmin 3, while we're here, is
let's talk about
a fantastic game, and I really look forward to where Pikmin goes next. I'm not so sure what that Switch port was like, but I had an absolute blast on the Wii U with Pikmin.
Got me into the franchise. I think it's so good that I don't really want to go back to 1 and 2 because they feel like worse versions of 3. I kind of
do want to try 1 and 2, but I'll accept that they don't come anywhere near 3. And yeah, it's been a while since Pikmin 3. Like, and I know there was that 3DS awful trash fire, but where's Pikmin 4? I thought it was ready. Let's have it.
Pikmin 4.
I'm ready. I need that original Pikmin on Switch, please. Let's do it.
Yeah. Okay, so number 37, Pikmin 3. So we've got Final Fantasy 6, Golf Story, Gorogoa, Valkyria Chronicles, Link Between Worlds, and Wind Waker. How do you feel about Link Between Worlds? It's really good, right?
It's really good.
It's really good. It's really good. It's really good.
Probably below Wind Waker.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
it could.
I don't know, man. Is it? I think it is. I don't know. Is it?
They're like my joint now second favorite Zeldas, honestly, after Breath of the Wild.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And obviously one's 2D, one's 3D. But
I can't think of a more streamlined experience than Link Between Worlds in video games.
There's no better 2D Zelda for me than Link Between Worlds.
Yeah, it's that painting mechanic is genius. It's so simple, but man, I forget about how clever it is. It's really, really clever.
Having just played Oracle of Ages, that's got this fairly clunky system to get between a previous world and the future world, or the present and the past. The seamless nature of Link Between Worlds, of just going into the wall and sliding into a portal, is so slick and smooth and awesome. And out of all the Zelda games that kind of go between a light and dark world, present and past, and there's loads of them, Link Between Worlds arguably does it the best out of the bunch, which is really cool for a little 2D 3DS game that came out in like 2013. Like, that's just awesome. And it's the last original 2D Zelda, which is still wild to think about because it's been a long time.
Anything you're going to suggest for 36? Probably Gorogoa, I would imagine. I
mean, I would, but we can. If you go Gorogoa 36, I can go Golf Story 35.
Let's just talk about Gorogoa for a second, because every time it comes up, I just talk about in an impassioned way, and you say nothing. Give me your feeling on Gorogoa.
My take on Gorogoa is, sure, it's cool, but I think maybe you're giving it a little bit too much credit for like the ability of zooming in on an image and finding the solution to the puzzle.
Okay, well we are totally at opposites there.
And I'm like, it just kind of, I don't know.
That is so reductive. That is so incredibly reductive for how genius, like the way in which it does it is, because it is. Yeah, I can't. In that case, no. We are very much at odds with this one.
No, I see that, but. If you go Gorogoa 30, what are we on? 36. I can go Golf Story 35 if you want, then we can keep going.
I would personally like to have Gorogoa above Golf Story. I appreciate Golf Story getting up high on this list. Maybe it's a Mario Golf bias.
This is a Mario Golf reaction.
This is like very much a time and place thing. We might come back to this list and think Golf Story at 35.
I mean, Sports Story will be out by then, and who knows what we'll think of Golf Story. But yeah,
yes. If we do 35 Golf or 36 Golf Story, 35 Gorogoa, I'm happy with that. I'm happy with that. The two Gs, the hanging out, the two Gs.
36 Golf Story.
I think those pair nicely, and are good together, good for each other. But yeah, Gorogoa. If you haven't played Gorogoa and you're like, what is that weird set of sounds you're saying, and you don't understand what I'm talking about, go play it. It's on Switch. It's genius. It's genius. Brilliant. Okay, so we got 2 Zelda games, Valkyria Chronicles and Final Fantasy VI.
Can we go 34 Valkyria Chronicles?
No. Let's split the Zeldas. I think we should split the Zeldas, honestly.
Let's go Wind Waker. I think we're feeling more hot towards Link Between Worlds.
Do you?
Because it is still the creme de la creme of 2D Zelda, and Wind Waker is clearly not to the creme de la creme of 3D Zelda I felt it once was.
It's not. It's an amazing game.
Totally.
Dungeons are not the best. True. I don't think Link Between Worlds dungeons are the best either, but
they're not like good, but I think the Wind Waker dungeons are good, and what I like that they're not overly complicated or difficult. They are very much on the easier end of 3D dungeons, and it's always in my preference going easier. And
they have cool stuff like controlling medley and stuff like that. I thought was awesome.
Yeah,
you know?
Really cool. We can go Wind Waker.
Yeah, okay, that's fine. Wind Waker at 34. And then I think you can put Valkyria Chronicles at 33.
Okay,
I think that's fine
that.
by me. Valkyria Chronicles is like a seminal strategy game. It really is. It's also one of those that if you play it, I don't know that it would be this high necessarily, because you don't tend to like.
Okay.
I mean, it's very similar to Codename Steam, but it's just way better than Codename Steam.
I mean, Codename Steam with a bit of refinement, I think I would really enjoy. I enjoyed Codename Steam. It just had some bad parts, but I'm not adverse to like the sort of 3D turn-based style thing. And I still need to play Mario Rabbids, you know, like I need
that's true.
That's give true. That a go. Yeah. Sure, that could potentially feature in the future once I've played
the sequel. It as well. You know,
and the sequel. So. Is that confirmed for 22?
It is, yeah. At the moment, we'll see if it happens.
At the moment,
or not.
Yeah. So.
Okay, and then I think that's okay, right? Final Fantasy VI, then Link Between Worlds?
Wind Waker 34, Valkyria Chronicles 33, Final Fantasy VI 32, Link Between Worlds 31. I think that is good. I'm happy to leave that as is. Not locked in, but just leave it as it is for now.
We can do some shuffling at the bottom.
50 to 31 quickly?
Yeah, go down. Let's roll down.
Okay, so number 50, Mech Extermination Force. Number 49, Advance Wars. Number 48, Box Boy. Number 47, Contra 3. At 46, Mario Maker. At number 45, Pokemon Gold Silver. 44, VVV. 43, Warrior Land Shake Dimension. 42, Animal Crossing New Horizons. 41, Spiritfarer. 40, Mega Man 2. 39, Splatoon 2. 38, Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney. 37, Pikmin 3, 36, Golf Story, 35, Gorogoa, 34, Zelda Wind Waker, 33, Valkyria Chronicles, 32, Final Fantasy VI, 31, Zelda Link Between Worlds.
Okay.
So now we've got a top 30 in no particular order.
Yes.
Shall I quickly go through this top 30?
No, let's just chat about.
Let's jump in.
What stuff is there?
I think we should just go through and pump some stuff up to top 10 that we think are moderate locks.
Yes, I think so.
Bottom to top.
Yeah.
So I think Celeste is a potential lock for top 10.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think so.
I'll paste that to the top.
Yep. So we can have that. Breath of the Wild is already number one, so just leave it there. And
well, it'll all shuffle down, but we'll get back to it.
I mean, it's already up there.
Short
so
Hike, Chrono Trigger, Cuphead, Dead Cells, Donkey Kong Country Jungle Freeze. I think...
I moved to put Night in the Woods in the top 10.
100%. Totally agree. I just you've skipped past a ton of games, but fine.
It doesn't. I'm just picking from the list. It doesn't matter. At this point, it doesn't matter the order because we're just choosing what should be in the top 10.
I think Will of the Wisps is a top 10 lock.
I agree. Yes. Ori and the Will of the Wisps is a top 10 video game. 100%.
I think Stardew Valley is already in the top 10. We'll leave that there.
Yeah, I think you can paste it up there, but yeah, I think so.
It's fine at 8 for now. I think Mario Odyssey is a top 10.
I don't think that.
All right, we'll discuss that later.
Let's not do it yet. I think Slay the Spire is a top 10.
If you're not putting Mario Odyssey top 10, I'm not going Slay the Spire already.
Slay the Spire is a better video game than Mario Odyssey. It just is, factually. Slay the Spire is just a better video game than Mario Odyssey.
We're going to have to disagree for now.
It's just a fact. I'm just telling you facts.
We're going to have to disagree for now.
I'm just telling facts. Just telling facts.
I don't think there's other locks for top 10 at the moment.
I
think it's up
there
for
is
debate.
one. There is one. And it's called Hades. Hades is absolutely a lock for top 10. Hades,
you can go top 10 for now.
Hades is absolutely. We'll get to it.
Yeah.
We'll get to it. Absolutely. No question. Okay. So we've got about 5 games locked there at the moment for top 10. Should we think about the bottom part of the list?
Yeah, let's do a little bit of bottom for now.
Feels bottomy. I love A Short Hike. I think it kind of fits at number 30. I don't know how you feel about it. I think looking at the quality of the rest of this list, it's high. And I really do love A Short Hike. I think it deserves to be in the top 30. I think everything else on this list is better than it. And that's not to be mean about it. I just think for me personally, everything else on the list speaks to me more than A Short Hike does.
I would put quite a lot below A Short Hike.
Okay. Well, tell me about it. Talk to me.
One suggestion for below A Short Hike. I obviously love this game. I think it's great. I think it deserves to be in this top 30. Would be Katana Zero.
Okay. Yeah. I can buy that argument.
And I feel similarly about Mark of the Ninja, honestly. Like, they're both awesome.
Okay.
But I'd argue those are two games that didn't scrape into the top 30. They believe they deserve to be here, but they're not quite up.
They're kind of the 30 to 20 range of what you're saying? Yeah,
totally.
Yeah. I personally feel more passionately about Mark of the Ninja. I would like to see that higher up in the 20s. Not
Shall we go
as low
Katana
down.
Zero at 30?
I think Katana Zero at 30 is fine, yeah.
Okay.
I'm happy with that. It's such a great game. The one thing I would say about Katana Zero is it kind of has a weird ending. It feels like it ends a bit prematurely. Feels like there needed to be something else in there, and I think the guy is actually working on DLC or some other stuff with it. But it felt like it was going somewhere and then it kind of stopped. So yeah. I mean, it's incredible. I think it's such a good game. Looking at this now, is Katana Zero better than Link Between Worlds? No. Let's put it below. Is it better than Final Fantasy VI? No. Let's put it slightly.
32.
32. I don't know. I'm looking at this. I'm looking. Is it better than any of these games here?
Jeez, whoa, it's plummeting. I like it at 32. You're getting into.
Okay, let's put it at 32. Let's leave it at 32. That's fine.
Okay.
I was going to say Valkyria Chronicles above it, but I appreciate. I've only played that. We've both played Katana Zero. We both think it's fantastic. I was just looking at that list and it seemed a bit weird to me that Link Between Worlds and Final Fantasy VI were lower than Katana Zero.
That was always going to happen with this two top and bottom. It's going to like the top of the...
I think A Short Hike is similar. Do you like A Short Hike more than Link Between Worlds?
I'm going to volunteer one that I'm a big fan of that you're not, that I want to put down at 29, even just to get Short Hike higher, and that is Metroid Prime.
Oh, shit!
And that is goodwill on my part.
Wow.
Wow.
I'm shook.
I just have to be real. Like, I love that game. I think it holds up really well, but you don't. And this is a joint list. And
That's true.
There's other stuff I want to fight for. So there we go.
Oh boy. Look, I'm not complaining. I think A Short Hike is better than Metro Prime. I wasn't going to vocalize it, but you did. So that's fine. That works for me. Okay, so we got Short Hike at 28 now, Metro Prime at 29. How do you feel about it at 28? Do you want it higher than that?
I do.
Okay. All right.
I can do another good gesture, will of good faith. What's the phrase I'm looking for?
I don't know. Bally, you need to get a dictionary of phrases.
Right.
Like a sleeping dog or whatever.
I'm going to want some payback for this, but
okay.
At 28,
I'm
going to put Octopath Traveler.
Be still my beating heart. I mean, I think it kind of deserves to be around there. To be honest
I know.
with you.
I hear you. I hear you. And this is a joint list. And
yes,
it is my favorite JRPG of all time.
Yeah,
stand by that. But
I do think that I feel like there's going to be a bit of a shake up in the top 10 with that perspective, right? I feel like things that have been in the top 10 before, because we've been stubborn about it with our personal picks. I feel like it's worth a shake-up, honestly.
Yeah. I mean,
I think it represents
Octopath wasn't one of those games, but it was
no.
already down at 21. But I think,
yes,
21 down to 28. That's, considering what's been added to this list, that's totally decent for that game. I'm happy with that. It's only fair.
I'm going to suggest a game that I think we both think is fantastic and respect it, but maybe don't have the personal passion for it the way that some people on the internet do. Hollow Knight.
I think we've forgotten about Mark of the Ninja. I think that should be 27 right now.
Okay, yeah. So here's the thing. I would take Mark of the Ninja above Hollow Knight personally.
Okay. I disagree with that. But we can go Mark of the Ninja and then have a discussion about Hollow Knight. Because I agree we don't like Hollow Knight as much as the rest of the world, but it's still very high in our top 50.
Oh no, exactly. It's a brilliant game, but I think for me this list is about passion, more so than anything else. And Hollow Knight is legitimately an excellent game, but it does not have the same passion as I personally have for Mark of the Ninja, and I know you also really like Mark of the Ninja. So for me, our combined passion for Mark of the Ninja is higher than Hollow Knight, if you see where I'm coming from, which is why...
Oh, no, I do. You've convinced me. We can go Hollow Knight at 28.
See, Hollow Knight... Yeah, okay, that's fine. I think your passion for A Short Hike is stronger than either of our passions.
My passion for Short Hike is huge.
Whoa. Yeah, okay, that's fine. That is fine. That's perfectly fine. I think that works. The internet will, of course, be mad, but that's how it works. That's how it works.
True, but the internet likes A Short Hike, so,
They do.
Swings and roundabouts.
I don't think they like it more than Hollow Knight. I'm pretty sure the internet don't like it more than Hollow Knight, but that's fine. It's not the internet's list. This is our list. We get to choose. Okay, if we're talking about things we both love a lot that we can put a bit lower.
Dead Cells is very high considering I've not played it.
True. Actually, you know what? I would put Dead Cells next, I think. I think that's a 26. I think Dead Cells definitely goes there, but it belongs here, and I think it should be here.
And I want to play that. I'm very close to playing it.
Yeah, and I think it is...
feels weird Dead Cells above Hollow Knight, but...
It feels weird,
we can roll with it.
I personally like Dead Cells more than Hollow Knight on just a personal level. which is again strange because I bounced off it totally the first time. But Dead Cells got me, and yeah, it speaks to me more on a personal passion level than Hollow Knight does. Hollow Knight, tremendous, but yeah. This is the thing. I feel like when Silksong comes out, if it eventually does come out by the time we do this, Silksong, from what I've seen, that game looks like it focuses more on movement, which is my thing in Metroidvania.
Future
Hollow Knight Silksong is a potential top 10er. Potential.
I have an offer.
Yes.
We swap a short hike and Chrono Trigger and lock it in.
No. That's just not going to happen.
Bearing in mind, I've just sacrificed Metroid Prime and Octopath Traveler.
I know, and I know that
if you don't want to pay me back now, that's fine, but you might have to pay me back later.
I'll pay you back later, but I legitimately cannot have a short hike, which is a lovely little game, above one of the greatest video games ever conceived by humans.
Just remember what I was saying before, that I strongly felt that Final Fantasy VI, Chrono Trigger and Earthbound should be a bit closer together.
Yeah, but they should be a bit closer together, higher up the list.
Okay, but I mean, Final Fantasy VI isn't getting much higher than where
No, it's not. That's fine. I'm totally fine with where 6 is. Final Fantasy 6 compared to me, Chrono Trigger is quite a jump above Final Fantasy 6 for me personally. Final Fantasy 6, I think, is better storytelling wise, but that's about it when it comes to the things that it does better for me. Because I think Chrono Trigger is a tighter package, it is a more streamlined package, it has like modern conveniences in a way that no games did back then. Look, A Short Hike, it's a really cute little game, and I'm not like denigrating it or anything. I think it's really smart and clever. Ultimately, you can't compare it to Chrono Trigger for me. That's why I can't. Okay. I just can't see it above
Instead,
it. And
ignore Chrono Trigger for now. We bring down Mark of the Ninja at 25, and Short Hike is 24, and they're both locked.
I'll cede A Short Hike over Mark of the Ninja, much as it pains me to do so. I would prefer to have Chrono Trigger above. I'll take Mark of the Ninja below A Short Hike for that. Otherwise, I would have maybe tried to get Mark of the Ninja higher. But yeah, I'll take it below A Short Hike. I think 24 for A Short Hike sounds good to me. I think that's where it fits nicely.
I'm happy with it there. I think that's really high, and I love that game, and it's not going to get higher, and that's fine.
Yes. I kind of think Cuphead at 22 is okay. What do you think? I like Cuphead. I think Cuphead's fucking fantastic.
Are you locking Chrono Trigger at 23? Not locking. Temporary lock.
I mean, I don't want to be a dick about it, so I won't. Because ultimately you didn't vibe with it in the same way, and of course that is Phil Spencer's fault. We will blame him for eternity. That is the podcast law. Phil Spencer caused Bally to hate Chrono Trigger. That is now written.
I was too busy driving through Edinburgh and the Highlands and
exactly.
Forza, just like, time travel. Who wants that? I've got these streets right now. Here we go.
It was a crime. That man committed a crime on this podcast. He committed a federal crime, and I will hold him accountable for the rest of time.
Okay. Short Hike, Chrono Trigger. Cuphead at 22, you say? I am happy with that. Yes.
Okay. I think we both really Cuphead and Hollow Knight for me feel like
they're both ones where the industry go absolutely bananas, and we both also love, but aren't like in top 10 games of all time territory.
Yeah. I think like, oh my god, I'm going to be there day one for the DLC for Cuphead, as will you, I'm sure. But
totally.
But yeah, when it comes to, as we said, passion is kind of the thing in this list that I think is the most important. And yeah, I think Cuphead deserves to be that high. It's fantastic.
Yeah, 22 is still, we're talking very, very high now. This is
like all-timer status.
Yeah, this is all-time in 2021. Like, the industry is just getting tougher and tougher to be an all-time great. And so it's done very well.
Yeah.
21.
There's some really high picks here.
I have a suggestion.
Yeah? What's the suggestion?
Or in the Blind Forest.
Yeah. I think that works. I personally prefer that to Cuphead, so I think that makes sense. I think it makes sense at 21. Yeah, Will of the Wisps and Blind Forest for me, like if I was to do a personal list, I would just put them together personally, but we're not doing that.
Yeah. That is cheating.
No, I mean, as I said on my personal list when I did it, Bally, I cheated, and that's fine because it's my list and I can do whatever the hell I want with it. It's my list, right?
Totally.
So yeah, in my own personal list, these are both like on the same tier. So yes, but I understand that Will-O-the-Wisp is the better game and it deserves to be higher.
Okay.
So yeah, Blind Forest at 21 sounds good to me. In that vein, just as you did with Prime, I will offer to the Alter Metroid Fusion at number 20.
Wow.
It has been very high on this list in the past, but I think in light of what we have here, the kind of the games that we both love together, I think Fusion certainly top 20 for me makes sense. But I don't want to push it higher than that because I think there are other legitimate.
I think that's a good position, and it's now got, I think, a healthy distance from Prime where they were tied together before. I think it's a better representation of our views on those two games to be
I
little
think
bit
so.
of a gap.
Yeah, that makes more sense to me. And Fusion at 20 is good. It's awesome. I'm so excited for Dread. I'm so excited. Holy shit, dude.
Right, 19. God, this is getting.
It's getting hard. Do you want to knock Earthbound into the top 10 just for now? Because it's sitting at 18 and I think we should just pop it up there for the moment. We can have a discussion about it later, but I think it's a game that probably gets a bit
It's our joint favourite JRPG, and
Yeah.
I think that should probably be reflected in this list. But I also think I want to back up what I said about, like, I think Earthbound, Chrono Trigger, and Final Fantasy VI should be as close as possible.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think we both love Earthbound. I think it should be a bit higher.
Let's stick it top 10 for now.
Stick it top 10 for now, and let's discuss it when we get there. It might drop out of it, but I think for now, let's put it in there. It's a really special game. It's really, really good. Okay, so
top 18.
Top 18.
Shall we go through these games quickly? Top 18.
Sure.
In no particular order, apart from a higgledy-piggledy top 10 potentially.
Sure. Yes. Yeah.
Fire Emblem 7, Killer Queen Black, Luigi's Mansion 3,
you missed
Mario
out Tropical
Odyssey,
Freeze.
Overwatch, Rhythm Heaven, Megamix. Pardon?
You missed Donkey Kong Tropical Freeze.
Oh, did I miss Donkey?
Yeah. How could you?
So what number did I start on?
You started on 19, Tropical Freeze.
Okay.
Tropical Freeze is 19. You started on Fire Emblem 7.
Right, 19, Tropical Freeze, 18, Fire Emblem 7, 17.
Don't read the numbers. It's fine. Because they're not...
Right, Killer Queen Black, Luigi's Mansion 3, Mario Odyssey, Overwatch, Rhythm Heaven Megamix, Slay the Spire, Smash Bros. Ultimate, Stardew Valley, The Gardens Between, Wargroove, Xenoblade Chronicles, Zelda Breath of the Wild, Celeste, Night in the Woods, Ori and the Will of the Wisps, Hades, Earthbound. The Gardens Between needs to go next.
Yeah, I think so. I agree
it's done incredibly well, and...
I think between us, it's our favourite puzzle game that we both really like.
Yeah,
and I
in
think
terms of
that
amount of passion for...
Yeah.
So we're saying it should go in at
under Tropical Freeze there,
19.
which is at 19. The Gardens Between. I don't know. Should we move it a little bit lower? How do you feel about it? Because I think
I mean it should be below Ori and the Blind Forest.
Oh yes, yeah, I agree. Let's do that. I think we both like Ori more. But I don't think it should be above Cuphead because I think we both have a bit of a personal passion for Gardens Between.
I agree. I think that's a good place for it.
Yeah. So let's put it at 21. That feels good to me.
Yeah. Okay,
it's
we're on 18.
18. I think I will do another bit of a personal, let's drop this down a little bit. Fire Emblem 7. Let's do that, I think, at 18. Again, I'm just trying to, give you a little bit of leeway here, Bally. Just peppering in some of these that, I could have fought for, but... I'll let you have them. Fire Emblem 7 next to Metroid Fusion feels like a perfect match to me. My two favorite GBA games, back to back. And I think a 1918 pairing works nicely for them. They are ones that I personally have in my own top 10, but you wouldn't. And you would maybe have them, maybe not even on a top 50. Okay. I don't know. So yeah, they for me are...
Yeah, Fire Emblem 7 is not my top 10, but it's my favourite Fire Emblem alongside Awakening, and we discussed that. But yeah, I'm gonna make another personal sacrifice that I think if we're now at 17 would be a nice slot for it, and that is Wargroove.
Okay, good. Yeah, I was wondering when that was gonna happen. Maybe not. That's fine.
Say it.
Maybe I don't want to push my luck. I want to push my luck here.
Mate, I sacrifice Metroid Prime Octopath Traveler. Okami's not even on the goddamn list.
I mean, look, so have I, man. Look, we've both done dark deals here today. We've both angered gods and men.
Okay.
Yes, I was going to say, well, we both like Fire Emblem 7 more above Wargroove, but I respect the shit out of Wargroove. I respect that game. I hate playing it. I respect it a lot. I hate playing it. I don't want to play that game again. I respect it so much. Pixel art, gorgeous. Wow. Fucking hell, that pixel art. So good. It's really good. Mm-hmm. Wargroove looks lovely. It really does. Lovingly rendered. I just imagine if someone made a Fire Emblem game on Steam, which I will play at some point, Dark Deity, but yeah. Anyway.
16.
16. Do we put Killer Queen Black here? Is that higher? I think Killer Queen Black is fantastic. Such a good game. I feel like Killer Queen Black is one of those games that we'll come back to in a couple of years' time, and it will go much further down the list because we won't have played it. And I think there's some recency bias there, but I think for a capsule in time, that game should be around this spot, you know? I feel we've had great times with it. It's an excellent multiplayer game.
Yeah.
But I need some more time.
My other suggestion was Rhythm Heaven Megamix.
No, that's high. That's
okay.
High. Yeah, that game is very, very, very good.
I'm up for that.
So
we can go Killer Queen Black at 16.
At 16, yeah. I think that's a really good spot for it. And honestly, I just need more opportunities to play that game. The only thing holding it back is I've not played it enough, you know? And
yeah.
If I had a group of 8 people every weekend playing that game, it's a potential top 10 all-time game.
Definitely.
You know? That's how good it is. That's how incredibly fun that game is. But again, it's really hard to get people to get. It's 8 people you've got to get. It's holds it back. But
what are we on now? 15.
15. We're top 15. So getting spicy here. I think Overwatch is a potential number 15. How do you feel about that? Do you think Overwatch is higher? I think Overwatch is a good 15. The thing I caveat with Overwatch...
Well, Luigi's Mansion 3.
No. The thing I caveat with Overwatch is I basically just play it on PC. And now that crossplay is here, if we do play it again, I'll just play it on PC and you'll play on Switch. And then when the next one comes out, I mean, you're not going to buy that on Switch, are you? You're going to buy it on PS5 or whatever, or Series X, right? So
yeah.
So I think it deserves to be this high because it is one of my favorite games ever. The Switch version is probably not one of my favorite games ever, but it is there. It is high. I think 15 is a good spot for it to represent. We both fucking love it.
That's
but I wouldn't play it on Nintendo systems. And I think that's the highest you can get on a list like this with those caveats for me personally.
That makes sense.
You know?
15.
Yeah. I think that's where Overwatch sits nicely. Makes sense. Is good.
Now we're into the top 14, my goodness.
Yeah. All right. Some tough picks here. So I think there are 2 games here where one of us is way more passionate about it than the other. And maybe we talk about those together. Those are Xenoblade and Mario Odyssey. We both love these games, I think, but one of us loves them more than the other. And I feel like in that case, given the rest of the list, given our joint passion for the rest of the list, I think we take both of those at the next 2 slots, 14 and 13. I don't know how you feel about that. But I'm willing to let Xenoblade slip out of the top 10 personally, if you're willing to let Mario Odyssey slip out of the top 10. And I think that speaks a lot, because I fucking adore Xenoblade Chronicles.
Yeah, and I adore Odyssey. Deal on the caveat, Odyssey's higher.
Okay, if I make this deal, remember it. If I
already said that Metroid Prime and
No, I know, but this is way higher stakes. This is way higher stakes than Metroid Prime going down there, I think, personally. Yeah, okay. All right.
I have been fighting for Xenoblade to be on the wane a little bit for like the last two top 50 lists because my issue with Xenoblade is that it was like
it's that final boss, wasn't it?
obviously the final boss, but my biggest issue with Xenoblade is it was like the first JRPG I really played outside of Pokemon and that. And
which was a bad idea.
Which was a very bad idea, and I've played so many more JRPGs that
it's also like so different from any of those games. Like the combat is so different from everything else that it's not.
Yeah, and in my opinion, not necessarily in a good way. And like I have gelled so much more with so many other JRPGs, not just 2D ones, even like 3D ones like Final Fantasy VII Remake. I just think does so much stuff. I know it's a very different combat system, but it's similar enough.
It's totally different. I mean, the thing for me, like, the combat was never my favorite thing about Xenoblade. Like, it's a thing I tolerated. I think on my recent playthrough, I like it way more now because I understand it now. And I actually, like, I played as Melia a bunch and was destroying bosses, just like absolutely mowing over them because I finally understood how it worked. And it's really satisfying when you do understand it. But for me, Xenoblade has always been the characters, the world, most of all. What a world. And
and I think you've been like that generally with JRPGs versus me, where I do, as much as I need that story and that world and the characters, I do need the mechanics to be sound and understandable to me. And games like Octopath Traveler and Final Fantasy VII Remake, and even like the Chrono Triggers, Earthbounds, Final Fantasy VIs, I think all do that so much stronger and resonate with me more than this game.
Yeah, that's fine. Xenoblade Chronicles, it's a masterpiece and I adore it, and playing it again only reassured that for me. That said, I think that it can be at number 13, are we saying, or number 14, and Mario Odyssey at 13 I think is a good trade, and I'm fine with Mario Odyssey being above Xenoblade Chronicles. Look, I love Mario Odyssey. I think it's great, but I would rather see some other stuff in the top 10.
I do feel weird Mario Odyssey being below like Luigi's Mansion 3.
I don't. I think we both have a stronger combined passion for 3 than Odyssey. I love Odyssey. I don't feel personally invested in it in the same way as I do Luigi's Mansion.
I just need this list to settle with me a bit. I'm just getting there.
That's fine.
It's feeling weird right now, but it'll grow on me.
Would it make you feel better if we put Luigi's Mansion 3 next in the list?
At number 12.
At number 13. Yeah, 12, sorry.
12.
Number 12.
Yeah. No, I think that's good. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Cool. Luigi's Mansion 3, just to shout it out again, the variety in that game, like the theme park nature of it. I remember getting to the pirate area and being like, oh, wow, this is like a mini kind of Disney almost, and like there's legitimately feeling of like Disney design in that world, and
it's like the constant freshness is like It Takes Two levels of freshness, or Mario Odyssey, or just like constantly throwing new ideas at you, and really interesting worlds to explore and rooms in this crazy mansion. Like it just works so well. Yeah.
I think so. I think it deserves to be there.
And it was the best of a lot of, like, one of the best games of 2019 in a year that was a little quieter, especially from a Nintendo perspective.
Actually, I don't know. Second half of 2019 was pretty loud from Nintendo. Had, a lot of stuff, but maybe not Game of the Year worthy material. Right. Astral Chain, Link's Awakening, all that stuff. So, all right. So we've got 11 games. What's going to be our number 11 on this list? Is it Rhythm Heaven Megamix? Is that number 11? Rhythm Heaven Megamix is very good. It's a very good game.
I think Rhythm Heaven would be a good number 11.
Yeah.
And that is very high. Like that is...
Yes.
Yeah.
But like, having played that game this year, I was blown away by it. I think it is such a great franchise, and it saddens me that it doesn't look like we're getting more of it,
For now.
But yeah, it has the style and humor of WarioWare, while also providing the mechanical depth that WarioWare doesn't quite have. I have always been someone who likes rhythm games a lot, but this is like a tier above a lot of the ones I have played. Yeah, and I think it deserves that. Okay.
We have a top 10.
So we have a top 10 of some description.
They are Earthbound, in no particular order. Earthbound, Hades, Ori and the Will of the Wisps, Night in the Woods, Celeste, Zelda Breath of the Wild, Stardew Valley, Smash Brothers Ultimate, Slay the Spire, and Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze. Do we want to push up for number 1, 2, 3, or shall we slot in a number 10 first?
I think put Breath of the Wild at number 1 for the moment.
Yep.
I mean, we can have a discussion about it, but I don't know if it will change anything. Let's wait for Nintendo to release the sequel to that game.
I think 2, 3, 4, 5 is tough.
Yes, we'll talk about it, but I think we both have different, slightly varying opinions when it comes to that stuff.
Yeah. I'd have 2 nominees for 10.
Yeah. I wonder if they're the same. I think they're the ones that are currently at 9 and 10, personally, but I don't know what you think.
Earthbound and Slay the Spire.
Earthbound?
I've said I'm trying to get Earthbound near it. I've said it like 8 times.
No. Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze at number 10, or Slay the Spire at number 10.
I'd feel better at Slay the Spire at number 10.
I think Slay the Spire at number 10 is good, because it's fantastic. It's phenomenal. And I love the idea of 2 roguelikes being in our top 10.
Yeah, that is wild.
What turnaround?
I'm very happy with Tropical Freeze being at 9. I think that's absolutely great.
I think so. It makes sense in terms of...
It's up from 11, which is crazy. But
yeah, I mean, like, Tropical Freeze is a game that is a U game, but I love it. I think it's fantastic. I think it's awesome. It's the best game Retro Studios have made, right? I mean, they made only garbage before that, like Metroid Prime games. I mean, come on. They finally did a good franchise like Donkey Kong. I jest. But I legitimately love Tropical Freeze. I think it's excellent.
8 to 2 is... this is insane.
Let's talk about Smash Brothers. I feel like we don't play Smash Brothers as much as we used to. I do, on a personal level, not that much, but I've put over 100 hours into Smash Ultimate. I think you've put about 20, going by your Switch
something
list.
Like that.
Something like that.
It was number 4 last time, and
I don't know how much that has been affected by us just not playing as much multiplayer online as we used to. I don't know.
Did we used to play a lot of multiplayer online?
I mean, yeah, we did. Like, remember when Smash 4 came out? We were playing it all the time. All the time.
It's just gotten crowded out. It's another situation where it's just like there's just so much to play. It's like
and we're guilty of not going back.
I mean, I think it might, like, the quality of these top 8, any of them other than Breath of the Wild, I think could be number 8. Sounds crazy, but I honestly think Smash Brothers could be number 2 or number 8. I'm not even kidding. Like,
I think so.
I think the same. I mean, I do.
Also,
think
can I just point out that this top 8 is like filled with independent games. Like, it is bursting at the seams.
Yes.
Which I think speaks to where our taste is at with the industry.
And how much Nintendo have dropped the ball? Or?
No, I don't think so. I think that's where the most interesting stuff is being made, and my favorite stuff is being made.
I mean, I would personally have like Mario Odyssey up here, but I'm prepared to sacrifice that.
I would personally have Xenoblade Chronicles up here, but we discussed it already.
I feel better about Xenoblade being at 14. So,
I mean, this is a joint list. That's always what it comes down to.
What's your gut saying about number 8?
My gut is saying Smash at number 8. My gut is just saying leave it there.
I'm on board with that, weirdly.
Yeah.
And like,
I mean, it's the ultimate game. It's the game that I will always come back to.
This is before the final character has been announced, by the way. If that final character is like Andy from Advance Wars,
there we go. That just bumps it straight up the list instantly. I don't. Well, here last time we had the argument of should it be Smash on Wii U because that had the better offering and how disappointed we were at the lack of trophies.
We were feeling a lot more personally hurt about the lack of trophies, and I still am. But I think the roster has slightly balanced that out a bit.
Yeah, and when it comes down to it, when we play Smash Brothers, we just play online and don't really dig too much into that other stuff anyway, so it's never really been about that. At the end of the day, as much as I love the museum factor of it, those fucking JPEGs are bad, but...
It's categorically just not the best Smash Brothers for being a museum. It just
No,
isn't.
it's not. It's
And
not.
That's a shame, because you'd think the ultimate game would be that, but if it was all that museum stuff, it would be potentially higher. I don't know, but like it's...
Yeah.
I'm just not feeling it, and you're right. It's just been crowded out. I still love it every time we do have an online session, a new character comes out, we try it out, and yeah, it's still really good. And like 8 is still a very respectable position on this list.
Oh, I know. Yeah, for sure.
So yeah, I'm happy with it at 8.
Okay, great. I think in that case, number 7, given your, I guess, reticence about it, and I think it's still amazing, but maybe we don't have the passion for it in the same way that we did a few years ago, I think we can put Earthbound down at 7.
I think that's fair.
Fine.
Yeah.
So yeah, Earthbound is incredible, and I think it's still, for me, it still deserves to be in this top 10 as a game that represents like where we've come as a show in terms of this is still one of my favorite episodes we've done. And I think we talked about some really interesting stuff. I think the game...
It's only 5 down to 7. Like it's still...
It's not like it's a big drop, and I don't foresee it going that far down.
It's not
honestly.
Earthbound's fault. Will of the Wisps and Hades came out okay. Like
no, it's not. It's not at all. But that happened, and that's fine. Earthbound is still amazing. There's a moment at the end of that game. It's so cool. It's so cool where they shout out the player, because you forget at the beginning of the game, you put your name in, your actual name, and they thank you at the end as you're doing that final stuff. What a moment. What a cool moment in a video game that really hit me when it happened. I think like it's such a cool, weird game that Nintendo sadly have not been able to do a lot with the franchise and the situation with Itoi and Mother 3, and maybe one day we will get Mother 3, who knows, but for now we have Earthbound. It's still great. Right. This is fucking hard.
6 to 2.
6 to 2 is really
Shall we flip this on its head and go positive for a number 2?
Oh, that's hard. That's so hard.
I mean, it's equally as hard going for number 6, but...
It is. I mean, all of these games you could put in any order, I think.
Yes.
Except for maybe a couple. I don't know.
Can I make a controversial pitch?
Okay, what's your pitch?
This is potentially just how I feel about the world at the moment, and maybe that's a snapshot of 2021, but Night in the Woods should be number 2. It is just like, there is nothing more 2015 to 2020 in the world of politics when you're living in a country like the UK or the United States or maybe the rest of Europe that is sort of summarized so accurately and on the nose as Night in the Woods, that still reflects on the issues that there have been in like the 70s, the 80s and the 90s, but it's still a very much a 2010s, late 2010s game. Like it's still that social it's just like, and I know I've not played what's the other political game everyone's loves it. It's coming out on Switch.
Disco Elysium.
Disco Elysium. I know I've not played Disco Elysium, and I really want to play that, but I've not. And to be fair, I've not played enough political commentary games. But that's not to say Night in the Woods just speaks to me on like this level that no other game I've played ever has, and it absolutely hits it out of the park. And whatever happens in the next decade in global politics, I still think Night in the Woods will have a really, it's like a stake in time that's just like it represents so many of the issues to do with the world right now, and it came out in 2017, but I think is still incredibly valid. And I don't know, in 2021 making a list of top 50 games of all time, it feels right. And that's so difficult to compare to these other games, because we're going to talk about the mechanics of Celeste and how good Hades feels. And my God, Will of the Wisps looks and sounds beautiful, and Night of the Woods doesn't do any of those in the same way. And it's almost impossible. And you're right, this number 2 to 6 could be in any order, and it would still be legitimate and satisfying, but still, it's weird.
Yeah, I get you. I do. It's a very different argument, right? Because because it is just it's so focused on that stuff, and the way they deliver it, the way they lay it out is exceptionally well done. You know, like I think about the moment where you see go to the poetry contest, and you just hear the way in which that particular poem is delivered, and it is so cutting. It is just lays things out in such a stark and effective way. And
it touches so many bases. It talks about deindustrialization, mental health, the rise of racism, crime, people randomly going missing. Like it touches on so many themes and things that happen a lot in small towns and different parts of the world, and it doesn't leave stones unturned. And I don't know, it's still a very high level of production, and it's the sort of game you will never ever get from a AAA studio.
Never.
Just never
of course
will.
Not.
And it feels like there's a number of lineages, as it were, of indie games and their success and growth over the years. And you could argue Stardew Valley, Celeste, and Hades are three great examples of different lineages when it comes to like a roguelike, a Harvest Moon sim, a platformer. And then it's like the political commentary game. It's like Night in the Woods is kind of like leading the way, in my view, on that. And
the writing is just so sharp. Like it's one of the best written games I have read in terms of its colloquial language, but then also the way in which it tackles those themes and topics, and it just feels important. And yeah, like on a personal level as well, like it really connected with me as someone who like dropped out of uni for a year and didn't know what the fuck to do and was like having like a bit of a crisis. Like May's story is like personally affecting in that way, and like especially when I started that game, I was like, oh, this is hitting home in a real way. And yeah, I don't know, it's almost unfair to the other games because none of them are attempting to do this, and so it feels bad to like to not give them the chance when Night in the Woods. It feels unfair in a way, but it is a very important game, and like legitimately affecting. So I don't know what to do. Should we talk about the other games a little bit as well?
Let's go back to number 6
okay.
then. Shall we think of a number 6?
Controversial
number 6. Do you want to go ahead?
Go for it. No, you go for it.
I think there's one game on this list that you do like a good chunk more than me, even though I still like this game an awful lot, and is why it's this high, is Hades. Yeah,
but Hades might be my number 2 game of all time behind Breath of the Wild. It might. Okay. I might put it above Ori. I think Hades is immaculate. I think it achieves exactly what it sets out to do and more. The fact that I have beaten Hades 48 times. I have played 90 hours of a game that I finished when I hit 30. That doesn't happen to me anymore. I don't do that with video games. You have to be so special to capture my attention in a way that is that strong. So for me, it's a tier above. Like, I like it more than you do. I like it more than you do, but like by a factor of maybe 20 or 30. That's how much I like Hades. It is so well designed to make you want to keep playing it and keep upgrading and increase the difficulty, which another thing I never do. I don't care about that sort of stuff in games of like, oh, let's put the difficulty up, let's see how I can do. And this game did it to me, and it continues to do it to me. It's always a game I'm thinking about when I'm like, oh, yeah, hop in, let's do a run. I feel like doing a run of Hades. It feels perfect to play, and for me, that is the thing that I care about the most when it comes to video games, is feel and tight controls, and it's razor sharp. It is just, every weapon is amazing. Everything feels legitimate. The variety on display,
I think all of this top 6 feels very good.
I think all of them do, yeah. Ironically, even Night in the Woods.
In Stardew Valley, the feel is a little less important.
I mean, that's not really... Yeah. But like the loop, like Hades and Stardew are kind of similar in terms of the loop of like, you go to bed, you wake up, you want to do the next day. Hades is like you get back, you
Yes.
want to talk to everybody,
Yeah.
and then once you've talked to everybody, you want to do the next one. It's like, they really lock you in with that stuff. So, how do you feel about Celeste removed from it a few years now?
I think Celeste could be a potential number 6. And that's nothing against Celeste. I absolutely love that game. I have even been back to it, but just not as much as you. And I want to go back to that game more. Like, I think there's more content in that game and levels, B-sides, C-sides. That I mean,
similar to
experience.
Hades, it's a game that I played well beyond the playtime that I would usually give to a game. I think, not that this should be a negative, but like the DLC that they released, it got to a point where it was just too hard for me to do.
Of Celeste, right, yeah.
Yeah, and I didn't... It felt like I was trying to learn wave dashing Smash Brothers, and I just don't want to do that. You know, like in order to do these really hard challenges, I would have had to like really get like legitimately speed run level good at the game. And I think I'm good at that game. I don't think I can push myself to be that good, and I didn't really want to turn on the. And I appreciate the assist mode is there. It's not a game for me where I ever want to turn that on because that's not the fun I have with it.
Yeah,
but yeah, I was playing that when we were in America, and I was like, yeah, I've been sitting here for about an hour and I can't really get over this tutorial for how to do this move. So probably not going to finish this DLC, unfortunately, which is a shame because the rest of the game is immaculate. I think they pushed it a little too far for me personally. And again, that's additional content. That's not like that makes a big difference.
And that just plain main campaign is another good example of level design that just constantly feels fresh, where there's like a new idea each level, and it's I think that main campaign is actually also about 12 hours long. Maybe that's on the long end.
It's quite short. It's 10 to 12 I would say, and I put over 40 maybe 50 into that game.
It's just that really consistent campaign I just absolutely loved, and I can see it at number 6. These other 5 games.
I can also see Stardew at number 6. I think ultimately, I think for me, Celeste maybe has a bit of a leg up on Stardew just because of the message it has, right? Like I like
the message,
it's Night in the Woods and Celeste are the 2 games here which I think have the most powerful message behind them, and I think those are strong contenders in that sense. So I think I would put Stardew at 6 personally. You know, it's crack. That game is an addiction, and it's so good. It brought back Harvest Moon in a way that I could never have really dreamed of, and the way that we loved Harvest Moon when we were younger. It's still amazing, and I always think of going back to it, starting a new farm, but then I realize I will lose 70 hours of my life again, and I can't do that to myself.
I think I spent like 60, 70 hours with that game, and I'm just so fond of like my time with that game, and one day I might restart a farm, but I absolutely loved that game so much, and it's not just it's mechanically so strong, but there's a level of presentation with the pixel art, but also most notably the music that is just really there's something about the repetition of getting up and playing again when the music for a new season comes, and it's like a new groove, and it's exactly the same feeling as going for that first walk on like an autumn morning or something. It's like the season has turned, and like this feels different, and it's just like this, it's using those same chemicals in your brain that is just like that loop that is so strong. And I would definitely fight for this higher than 6. I'd put Celeste at 6, but I appreciate it. It's very tight. And
it's really hard.
This was number 2 and 3 from last year. From last year, from 2019, episode 150. So like,
I personally would take Celeste above Stardew Valley just for its message. I think that's really important, and
let's lock them in.
Yeah, I think Celeste at
6 and 5.
And in that way, Hades, I think probably the highest it can go is 4. Because I think both of us have a passion for Night in the Woods and Ori that is higher than, even though my as I said, like 30 times higher with Hades. But I think I would feel better about the list overall if Hades comes in at number 4. And Hades is exceptional. It completely changed the conversation in the industry about roguelikes, I think, generally. And it made me realize I actually love a lot of roguelikes, and there are 3 that I have now put on our top 50 that weren't there before. which speaks a lot to how things have changed from my personal playing of games and thinking about games. And and I think Hades is it's perfect. It's a perfect video game. I love it. I think it's exceptional. So we have Ori Night in the Woods to discuss.
Mm-hmm.
Ori and the Will of the Wisps is the best Metroidvania ever made. It ticks every box. It's perfect. It feels perfect to play. I don't know that there's a game outside of Hades, like Hades and Ori, them both coming out in the same year is unfair to all other video games, frankly. Like, they are two of the best feeling video games ever made. The air dash / the forward dash in Ori is perfect. Like, the roll on it, the way that you dash forward, the momentum it gives you, the speed, stringing things together in a game has never felt as good as some of those races you do in Will of the Wisps, where you have this route and you know exactly what you have to do to nail it, and there's a satisfaction in just pulling it off and getting there and just chasing a high score, man, which I never do as well, but Ori legitimately gives you a reason to. I think as well the narrative stuff is great. There was a bit of kind of talk of, I think Waypoint talked about how like the villain of the game is kind of someone who was bullied into being a villain, which is not great when you think about it. And at the end of the day,
that villain backstory really did frustrate me a little bit. And I thought the resolution was going to be slightly more positive.
Yeah, it wasn't great. Which I think is maybe a little bit of a blemish on that game, but every other aspect of it is perfect.
Yes.
It's exactly what I want out of a video game. It is like, when I think of my favorite stuff, why I love Ori and the Will of the Wisp is why I love video games.
Yes.
Right? Like, it is, you know, it's such a monumental achievement, and that team deeply understands what makes one of these games good. And the combat is also fantastic. The variety you have, the ways in which you can choose what direction to go, all that stuff is legitimately top tier.
I think, you know, Nintendo announced Metroid Dread, and they're like, it's been 19 years since an original 2D Metroid. And it's like, yeah, okay, fine, but you know, the industry has completely moved on in terms of Metroidvanias in that time, and Nintendo, you are playing catch up in a big way, and it's because of games like Ori and the Will of the Wisps that, like, you know, I'm sure Metroid Dread is going to be great. Is it going to be our number 3 game of all time? Like, Could be. It could be. I'm going to say it's not going to be, but who knows? Well. I just think the bar has been set so high in that style of game away from Nintendo that it is a credit to, like, you know, Moon Studios, that they have just produced this phenomenal game where the art, the music, the game feel, all these reasons, like you were saying, that we love to play video games, that just gel so seamlessly together. And they did improve the combat system, and there are substantial bosses and distinctive game world areas that feel cool, and it does have its flaws, but it's just an unbelievable game and made me buy an Xbox One. So
fuck you, Phil Spencer.
Thank you, Phil Spencer.
Chrono Trigger died so that Ori and the Will of the Wisp could live. Is that what you're saying?
I mean, in as many words, yes.
Okay, all right.
So, yeah, it's a really special game and was my game of the year from last year, and I definitely wanted it to feature highly, so I'm very happy. It's currently sitting at number 3 and feels right at number 3 for me. Yeah,
I didn't think we'd be here Night of the Woods at number 2, but I think you made a strong point for it, and it's not like my favorite game I have played, because like it is the platforming's good as well, you know, Night in the Woods has that stuff, but as a delivery mechanism, as a way in which games can do that no other medium can, there is a way in which the mundanity of May's experience is reflected in the way the game is played. That you wake up every day, you're aimless, you wander around aimlessly in town, you do similar things, you talk to your friends. Sorry?
Another looping game.
Yeah, it is in a weird way, in a totally different way. But that is special in the way that it is able to evoke that same feeling in the player that the character is going through, that loop. And I do think there are cases in which this is done poorly and it doesn't work, but I think in Night of the Woods it works because of the strength of the character writing and the way in which you always do want to go and check in with everybody. You always want to see, what's Greg doing at the shop right now, and B, and how B doing. And there are like some story moments that you can totally miss depending on who you talk to and who you hang out with. Like the stuff with B storytelling wise is so effective and cutting and just really shook me, you know, like it is legitimately some of the most powerful stuff I have experienced in a game on a writing level. And yeah, I think it definitely, you know, as much as we talk about, or I personally talk about mechanics is why I play video games, Night in the Woods is that rare exception where it legitimately makes a case for why games can be so powerful. And I think, yeah, that's worth celebrating. So yeah, I can see it at number 2. I did not expect, coming into this, I did not expect that to be the case, but I think we've talked our way into it.
I said earlier it was the best like success story I've got, that of a game I played first that I said you should play, and then you played it and enjoyed it, like, and for
it
that,
resonated, you know,
and for
like
that to resonate
really,
and get to number 2 is great. Like that's great to see.
Yeah. And then there's Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild, which will
just,
never be surpassed, and it's just
obvious,
is the greatest thing. I mean, we never talk about it, but like, do you need to? Do you legitimately need to talk about a game that made me feel like I was a 7-year-old again?
Yeah,
you know, like,
and there's been a lot of looking back at Breath of the Wild since Breath of the Wild 2's reveal and the more sort of gameplay trailer we got at E3, and you know, Dan Reichert is playing this game with his dad, which I've been watching on Twitch, and is absolutely fascinating. Because his dad, they'll get into a shrine, and Dan has been so patient and so, he just doesn't give his dad the answer on anything, like shrine puzzle related, and they will spend 50 minutes like in one of the early game shrines, and he'll just be poking and prodding him in slightly the right direction and just trying to get his dad to go over the logic of what he already knows and doesn't know, and getting to the answer himself. And his dad is shouting and swearing at the TV, and why won't that do this, and why can't this do that? And then eventually he completes the shrine, and his dad just looks over to Dan and just goes like, this is an incredible game. Like it's just like, I did not think he thought this was an incredible game while he was mashing that ledge over and over to try and get the thing to balance on this to get up. And it's just like creating moments like that, and everyone's got their moments like that with Breath of the Wild, where you can complete those shrines in so many different ways, and the shrines only make up one tiny part of this game, a fairly major part to be fair, but there is so much more to the game. The towns, the music, the discovery, the sense of adventure with, you know, we talked about Short Hike earlier, and that sense of going up a mountain. It's like blow that up to like a huge scale, and that sense of discovery. And again, shrines and everything you do around the shrines builds both your stamina and your health, which are your two key resources to exploring this world. And that is just a perfect game loop, and mechanically it's so strong, visually is incredible, musically everything deserves to be top of this list. It's refreshing that Nintendo have produced something that is AAA, that is in the Zelda universe. This is still an official Zelda game that feels weird at times, and they pulled it off and launched a whole game console with it, and we both played it on launch and haven't looked back since in terms of like what is rivaling this game on this level. I'm dying to play Witcher 3. I look forward to that, but it's going to be as good as it will be. It's still going to be very different to Breath of the Wild in its own ways.
I mean, that game is really narrative more so than anything else, and it's excellent. Like, the best written side quests in any game I've played. Witcher 3, hands down. You'll want to do everything. You will want to explore that world and find every nook and cranny in order to seek out what weird, crazy, like, fairy tale story that they have done a twist on next. You know, that is legitimately amazing. And legitimately amazing as that game is, it doesn't hold a candle to the unbridled sense of joy in exploring a space that Breath of the Wild has. I don't know if Nintendo can ever recapture that sense again. It was so legitimately mind-blowing. And yeah, I mean, one of my favorite stories of Breath of the Wild is when Ali T got a Switch and I was over at his house as he had started playing Breath of the Wild, and we were just riding around, just doing stuff and doing shrine puzzles, and I would help him here and there, and we'd kind of come to solutions, and he was riding around, and I see in the distance the mountain that was glowing, that had, you know what's there if you played the game, the glowing mountain. I was like, "Oh, Ali T, go over there. Let's. There's something cool over there. If this happens." He's like, "All right, let's go over there and see what happens."
All right,
and we kind of climb up there, get to the top, and crest it. And he sees the glowing giant deer thing for the first time, and he was like, "Holy shit!" Like, he was blown away by it. And I'm like, "Okay, let's creep in. Let's get there. Let's try and get on this guy." And he had enough like stamina things in his backpack, and so he hopped onto it, managed to get there, and managed to tame it and start riding it. And then he just started riding it around. And I'm like, "Oh, let's see if we can go to the stable." And we went there, and inevitably you can't register it.
Yeah, and there's like some good writing around that. Like, whoa.
Yes. Yeah.
The
and I think that peak is
like
like named after Iwata or something.
Yeah,
or,
there's like a link.
Satoru, I think it is. Satoru Peak.
Yes.
And Ali T turned to me after that. I was like, "Thanks for telling me that. Thanks for showing me this part of this game."
What a beautiful idea.
What a beautiful moment it was. And that is the special thing about Breath of the Wild, like the joy and surprise it can bring of just stumbling upon things, out of nowhere.
How keen or reluctant was Ali T to go to that mountain when you suggested it? Was
he was into it, like I think
I want to go here?
The thing that he really was into was that sense of just going wherever you wanted to go and doing whatever you wanted to do. There was no like, I have to go and do the main quest or whatever.
Yeah.
It was,
and that's what I loved so much about Wind Waker in 2003. But they've just taken that idea to another level, and
100%.
It's unbelievable. I should also say, this is Caroline's favorite game of all time by like a country mile as well. Yeah. And this made her. She played this game. She bought a Switch and played this game. She wants to buy. We're going to buy 2 copies of Breath of the Wild 2 on day one because we're absolutely mad, and she cannot wait to play that game. And
yes,
this is the game that got her into video games, like got her back into video games.
And that it has done that for a lot of people, right? Like it is one of those games where there is a logic to it that regular people can understand.
Yes.
Because they don't, like, it doesn't adhere to the language of games in the same way that people who play games know, because it breaks convention in such bold ways. It's like, oh, I knock that log over and it's a bridge. Oh, logically, that makes sense, right?
Yes.
Like, it's, with all that stuff, it's so smart about how it brings it all together.
And watching Dan and his dad, that is so evident with the design of this game. And huge credit to the design of the plateau, especially for like that breadcrumbing of ideas and building on existing knowledge rather than just throwing too much at you at once. And sure, it can get overwhelming if you end up in the wrong part of the world at the wrong time and you get absolutely nailed by a Lionel or something, and that's going to happen. But hopefully you learn something every time, and you're always building. And it's just phenomenal that Nintendo put a game together like it. You're right. I think Zelda Breath of the Wild 2 will be fantastic. I have no idea if they can surpass this game and recreate that magic. Like that is hard. And if someone can do it, it is Nintendo, and especially the Breath of the Wild team. I'll give them that. But I'm not sure. Next time we do this, we will hopefully have played Breath of the Wild 2 in 2023 when the next episode 250 will hopefully be. And I am looking forward to see the shifts again in the industry and what that game can do, and if it makes as many waves as the first game did, because I think it's hard to beat. Yes,
it's number one. Cool. We have a list. Are we happy with it? Is there any last minute shuffles that you would like to make?
I'm really happy with this list. Absolutely delighted. I think we were both. This is the most least defensive either of us have been when putting together this list and saying, I'm going to sacrifice this down the list because that feels right. And we did that for about 5, 6, 7, 8 games on this list that I think have strengthened the list and made it more reflective of our views at this snapshot in time of games on Nintendo systems, which is ultimately the goal of this list. And sure, there were some trades here and there, but it wasn't like overly artificial in any way, which I think is good.
It felt good. It felt nice putting this list together. I think it was more of a celebration of the stuff that we love, which, you know, when you're putting together a list like this, sometimes it can be, well, you just fucking, you know, take the good name of this thing that I love and just put it in the dirt just to try and get something higher. And Lord knows I did do a bit of that to Okami, but I think in ways that it deserved. I think that bashing misogyny is legitimate, so I think that's fine.
Yeah, it's hard to justify Okami at the bottom of this list when you look at the bottom. Like, you know, those are some good games we strongly care about that deserve to be there for sure.
I think there's one game that we haven't really talked about that much that is high, which is Slay the Spire.
Okay.
I don't know if you have anything to say about it. For me, I think it is such a brilliant and smart game that got me into card stuff in a way I've never been before. And, you know, neither of us... I mean, you have played some stuff that is similar to it. Like, there's board games that you say are similar to Slay the Spire.
And that's what I thought was so awesome about Slay the Spire is it is turning the drawability of a game like Dominion, the card game, and taking that drawability and then doing a bunch of maths and video game stuff that you couldn't do otherwise in your own card game, and then gamifying that. And I think that is so strong where it's still got that, it is still a deck builder like Dominion, but Dominion where you're counting up actions and gold in order to gain gold and then complete with victory points. It's a very slow, methodical, you can do all the addition and sums yourself, whereas Slay the Spire introduces it as rather than gaining gold, you're actually taking out enemies. And this is like this RPG kind of style, going through dungeons, defeating enemies, but building your deck to defeat enemies. So rather than building your deck to collect your own victory points, building your deck to defeat enemies is this level of complexity, which is the perfect video game evolution for a game like Dominion, which blew me away. And it took me a while to get to this game, but I'm so glad I did. It's still on Game Pass, and I'm going to get back to it again. And when it leaves Game Pass, I should honestly pick it up on Switch because it is that good. But
many times have I been like, yes, I should do. I kind of wish it had a cross save thing like Hades does, where you can bring stuff over, because I do like the progress in it because you get new cards and that type of thing. And I was thoroughly won over by it. I think like SteamWorld Quest was kind of a like open the door so that I could bust through with Slay the Spire, basically. Like, I think that game lay a bit of the groundwork, and I think that's a good game. I really like it still. It's probably my favorite SteamWorld game overall, but Slay the Spire is just on another level when it comes to it, frankly. It frankly understands the way in which those games work so brilliantly. And as I said, it created a genre, right? Like, I wouldn't have played Monster Train without Slay the Spire, and Monster Train fucking rules. That game's awesome. So yeah. Shall we read down the entire list?
Yes.
I can go. Should we take it in 10 game chunks? I'll do.
Yeah, that's a good idea. I'm gonna have a drink of water. Do you want to start?
You go do that. I'll do 50 down to 40, and then I'll switch to you, and we can go that way. Number 50, Mechtermination Force, the Bertel Horberg Award for being on the list. Round of applause.
Well done,
number 49, Advance Wars. Number 48, Box Boy. Number 47, Contra 3, The Alien Wars. Number 46, Super Mario Maker. Number 45, Pokemon Gold and Silver. Number 44, VVV. Number 43, Wario Land The Shake Dimension, or Shake It. Number 42, Animal Crossing New Horizons. Number 41, Spiritfarer. Number 40. Oh, you go for it, yeah.
I'm going to go for it. Number 40, Mega Man 2. Number 39, Splatoon 2. Number 38, Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney. Number 37, Pikmin 3. Number 36, Golf Story. Number 35, Gorogoa. Number 34, Zelda The Wind Waker. Number 33, Valkyria Chronicles. Number 32, Katana Zero. Number 31, Final Fantasy VI.
Number 30, The Legend of Zelda, Link Between Worlds. Number 29, Metroid Prime. Number 28, Octopath Traveler. Number 27, Hollow Knight. Number 26, Dead Cells. Number 25, Mark of the Ninja. Number 24, A Short Hike. Number 23, Chrono Trigger. Number 22, Cuphead. Number 21, The Gardens Between.
Number 20, Ori and the Blind Forest. Number 19, Metroid Fusion. Number 18, Fire Emblem 7. Number 17, Wargroove. Number 16, Killer Queen Black. Number 15, Overwatch. Number 14, Xenoblade Chronicles. Number 13, Mario Odyssey. Number 12, Luigi's Mansion 3. Number 11, Rhythm Heaven Megamix.
Number 10, Slay the Spire. Number 9, Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze. Number 8, Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. Number 7, Earthbound. Number 6, Stardew Valley. Number 5, Celeste. Number 4, Hades. Number 3, Ori and the Will of the Wisps. Number 2, Night in the Woods. And number 1, The Legend of Zelda, Breath of the Wild. And there you go. There you have it. That's the top 50 games. Once again,
they said it was impossible.
Done.
But we did it. It only took 5 hours.
We did it. It only took the whole day to record this absurdly long podcast. But I had a good time. I enjoyed it. Yeah, this was fun. I always go into these with a bit of apprehension of like, oh man, we're going to have to hash this out a bunch. But I think this went pretty smoothly, all things considered.
We have a strong format and
yes,
it worked.
Yeah, it worked. Next time, remind me that this works, and then I won't try to convince you that it doesn't.
I'm like, it worked last time.
Yeah. So yeah, there we go. That's the show. Thanks everybody for listening for 200 fucking episodes. We've been doing this show a long time. The episode count maybe doesn't reflect it because we're every 2 weeks, but yeah, this show's been going.
We've been going since November 2013.
It has. And yeah, if you've been here since the beginning, thank you. If you started listening last week, also thank you. We appreciate it. We appreciate that there's always new people finding the show, which is great because I think we like it. We like the show. That's why we do it. And I think it's great to see when people discover it and enjoy it. And hopefully it's one of those shows that's evergreen enough that people go back and listen to. And we certainly hear that from people who are like, yeah, I just started listening, but I went back and started from the beginning. And that's cool. And you can definitely see the evolution of how things go as you go through. So appreciate it. Thanks, everybody, for all your support. And speaking of which, we had a lot of support and continue to get on Patreon, which is lovely from some fine folks who support the show. I will say, because we are recording this quite a bit of it in advance because of circumstances, we don't have any patron shout outs for new people. If there were any in the period of time between us recording this and this going out, we'll get to those next time if they do happen. So just wanted to point that out. If you're waiting to get a shout out, that will happen next time, potentially. But Bally, we would like to thank patrons who support the show.
Yes, thank you to our $10 tier patrons. They are Zach S., Atari Alex, Thomas, Matthew, and my fiancée Caroline. Thank you all for your $10 tier support. But thank you to all of our other patrons. It's hugely appreciated, the support you give the show, that, funds our gaming habits, that we spend money on games that then end up in top 50 lists and games of all time. So it all synergizes perfectly, and we're hugely grateful to all of you out there for helping us with the show, because we sacrifice a lot of time to put into this show. So we hugely appreciate everyone supporting us in that way. It's fantastic.
Yeah, and if you would like to get some bonus episodes and that type of thing, head over to patreon.com/thisnintendolife and you will get those. Great. You can obviously find us all over the internet. I'm on Twitter at LordNBZ. Where can they find you, Bally?
I'm on Twitter at Ballyman91. That's BALLYMAN91.
Wonderful. And you can find the podcast Twitter at TNL Podcast, which has links to our lovely Discord, where there are people chatting about video games, and our YouTube channel, where we post the video version of the show.
Let us know your thoughts in the Discord on our list.
Yes, I'm sure there will be opinions as soon as we post
it. Maybe spoiler tag them for a little while, and then after a while, people can open the floodgates and have a good old chit chat about it, perhaps.
Absolutely, that'd be great. And yeah, you can obviously find the show in lots of different places. We are on Spotify, we're on Stitcher, we are on Apple Podcasts, and you can download us wherever you have a podcasting app. Bally, you just changed over to Pocket Casts, and you can find us on there.
I did.
That's a place that you can listen to the show. It's quite good. It used to be better. Maybe I'll do another rant on why Pocket Cast was bad. I did that already. I did that a while ago. Is it like a bonus bits topic?
It's still an upgrade from my old Instacast, honestly.
Oh yeah, no. Compared to every other app on the market, it's incredible. Compared to what it used to be, it's a shadow of its former self, and I am still mad about it. I'm still sad, but it's fine. I still listen to a lot of podcasts. My podcast list is 120 unplayed right now. I was telling people
I keep on top of it every Sunday. I get a backlog on the weekend, smart. And then the weekend it's like, right, fewer podcasts come out of the weekend. That's my time to absolutely get through these, and I've got more time.
Nail them. Yeah. It makes sense. I'm an idiot, as we all know. I was telling people about work about this, of like, I like too much stuff, so I listen and watch everything at 1.5 times speed, still don't get through it all, have a watch later list of over 1,500 videos. I'll never watch all of those, but I naively cling to the fact that I still have that list. That's my life. And
just wait till you retire, and then you just press play on all these things.
Exactly.
And then press play, and then the second your playlist ends, that is the end of your life.
Bally, I want a prediction from you right now. How big will my YouTube Watch Later playlist be when I retire? That's what I want to hear from you.
Right, what is it now?
We're currently at 1,400, and I would say that has accumulated since around 2014, I would say. 7 years.
I don't think, controversial opinion, I don't think YouTube's Watch Later feature will last more than 10 more years.
Shit. God damn it. They're going to delete it,
you agree with me.
I know, I totally agree with you that I will outlive YouTube's Watch Later playlist and not finish it by then and be extremely mad at YouTube when that happens. Even though I knew in my heart I was never going to watch all those videos. But still, it's hey, if you want like a way in which to track my taste in YouTube content over the last 7 years, you can go and look at my Watch Later playlist and just scroll through it of those videos, and you'll see how I changed and why I added. I'm sure I've got some videos back then from like terrible people who have turned into milkshake ducks now and I should delete, but oh boy, things have certainly changed on the internet in the time we have been on it, which is a long time, a very long time. So anyway, that's the end, I think. Thanks, Bally. Thanks for doing the show with me for however long.
Thank you, MBZ, for putting up with my good system to get our top 50. And yes,
it's good. It's good. I like this podcast. It's good. And we'll continue doing it until we don't, I guess, whenever that is.
Who knows when that will be?
Who knows? But yes, thanks everybody for listening. We'll be back in a couple of weeks' time with some more, can you believe it, if this wasn't enough for you. So yes, we'll see you very soon. And until then, thanks for listening, and we appreciate you all. Bye-bye, folks. The musical interludes used on today's episode were Probably Ancient Evil from Chicory, copyright Finji 2021, and For Redemption plus Decisive Battle 2 from Octopath Traveler, copyright Square Enix 2018. Gotta get that Ulbrich.
I love it.
It's the best transition in game music. So fucking good. Oh, all right. Ready?
Mm-hmm.
3, 2, 1.